수 있거든요. 좋아요. 자, 블링크 뺐어요. 이것 때문에 블링크 뺀 건 큽니다. 아델라의 블링, 이제 아디나의 블링크예요.
이게 연하 선수 템도 지금 말이 안 되기 때문에 이거 수화도 무시할 수 없습니다.
네.
자, 여기서 바늘창 기절 맞췄지만 마이공도 뺐어요. 잠시만요.
생존기가 없는데요?
자, 이거 진짜 순수 피지컬로 피해야 되는데 이러면 와, 스킬 천천히 다 빼놓고 들어가는 이 빌드업 조식 너무 좋은데요.
자, 3대 9로 라쿤 정리.
띄워주면서 마무리해주고요.
네.
인사이터.
마지막 이 마이까지 잡아내면요, 우리가 알고 있던 그 인사이터가 돌아왔습니다. 이기 때문에 우선 이번은 조심해야 되고요.
진짜 보는 중 다행이었습니다.
그렇습니다.
자, 근데 생각보다 너무나도 많은 타격을 받은 양아치.
게다가 불까지도 맞았기 때문에 체력 회복이 그렇게 많이 되지 않았습니다. 그리고 까마귀도 하필이면 때리고 있어요. 아, 이거 간에 체력이 많이 없어서 앞쪽에서 체력을 좀
그렇죠.
사용할 수가 없거든요. 그리고 끊겼어요.
이런 장면도 보네요, 저희가.
예, 가다가 죽는 사슬이 뚝 끊겼거든요.
자, 이러면 자리 먼저 잡고 있는 인사이터는 이거 밟고 있다가 이게 금지구역에 임시금지구역에 세 팀일 때는 이 전략이 정확히 먹히거든요. 밟고 있다가 뒤로 슬쩍만 빠지면 먼저 싸우게 둘 수 있어요.
자,
그리고 양궁장
없어서 안쪽으로 들어오고요.
자, 우성리버 들어가야죠.
그렇죠.
양궁장으로. 자, 그리고 내리살 시간 1초
일단
마무리.
한번 마무리가 되었습니다.
자, 그러면 아카츠키랑 인사이트 다시 한번 교전
자,
봐야
퀸.
되고.
근데 제대로 맞았어요, 한번.
자, 우측은 에로키아랑 에포메이션이랑 우성 유니버까지 들어갑니다만, 자, 빈틈 살아가나요? 빈틈 잡히고.
체크메이트로 한 번
3대2.
또 마무리. 자, 그런데
라쿤도
따고
잡히겠죠.
체면이 살아있거든요.
그렇죠. 자, 병 선수도 살아있긴 합니다만은 조금 더 봐야겠습니다.
자, 그리고 오른쪽은 우성 유니버가 3대1로 마무리를 해줄 것 같습니다.
해야겠죠. 저런 건 마무리를 해야죠. 변이
그렇죠.
걸어내고 마무리되면요. 일단은
시간도 적기 때문에 그대로 이겨줄 수 있을 것 같습니다.
오래 버티긴 하네요.
자, 이러면
많이
인사이터 일단은 다시 복귀한 인원이 있고요.
이거 시간 없어서 밖으로 못 나가요.
그렇죠. 시간이 없어서 못 나가요. 자, 그리고 여차하면 체력 회복할 때
그래서
한번.
그냥
이대
시간
이.
채우기용 1킬
자,
한번 버텨오는데
넣었어요.
자, 아카츠키 윤영
스턴 구급기 맞췄고 콤보 한번
그렇죠. 동경대.
인사시대일 때 이 움직임이
이게 보통은 저 교실 안쪽에 하늘나리를 활용하는 게 일반적인 구도인데 그걸 일부러 지금 포기했습니다.
자, 에어본 한번.
근데 진짜 이 콤보가
그냥
반응이 너무 어렵네요.
단독적인 솔로킬과 다름없는 모습의 시코.
학교의 인사이트는요, 공격력이 한 3배는 되는 것 같습니다. 아예 달라요. 그냥
그렇죠.
이 팀이 마지막 그 교전 지역으로 학교를 잡게 되는 순간 지는 걸 본 적이 없습니다.
와, 그리고 가드
앞서가고.
딱 되는 거 보자마자 니키궁 긁고 그리고 스턴까지 맞춰주는 모습까지 병 선수
마지막
콤보 깔끔합니다.
한 명, 예, 슈가로 잡아내면요, 체크메이트 인사이터가 열이어서 두 번.
저는 아래쪽으로 내려가서 고급 상대 싸움을 못 보는 건 확정이고요.
네.
자, 그리고 우성 유니버.
데몬 드라이브도 아이템이 나쁘지 않거든요.
근데 이거 우성 유니버는 조금 까다로운 게 이게 효이치가 나중에 날뛰는 거를 막기가 또 좋은 게 뭐냐면 타겟팅 시기가 너무 많아요.
네.
그러다 보니까 에스텔의 Q 스킬도 있고 실비아가 바이크 스킬로 넉백을 박았을 때 거기서 나오는 저지력 막기가 힘들거든요.
자,
그래서
게다가-
효이치 날뛰기 전에 오히려 잡아버리겠다.
게다가 지금 아르다를 일단 잡긴 했습니다. 이러면 2대2 이기는 하는데 2대2
자,
구도에서
여기서 효이치가 얼마나 날뛸 수 있느냐 없느냐.
그렇죠. 자, 동해 잡나요? 아니면 실 잡나요? 자, 근데 엠마가
오히려 여기서 한 명 잡고 이런 구도로
나가야죠.
만들어 나가는 군식.
레볼 선수
나오고
나왔고
있습니다.
여기도 위도우 메이커 나왔고요.
그렇죠. 와, 데미지.
이번에도
변이 걸려서 밀어내서 에어본 아스트라버스 그리고 고속구에서
잘 썼어요.
사우스 잡아내고
하지만 그
1딜.
뒤에 민 선수의 프리들이 좀
카치아가
신경
너무
써죠.
아프거든요. 자, 이러면
그리고 반면서
반면서
넉백까지
그래서
박석서가 마무리. 아직까지는 예.
합니다. 자,
자,
넉백
이쪽.
좋았어요. 반말싸.
에포메이션.
빈틈 선수 빠져야 됐었고요.
여기 두 원거리 딜러들의 스펙이 어마무시하기 때문에 생각보다 지금 버티기가 어렵습니다.
자, 선설 아스트라 버스트 위치는 좋았지만
그렇죠.
이게 자, 미솔 씨가 조금 일찍 빠지는 바람에 반말싸 선수가 한턴 버티지 못해서 그대로 일단은 잡히고 말았고요.
그렇죠.
오, 오히려 빈틈 들어가요. 와,
자,
빈틈
어마무시하면 뭐예요? 해피 할 건데 찌를 건데.
자,
자,
걸렸어요.
근데 위쪽에
예,
이러면은
뒤져버렸습니다.
이게 서로 싸우고 싶지 않을 텐데.
자, 일단 스킬이 조금 빠진 쪽은 데몬 드라이브고요.
그렇죠.
그래서 이걸 보고 제천 사이버즈도 자, 기회를 놓치지 않습니다.
자, 그래서 에스텔 궁으로 그래도 한 턴 버텨는 줬는데 여기서 추가 딜을 넣기에는 실비아의 체력이 너무 없습니다.
그렇죠. 도깨비 물까지.
그렇죠.
예. 자, 그러면 일단 뭐 죽지 않았으니까 조금만 버틴 뒤에 한 턴 다시 해보면.
근데 이러면 나쁘지 않은 게 지천 사이버에서 나딘궁이 빠졌거든요.
그렇죠. 안 돌아옵니다. 이거 재교전까지.
그렇죠.
자, 여기도 물론 데몬 드라이브도 해결출이 들어오기까지가 시간이 조금 걸리기는 하지만 자, 한번 볼까요? 나머지 2개는 잘 들어와 있는 상태.
그렇습니다. 자, 이거 시간 내로 어떻게든 킬 한번 내보려고 자 드랍해서 들어가는데 이거 마이가 생각보다 앞쪽에서 잘 지켜주고 있습니다.
또 시간을 많이 레볼루가 순식간에 정리하면서
그래도 일단 착지는 했고요.
자, 결국 이런 식으로 압박을 먼저 해주면 이게 좋은 게 뭐냐면은 아델라가 퀸스택을 채워놓고 난 다음에 기회를 볼 수 있는 게 한 3-4번은 더 나오거든요.
네, 자 먼저
자, 마이가 잘 걸리겠는데 그
나딘부터 거치합니다. 인사이터 3대2 구도에서 버텨내고 있는
자, 그래도
치고 자, 그래도 조심해는 먼저 잡아내야겠죠?
할만한 게 제가 알기로는 마이가 흑염룡각 주거든요. 이거 생각보다 데미지 나옵니다.
자, 도발 걸어내고
네, 여기서
니키가
큐스킬에 너무 잘 맞춰요.
자,
근데
병에
니가
니키도 있고요. 각을 허용하지 않습니다. 인사이터. 자, 이렇게 되면 마지막 한 명 또 시맨까지 잡아낼 수 있을 것 같은데요. 자, 진대동 한번 끊어주지만요. 네, 자, 결국에는 체크메이트 일스퍼 우승준이로 또다시 만납니다. 굉장히 자주 만나고 있는 이 두 팀.
근데 부산 베스가 지금 템 좋거든요.
그렇죠.
우승 이번에 막 그렇게까지 좋은 편은 아닌데.
엄청나게 포커싱이 잘 들어가지 않는
그런데
상황.
생각보다 포킹을 너무 잘 맞추고
네.
있거든요.
근데 이 정도 체력 깎아놨으면
자, 여번도 들어가고 하지만
스위치만
엠마
한번
변이.
살면 돼요.
그렇죠. 자,
안
밥석살
긁혔고요.
쇼이치로 반말살
자,
막.
하디 이스킬 안 맞았어요. 이스킬 안 맞은 거 큽니다.
자, 민 쪽으로 들어가서 카티아 못 잡, 카티아를 잡아내지를 못하면
민이 죽질 않아요.
조이치 이스킬 이것만 맞았으면 카트 그대로 잡을 수 있었던 거죠.
자, 인사이트와 제천 사이버즈의 대결. 이거 그래도 여차하면 빠져나가면 그냥 갈 수 있는데 여기서 빠져나갈 생각이 없죠. 그렇죠. 레벨 템 보면
근데 니키가 크게 돌아요. 니키 크게 돌아요. 이거 니키 찾아야 됩니다. 니키 못 찾으면 거리 주고 그대로 가요.
자, 병.
니키 뒤로 크게 돌았거든요. 이거 바닥에 때려요. 자, 가드했거든요. 자, 마이크로 피했습니다. 자, 여기서 수아가 에어본 나는 걸 레벨로 피했어요. 자, 넉백 했는데.
자, 강군 궁극기로 일단 밀어내는 판단까지 너무 좋은데요.
레볼루.
크랙도 있기 때문에 루미를 웨포?
자, 이거 날아가면 오히려 지금 타이밍 좋거든요. 자, 여기서 기회 봐야 돼요.
여기서 이거
무조건
하나
잡아야 되고
잡고
이러면
간다.
2대1 봐야 되는데 충분히 볼만하죠. 자, 그래도 칼라가 왔습니다.
군과 자, 들어가는데 엑스클루시브를 한번 빼내고 JSP가 들어가면서 한번 자, 치우드로드로 버텨봅니다.
근데
쉽지
아이템
않고
밸류 차이가
도발.
아이템 밸류 차이가 쉽지 않아요.
자,
자.
오히려 앞작사를 쓰면서 빈틈 선수를 노리고
와,
있는데요.
군과 아디나만 잘하는 게 아니라 칼라도 굉장히 높은 숙련도를 보여.
소모전을 하다 보면은 결국에는 인원수 손실이 나는 팀이 하나씩 꼭 생기거든요.
네.
그래서 거기서 저 안정피는 중요한데 자 블링크 뺐습니다. 일단은 그래도 아스트라버스 남아있죠.
다시.
여기서 이러면 스킬 다 뺐어요. 자, 이거 들어가면 하죠.
이러면 가야지. 인생
네,
안
이거
가요.
블링크까지 써줬고요.
오디세이 빈틈으로.
자,
이러면
체크메이트
잡았고요.
인사이터 또 다시 정리하고요. 지금 7킬이지만 여기서 1호는 자, 일단 조금 보도록 하겠습니다. 자, 하지만 여기는
그렇죠.
일단 다 나와요. 노스페라투, 혈색 반월, 그리고
흑련
비표까지가 다 나와 있는데 시코가 여기서 맞고
제스피 먼저 성공을 걸었어요.
이걸 그냥
양건부터 잘 썼고요. 자, 이러면은 와!
그렇죠. 살 마무리까지.
이러면요 3대2 구도 그리고 병
네.
선수의 체력도 많지 않습니다.
자,
아카츠키가 승기 잡을 것 같은데요.
칼라의 근거리 조련 들어갑니다.
자, 근데 혹시 수아니까 혹시 어려워 보이네요.
그렇죠.
예.
아이템 밸류에서도 차이가 나기 때문에 자, 이렇게 싸움이 좀 미뤄지고 있는데 이거 제시피 선수 과감한 판단 내려줬습니다. 너네가 콤보로 맞춰서 올 거야. 난 1대1로 죽여버려 하니까
그렇죠.
상대방 입장에서 뭐 할 수가 없어요.
그의
그래요.
플레이 뭡니까? 적을 찾는 피오라거든요.
자, 결국에는 이렇게 연하 선수까지 정리가 되고요. 남아있는 병 선수만 잡아낸다면 아카츠키 17킬 체크메이트 가능합니다. 자, 3대1 구도 병을 잡아내는 아카츠키 결국에는 17번째 킬과 더불어 12점의 랭크 포인트 오는데요. 자, 이쪽은 우성 유니버와 더불어 인사이터입니다.
그렇죠.
초이스가
여기가
잡히고 이쪽은 자, 연하를 잡아낼 수 있을까요? 변이 그리고 마지막
근데 좌우좌우 무빙이 너무 좋아요.
안 잡히는데요.
그래도 일단 잡기는 했습니다만.
자, 그래도 여기는 2대1 구도기 때문에 엠마가 뭘 할 수가 없습니다.
자, 그래서
그리고
여기서 이긴 거 좋은 게 또 늑대에서 운석이 나왔었기 때문에
그렇죠.
자, 사실상 오브젝트 교전에서
자,
이겼다라고
치고.
볼 수도 있고 변이 이후에 콤보
이거
좋아요.
지금
근데
또 잘못하다가
연아가 와서요. 자 일단은 뭐 그래도 아직까지 1차
이후에 킬까지 좋은데요. 하지만 이거는 좀 힘들긴 합니다.
예,
그렇죠.
그래도 잘했어요. 킬만 이제는 3명이 다 있는 상태에서 포메이션이랑 또 싸울 수 있을 것 같습니다. 리그리가 들어와서
도발을 오히려 레오나드 살짝 걸어줬었고요.
네.
자, 라쿤 선수가 안쪽으로 들어가기 힘든데 자, 그래도 잘 빠져나왔습니다. 김준 선수
서로 큰 피해는
자, 스택 쌓아놔요.
없지만요.
자, 이거 에어본 조심해야 됩니다. 빈틈
네.
들어가요.
도발 들어가고요. 여기서 변이.
하지만 에어본 타이밍에 변이 잘 걸었고요.
그렇죠.
스위치. 자, 궁극기도 잘 긁었습니다. 빈틈 살 수 있나요? 자, 빈틈은 살았고. 네,
변이.
변이 마무리.
못하게 만들었어요.
자 8번째 킬 만들어내고요. 진짜 각 보나요? 에고 이제
그리고
현재 킬이 없어서
이거
예?
위도 지금 위험한데 인사이드
다시 내려옵니다. 그렇죠. 인사이트 보고 저건 아니다 싶어서 다시 공장으로 내려.
근데 이건 안 돼요. 자, 제이시피 선수 이거 딜 세가지고 그대로 녹아버릴 수 있거든요. 한 턴만 버티면 돼. 버티질 못해요.
아카츠키 강력합니다. 결국
이거 인사이터 맞붙게 될 텐데 역시나 양건무 스킬, 마이 궁극기 이 두 개가 있기 때문에 자 이거 하나씩 빼는 게 일단 과제가 될 것이고요. 자 먼저 마이 일단 노리는데 성공은 했어요. 그래도
자,
마이였기 때문에
그렇죠,
버텼고.
자 그리고
가드, 강화 이
너무나도
두 명
강력한데
맞췄고.
인사이터 자 그리고 플레오 들어갑니다만은
와,
자 오디세이가요
이거는-
끝나지 않아요. 그래도 한 명은 자 연하는 잡아냈으니까 혹시 이거 모르고 분거가 살아있어서 모르거든요.
그렇죠. 불가 살아있는 건 몰라요.
안
이거
살아서 몰라요. 자 체크메이트
그래서 내려
들어갑니다.
찍는 거 먼저 해주고 끝까지 맞춰주면
콤보를 정말 혁신적으로 맞춰줍니다.
니키는 빼는데요. LAD 선수의 마이가 들어가게 되면요. 자 도발.
가드
자 씻고
했습니다.
들어와서 그렇죠. 자 이거 프로모션 키는 빠졌지만 자 LAD
날라가도 잡힙니다.
그렇죠.
근데 이거는 진짜
자 3대3 구도입니다. 데스파 그리고 인사이터 일단은 킬이 훨씬 많은 쪽은 인사이터고요.
자 가드 장전 바로 큐 장전 들어갈 준비하고 있었습니다만 일단
한번
바로 들어가진 않았고요. 이거 확실하게 이제 같이 맞는 각을 최대한 피하기 위해서 지금 퍼져 있는 모습이 보이거든요. 완전 뒤쪽까지 쭉 빠져 있는데 자 병 선수 들어간 거 일단 자 블링크로 한번 피했습니다. 그리고 앞쪽에 자 이거 연하 선수를 먼저 잡는데 성공을 했고 2대2 교전. 자 이러면은 이거 마이 살아 있어서 자 일단
그렇죠.
리오가 킬각 볼 수 있어요. 피하기만 하면 됩니다.
자 반말사 그리고 미네 리오.
자,
이거 니키궁 없어요. 니키궁이
그렇죠.
없기 때문에
그 사이에
확정적으로
무력하게
맞출 수 있는 건
맞아야
없습니다.
자 민 포킹 좋은데요. 포킹 좋은데요.
좋아요. 자
자.
반말사도 비벼주는 거 너무 잘하고 있습니다.
시간을 벌어보려고 계속 돌고 있지만요. 자
자.
민 선수도 이거 알고 자 다음 쪽 들어가죠.
휴식 못하게 막아야 되고요.
그렇습니다.
이거 니키 궁 돌면은 자 아직까지 마이궁이 없는데 자 서로
자
일단 중요한
체크메이트
궁극기는 다
들어와요.
돌았어요.
체크메이트 들어와요.
그렇죠. 다 궁이 돌았다고
그러면
사실상 봐야 돼요.
HP 채우고 2대2 재교전 봐야죠.
자 이러면은 인사이터에게도 기회가 생겼거든요. 자 그래서
서로 순간적인 카이팅각. 와 근데 뒤쪽까지 깔끔하게 빠져 있는 거 아주 좋습니다. 이거 마이는 한 턴 참을 수 있으니까 뒤쪽까지 쭉 빠져 있는 거고. 자 니키가 안쪽까지 들어가서 국질하는 거 절대 거래하죠.
그렇죠.
그리고
어차피
시간도 많거든요.
시간이-
자 이거 판단 좋습니다. 마이는 아직까지도 궁극기가 살아남아 있고요.
자 그래서 여기 갑자기 이렇게
근데-
터뜨려버리면 역전.
자, 근데 마이궁을
아,
못.
Hello folks, welcome back. It is time for ERM. And if you're here, congratulations. You are taking notice of the words that we said towards the end of the stream yesterday. You are here 2 hours earlier at 4 a.m. Eastern. Round of applause. Round of applause for all of you. Congratulations, you guys listened. Welcome back everybody to Eternal Return Masters Season 7 Phase number 1. We are now here for day number 5. 2 more days to go before the phase is over. My name is Shuvi Senpai. I still, yes, do exist in the basement, and alongside we is Superior once again. How did I mess up your name? What is wrong with me?
I don't know, but I'm very excited. It is going to be our last day of the elimination stage here for the knockout stages. Very excited to see which teams are going to be able to crawl their way up into the finals for tomorrow.
Yeah, for sure. This is the last knockout stage sets after all, right? After this one, it is the finals for tomorrow. That means we are almost towards the end of phase number 1. But I do know, if I remember correctly, that the ERM schedule is a little bit accelerated this time around, so it's not like it's going to be too long before phase number 2 is going to be going on.
Yeah, I think it was 2 weeks after. I'm not sure exactly what's in between. I think there's probably going to be like National League, right, is my guess. So
I don't remember.
there's definitely going to be a tournament in between, I'm pretty sure. So, keep an eye out for that on the Eternal Return website for news on more Eternal Return. And we are going to jump into our overview here. So, already done the first 4 days. We are on our 5th day here, knockout stage 5 and 6. So, it's the last 2 knockout stages for today. And prize pool is going to be the same. Point matrix is going to be the same like the previous days. Except for, obviously, the last weekend, it was a little different. So we are going to be on this new point matrix with the placement points being adjusted a tiny bit here.
Yep, just a little bit, but it's already things that we saw yesterday, so it's not anything too surprising. For those guys who are starting to come in today, maybe you missed yesterday, which is completely fine. It was a weekday after all. But if you're here now and you're seeing the scores, yes, it did change a little bit. And we'll be talking about that a little bit as we play tonight because it's things that are going to be actually affected and we're going to see it on the gameplay, right? No day 2 res is going on. We are on the current 1.45 patch, so that's going to be really cool. Although a lot of you guys, if you weren't here yesterday, you did miss the debut of Istvan in ERM.
Yeah.
So a little bit unfortunate.
There was a team that did end up playing them. I don't think they made it out, unfortunately.
Yeah,
So yeah, I don't think we're gonna see any more Savants, but who knows? Maybe one of the top 4 teams here are going to be playing it, and yeah, we're gonna be finally down to our top 4 from our group stages. They did end up getting into the top 4. It is going to be I think the 4th place teams, and then actually no, it's gonna be the 3rd place teams.
Yep.
So we actually were already in our top 4s yesterday, but yeah, it's gonna be pretty hard from here because now we're down to our top 3 from the knockout or from the group stages, and all these teams, if you look at the names here, they look pretty tough.
Yep, for sure. So let's take a look at who's actually going to be playing. The teams that were playing yesterday that made it through the knockout stage number 4, Always Incheon, Insider, Yangju Whales, and Seongnam Rocks. And oh boy, was it a rolling of a day for Always Incheon. You wonder if they're going to be able to continue that streak tonight. They're going to be playing up against Gwangju Slasher, Ignite, Gyeongnam Sparkle, and Rump Rebels. That'll be our first set of 4 games tonight. After that, we'll talk about knockout stage 6 when we actually get there.
Yeah, Always Incheon winning 6 out of 8 games yesterday. Such a dominating performance. I do wonder if they will be able to continue that streak for the knockout stages for today.
Yeah, 100%. The thing that I do want to see right now is Insider, though, the only team that is making the current miracle run all the way from knockout stage number 1. They've also been playing extremely consistent. I think they've always placed in the top 1 or top 2 placements throughout the entire course of knockout stages so far. So wouldn't be surprised if they're going to be able to do something like that again today, because after all, Team Insider is a team that did make it pretty far into Season 6. I believe they were also one of the teams that did maybe play in the season finals, maybe season semifinals, right? Day 1, somewhere around there.
Yeah. They're definitely in the finals somewhere, because I do remember the Nikkei Della comp, and it's showing, right? Once again, these teams they're not really prepared for it. They just get caught out by it, and Team Insider, they're just playing the team comp perfectly.
Yeah, for sure. It seems like a lot more improvements have gone on for Team Insider throughout the course of not just today, but throughout the entire course of phase number 1. We've even seen them targeting tanks with their composition. What a surprise. Adela can kill tanks? No wage! Oh my god. Let's go straight into game number 1, ladies and gentlemen. Let's take a look at what the character selections are going to be, as we are already starting to lock in that ye old Justina, Ragon, and Sut. We'll be locking that in, at least for the time being.
And I think we're gonna have a lot of duplicate picks here, maybe trying to get some of these characters banned out. We are gonna have Bear, Soonhee, maybe gonna be locking that Sua, so Sua might be banned again. This time gonna be knockout stage 5 here. Oh no, it looks like they are just gonna swap on over to that Emma and that Celine, maybe trying to scare these other players here. Maybe almost getting that ban.
Yeah, this is actually quite interesting, because I do recall some composition like this during the group stages. You and I were actually worried that the consistent damage is going to be a little bit of a factor, but the fact that they were able to get out of group stages in 3rd place, it works, right? So let's see how Team Ignite's composition is going to work out, because we have a very, very aggressive composition of Rump Rebels as well. Bianca, Aiden, and Sua. I'm quite interested to see how that one's going to work out, because Piet did do really good during the group stages. I do remember this, Aiden.
Yeah. And Rump Rebels, I think both of those players they usually always play that Sua Bianca, and then I think Pied is kind of that glue together for that team. So it's gonna be really up to, I think, all three of them to kind of shine on their dive potential here.
Yeah, for sure. Okay, so 4 games for knockout stage number 5, 4 games for knockout stage number 6. If any of you guys in chat see anybody later down the road asking how many games there are left today, well, there's the countdown. 8 total games today. It's the same as usual for knockout stages. Tomorrow, though, will be a little bit fun. Well, it's super. It's going to be that checkpoint format with the new checkpoint system as well. 70 points is what we are looking for with the current point matrix. It was 80 last week, but of course it didn't matter because we're playing on the current patch now. 70 is the name of the game for tomorrow, but that's besides the point. Let's talk about that tomorrow. For us right now, game number 1 is going to begin. Who is going to be the ones to take that lead?
Yeah, 15-point increase, I think, from the previous season. So definitely going to be a lot harder, but there is also a lot more kills this season for these teams to basically get throughout the game, right? The day 1 wipe prevention, you see these teams fighting over and over again, respawning in, and they're just farming kill after kill. So it's no surprise that they did end up increasing the checkpoint to breakpoints. Very interested to see, how this is going to pan out tomorrow. A 3-game series, maybe we'll, or I don't think we'll see a 3-game series, but maybe we'll see another 4-game series from one of our top teams. But that's going to be up to those teams in the finals.
Yep. Okay, so we are already starting to see some early game shenanigans going on. Yeah, I did see the cleanse from Kyungkwae, which is quite interesting. Maybe to deny Team Inside.
No, that was from Explorer.
Oh, was it from Explorer? Oh, I thought it was from... Yeah. See, that would have been weird, right? A Mai running cleanse would have been very, very strange.
Yeah, because Mai already has the exclusive, but I mean, it makes sense why he is on cleanse, because there is a lot of lockdown CC here with that Nikki. There are a couple of Nikki's in this lobby. Actually, just Insider, but... there is that Emma lockdown, and there's a lot more CC, and oh my god, it's going to be Cemetery once again, where all these teams are fighting here. It looks like the Celine's actually going to be able to get the backline. Curry's actually going to fall here. The Celine just wreaking havoc in the back. A great blink in, they're going to get some damage onto the Celine. Celine is going to fall from the Blue Viper. Can't blink out of that as you take so much damage from the distance you travel, and looks like E8 is going to be on the flank. You're going to get a lot of damage. Fauna is going to be there to follow up as well, so Sparkle is going to be able to pick up too.
Good calls from a lot of these teams, though. As soon as they realize that it's just not a fight that they're going to be able to win, instantly leaving, right? So I love the macro play so far already in Cemetery, because it's already getting chaotic. Fauna will get taken down by the laser of Justina. Sato will be able to at least trade one.
Oh my god.
But in the end, Cemetery going to be held in control by Yangju Whales. We are sitting on about 15, 16 kills right now. Let's see, 4, 4, 8, 10,
I mean
3, 15. And we by day number 1.
I mean, Whales and Rocks coming out on top with 4 apiece. I think they want more here, as looks like Team Second Rocks is going to be spawning into Hospital, and E8 going to try contesting. Does get to knock up onto Satin. Satin's probably just going to go down here. Already chunked down to 1 HP. Curry going to try getting on the back. You're going to try cutting away, and Bowser just going to fall as well. So Whales gonna pick up another 2 kills. A great start for them.
Yeah, I think one of the things that has been really, really big in trying to get this early game going. Oh,
he gets it.
Winger, nicely done. I think E8 inside a Cemetery has been such a menace in the past few games that we have actually watched Yangju Whales play.
Yeah.
Because this Irem has so many skills in comparison to everybody else in the game, right? Because in the end, she is a transformation character. I mean, she has access to more skills. The fact that E8 is just being given the leniency to rotate through that over and over again in all of these chaotic fights inside a Cemetery, the value is insane.
And Irem is able to finish their build so fast in Cemetery.
Yeah.
It is quite worrisome if you do end your build there. So Whales is just able to get online so fast, and they're just able to look for these early game team fights that these other teams aren't really prepared for. And it looks like Nizuka is going to be caught out by Rump Rebels. Rump Rebels is going to be able to pick up a nice kill for himself, and they're going to be able to grab this 4-pack here. So not a bad tempo swing for them. think they are going to look to start contesting for the next objective coming in about 30 seconds.
Today is definitely a little bit similar to what we saw yesterday. A lot of people still seem to be split, right? Majority of the teams are grouped up now. We can see always Inchan on our screen. We just saw Team Gwangju Slasher making sure that they're about to be grouped up in a couple moments here too. But it's still people getting slightly caught out by themselves. We saw that quite often yesterday, although I don't know if it's going to be at the extent that it was yesterday. I saw some people splitting in day number 2. That's crazy, but yeah, it is what it is.
I mean, usually what happens, oh, looks like Pied's gonna jump straight, or not Pied, but it's gonna be Barry jumping straight in. There is the ultimate. The jump cut is gonna be blocked out by the spell shield. Big spell shield coming out from the Suwa. A lot of damage gonna be put back in return here. Pied's getting chased down by Yon. The Suwa is gonna miss that Odyssey there, and then on the other side, Seiko is gonna get taken down. They do take out Pied, so it will be a 1-for-1 trade. Seiko for Pied there. Bear looking for some more, but it is gonna be that Nikki gonna use that berry.
Not gonna get corner checked, that's good, but the positioning from Team Insider allows them to actually be the ones on top of the Mutant Wolf Pack. So this overall is a victory, especially with that transition item coming in. It's a Meteorite. When you have 3 character with Amp, yeah, that Meteorite will go a very, very long way. Really nice control from Team Insider, and really good heads-up play to make sure they were pathing towards the Mutant Wolves.
Yeah, looks like they did end up getting the 1-up on to Team Rump Rebels there. On the other side, though, it looks like Whales found their target, but it's actually going to be Slasher going to be able to get Fauna. Fauna completely split away, is going to get focused down through the Soul Link, not able to live there. E8, fortunately, he's going to have to split off from his team there. Insider going to look for an angle here. It looks like Byung does have the parry available. Can look for this angle. Here comes the parry jump cut. Is going to connect. Spell shield is going to be applied a little late, but nothing's really going to come out of the Bianca. The Bianca is going to be able to take down the Nikki, and it is going to be a 1-for-1 trade once again. This time it's going to be the Nikki for the Aiden again.
I feel bad for
a
Pied,
huge
Odyssey. Let's see how it goes.
Engage is going to go through. Nothing's going to come out of that though.
But is this smart from Team Rump Rebels? They do not have Reign of the Vampire Queen anymore. Wako is down
buffer.
that, yep, and I think Seiko has a little bit more pressure when it comes down to it. Wako might be waiting for the Reign of the Vampire Queen call and just see what they can do with it, but it will be the Nikki to rest first. Pied is going to follow immediately suit. Who is going to be the one to hold this? Both of these teams are looking for that premature control.
Oh, there goes in.
This alpha.
Great CC immunity.
Over onto Seiko. He's getting tagged by everything right now. Young trying to save his Adela as much as possible. The checkmate is going to go through. Unfortunately, it's
another 1-for-1 trade, and this time it's the Suwas.
Yeah, both of the
going
Suwas
down.
Are gone. Did Reign of the Vampire Queen get procced? Yes, it did. So Wako, once again, down that huge ultimate to maybe lock down Seiko. They're just going to have to back away from this, and I think this is the right call. You got a couple of kills that Alpha most likely does not belong to you because the Bianca is down the ultimate, and you just got to leave, be more proactive.
Yeah, and you look at the credit counts from Insider and Rump Rebels. These two teams have just been fighting non-stop, and it looks so even. Both teams are just getting one member over and over again. They're just trading kills back and forth, but no team is getting the 1-up on the other. So looks like both teams are just gonna slowly start splitting away. Probably gonna try looking for those buy-ins. Definitely gotta get your 4-square buy-ins here, or you're gonna be behind the rest of the lobby quite substantially.
Yeah, yep. Okay, so with all of that going on around the map, we haven't been able to check around anywhere else, right? We just saw the western side of the map for the pretty much entirety of day 2. Insider and Rump Rebels, we know what they're doing, but what is going on with everybody else? Gwangju Slasher, look at the items they have already. This is night number 2, and the transitions are looking extremely solid right now, and the value is pretty high too. They got, what is that, triple 4-score and a couple Mithril plus smaller item buy-ins as well. A lot of other teams have been proactive while Rump Rebels and Insider have been fighting the entire time. Now we might actually see a really big fight as Exploit.
Where is his team?
But Green Apple also gets isolated because of that. He's going to get taken down. Fauna should also get taken down in just a moment here. Look for a trade, but it's not going to be able to find it. Honey will keep themselves alive. It is a huge victory for Team Ignite inside of Forest.
Yeah, guessing Team Slasher just decided to split. You know, sometimes you have those moments where, you know, you're completely isolated from the rest of the lobby. You really farm the zone, so you just send a random TP. I think that's probably what Exploit did, which is why he was completely split away from his team, or maybe he ended up going down somewhere or sometime earlier and then just had that console vision, maybe baiting him in, seeing a 0 in one of the zones, just decided to teleport on in there, maybe try looking for some farm. Unfortunately, gets caught, and yeah, like you said, it was Team Ignite getting the 1-up there.
Yeah, for sure. Okay. So 10 seconds to go until day number 3 is going to begin. Gangnam Sparkle. There's so many towns that start with G now. Gangnam Sparkle trying to control Cemetery. Now I don't know what they're really looking for right now.
Slasher have a good angle
here. There is a purple box around, but they also do not notice that Gwangju Slasher is around too.
Yeah,
Gangnam
they gotta
Sparkle
go.
is just gonna have to completely book it out. Although taking a little bit of poke damage themselves. Samnang Rocks also sees that the box is open, so they're just not even gonna bother with it. Be a little bit more proactive once again, because in the end, now that it's day number 3, macro plays are going to be extremely important for you to keep up with everyone else in the lobby.
Yeah, I think Slasher coming from Research Center, it's kind of hard to predict and guess where teams are going to be in that area. That's probably what happened, where Sparkles, they probably thought there was no one above them, but Team J Slasher was just there to able to take the box, and then Sparkles, unfortunately, they were forced to get out of there because they don't really want to be in that third-party situation. So a great heads-up player from them to just use the Soul Sealer to split away there, and the Magnum Rocks gonna have to back up as well because there's really not much else in that zone. So they also decide to pull away.
Minute to go until night number 3 is going to be hit. Is there anybody that is going to be safe? Oh,
Seiko.
never mind. Seiko in a little bit of
Forced
trouble.
to
He
use
is
all.
caught up by himself. If this player falls down, it's going to kind of throw a wrench in Team Insider's plans. Yana is prepping himself for the blood sample. Luckily, just with the checkmate, Seiko will be able to get themselves on out. But again, we're seeing the Sua looking for that Peacebringer very, very early on into the game. 324 credits. Now, they aren't going to be able to get it the moment it hits night number 3, but they are very well on pace for it. So Team Insider do expect a little bit more of a slower gameplay in the next maybe minute or 2 just to make sure that blood sample is up, and then after that maybe somebody gets blown up.
Yeah, I mean, we always see Team Insider, they greed for these bloods. We see a lot of teams actually do it just to have a higher cap, right? Because if you buy those gold items, you're not going to have that blood items, while these other teams, they might have those gold items on top of having that blood item as well. So it's no surprise we're gonna see. I mean, you can even see Luminal as well, saving for that blood weapon, saving for that, saving for those 500 credits, because you want to make sure you get that blood weapon. It is a huge spike having that armor pen to shred those tanks.
Yeah, Celine's doing it as well in Team Ignite. 526 credits on that Celine. Do expect that to go through. 360 for the Lennox. That's probably going to be another 4-score buy-in for that team as well. There's a minus 500. Yep, you do expect that Chaser in just a moment. They also pick up a 4-score on top of it too. This is a massive, massive night session for Team Ignite. Oh, never mind. That was Team Gangnam Sparkle that got it. So a 4-score for both of the Celine teams going on through. Still, regardless, a very huge night number 3 for multiple teams across the board right now, which means everybody else who hasn't been able to take advantage of these kind of timings, yeah, you gotta move around the map. Go, 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 go.
Yeah, you want to make sure you get them, and Luminal as well, getting that blood buy-in. It looks like he did end up getting that, so we will have that Scarlet Dagger. So a lot of these teams, they're really starting to cap out their builds here, getting those blood items, looking really strong, and trying to look to close out these games.
Cider playing a little bit slow. Their transitions are looking okay. About 100 more credits to go before the blood sample is going to come through. That's why they're trying to avoid people as much as possible. The entire north side of the map is pretty empty. Seiko is still going to be hunting regardless, and the parry gets baited out from Pied. This could actually be a go-ahead for Team Insider. They are positioning around it. I wonder if they got wind of the fact that Pied did end up using the parry.
There gets hit, and he's stripping dead here.
He didn't even use the checkmate, and that is going to be like 100% go ahead for everything being thrown at Pied.
Oh no.
He's got no parry to deny this at all. Electrostatic Surge also going to be denied, as he just doesn't have the leniency to get himself on out. Pied taken down. What a beautiful initiation from Team Insider. That is going to be the guaranteed blood sample in just a moment. The moment these guys get the rewards. There's so many items across every teams right now that every one of these rewards is going to be at least 50, 60, 70 credits worth.
Yeah, huge find from Seiko. That is what you want to see from your Adela, hitting that perfect queen on an unsuspecting Sua, because Sua should have that spell shield to block out on that stun, but unfortunately just wasn't there, or just wasn't able to react in time there. So they ended up falling there. The Nimrod's Gate is going to be placed by Anonymous, going to try forcing Team Wales off this box, and there is going to be another team in the zone. It is going to be Team Ignites, and there is Songarong. There is going to be able to push back the Kenneth, and immediately gets blown up. Team Sparkle's just able to find that perfect engage. It's always the Celine who's able to, get that blast wave, pushing the enemy into your team, and the full CC combo is there. Green Apple gonna try looking for an angle in, but a great reaction there from this lane to blink away from that burger flip. And now it's going to be Sparkles. Maybe going to try looking for an engage here, but looks like Wales, they're going to try looking to respond.
Surprised they're looking for this, because when it comes to overall poke, it's definitely in favor of killing them Sparkle, especially with Fauna not having that puppet theater anymore. They're just going to back away from this. 50 seconds to go before Wick spawns, and what is it? Research Center is also going to close, so Youngju Whale's just going to take the safe way out. Maybe make their way over towards Cemetery if they really chose to do so.
Yeah.
Lots being called in from teams across the board as well.
All 8 teams are still alive here. We're gonna go to night number 4, so it is going to get pretty chaotic here as the zones are going to be closing. There's not going to be much space for these teams to work with. It looks like Wales, they're opting not to fight Team Always Ancient in that corridor there. A huge double knockup from the cannon. Is it going to be enough though? Looks like Slashers or Sparkle is actually going to be able to pull back really nicely, but Exploit finding an angle in, going to be able to get Song around there, and that is going to be Team Slash going to be able to get a nice 1-up onto Team Sparkles. A nice 2-for-1 trade.
And Nizika gets res back too. Kwangju Slasher punching back this time around. The art of composition once again with Anonymous on this. It's very much putting pressure on some of these backline characters. The moment Nizika gets the jump on, he will rip you apart and lock you down in CC. We got X-Boy on the Fiora. It is a lit comp, my friends. Quick line going to be handled by Team Always Ancient, but the fight is going to start.
Rocks, they're in a really bad spot here. They got to go forward.
Punch their way out of this mess right now. Luckily, Yuna is going to miss out on the Don Quixote, but the
he's dead.
Control just stacks. The damage is there, and the
he almost got out.
Comes in. Saten not going to be able to make it out. Insider, they're looking for the kills. Fauna is going to be the name of the target. But the blinks are all there from Team Insider. So much invested from Youngju Whales. They're not going to be having any utilities to deal with Team Insider. 10 kills now for that teammate. Beautiful crunch in from Team Insider, and timing. Be damned, they just got it in. Another fight. Inside of Forest. Wacko, they have no timer. Down goes the Bianca Piet. Trying to salvage this as much as possible. The damage out from the Aiden is absolutely insane. The trade is there. These are the last one alive on this team, but they just don't have the utility to try killing this Kenneth. They're just going to let him go. It's a 1-for-2 trade. Kwangju Slasher in shambles as they lose down 2.
Yeah, the ultimate from the Bianca just lingering there. Ended up killing X-Boy, and that is exactly what turned the fight there. Unfortunately, Nizika gonna be forced to TP on out of there. Look at the credits. They're not gonna have any credits to call their teammates back, so just gonna have to wrap for some placement. But there's still 6 other teams alive, so I don't know how much they're gonna be able to get here. Fortunately, it is going to be Alto getting caught from Sparkles there, as Team Always Incheon is going to be able to pick up one.
Oh, Kwangju Slasher, they're planning on getting the artist self-res. Unfortunately, credit-wise, they will not be able to bring X-Boy back, at least for the time being. It's about to turn into day number 5 as well, so as long as they can get, what is that, about 100 credits, maybe to get the res onto the Fiora.
Oh,
okay, they should be back. There we go.
They're fine.
Yeah. Okay. E8 is not the type of player to just do that willy-nilly. It always scares me, though. Right? It always scares me.
Especially when you don't see it on your minimap, and then you're like, oh, you're gonna explode, but not really, because you know they did the math, so they're okay. They're okay. So Wales is gonna be back into the game. You're actually gonna get a blood as well. It's gonna go for that chaser, I think, into that IREM. So they're gonna be looking pretty strong here. Team Insider getting your buy-ins as well, but Team Always Incheon, they have that wick buff. They want to look for some kills, but you know, once you have that that wick line buff, all these other teams are just gonna slowly start pulling away from you. And Pied finds the perfect angle in a great ultimate from Pied, gonna be able to lock down that Arda, and Rebels are gonna be able to secure a nice kill.
If you get isolated and caught out like this, I don't think you're ever going to be able to get away from the Aiden right now. He has way too much crowd control. Beautiful buffer on that Don Quixote. He is going to be able to get out of that, at least for the time being. But the brute force from Team Insider is coming online. Where is Piet's HP? This guy was taking the mutant dogs while his teammates were getting taken down. That's a lot of damage over onto Bear. That's a lot of damage over onto Wacko. Piet's trying his best to rest up as fast as possible. But can he even get a useful flank against Team Insider? Wait out the Queen timer. Maybe they can get something going. Another Don Quixote being primed up and try to dodge out and everything. 6 seconds left to go.
Oh, Yona's caught now. Yona should just go down.
End up going down. It's going to be VF Dissipation.
Oh, wait.
That down.
Bear,
he just doesn't have the damage. But Bear's
gonna get him.
Of it. Oh, Seiko is trying to do what he can.
Execution bonus.
Damage to lock it in. Everything just seems to go wrong for Team Insider inside of that fight. Lana, left alive by his lonesome, will end up getting taken down as he will be abandoned by the rest of his teammates. What on earth is going on? These fights are just looking so messy all of a sudden.
Yeah, Yona just going in there a little too early and then just losing the 1v2 there, because the Bianca was there as well. Just Donkey just had to follow up with the Reign of the Vampire Queen, and that's exactly what happened. So Suo just falling so early into the fight, fortunately left the Team Insider in shambles. Seiko tried to make something happen, but the execution bonus just kept the Suo alive just a bit longer. And that's exactly what Team Rump Rebels needed. They needed a comeback, and they need some credits back, so they're gonna be able to get some items on. They should be back in this game here. Himo Jinshun. They're looking for some more here. They do have camera vision.
Oh,
they're trying to get some kills. Nizuka, unfortunately, last member of Team Slasher is just going to get caught. A huge taunt there. And that will be Team Slasher going down in 7th place. And we still have 6 teams here. We have a lot of rats. We have 2 solos and 1 duo here.
Green Apple, what are you doing to Nizuka, man? He just knocked him up in the air, fed him to the wolves. Good lordy. Yeah, according to Slasher, unfortunately, is going to fall down. I believe that's actually 2nd place, because look at the number at the very top of our screen. 6 teams alive, but 13 players to go with it. A lot of rats remaining in this lobby. As the Kenneth will fall, that is going to take 1 out. But we still have an Emma that is roaming around the map that might get taken down very soon. We have a Nikki and a duo of the IRM Marcus.
Ooh, good side step. And yeah, this is going to be Team Always in Shun. They're hunting for these rats, but the rats are just so slippery. They're just able to get away right under their thumbs here.
Oh,
and yeah, Scarlet is going to TP into Uptown, and you can see how many teams are going to be converging here. So it's going to be quite the hectic final zone. But a lot of these teams are rats as well, right? There's 2 duos and 2 solos in here, and then 2 full teams. So it's going to be up to these split teams that are probably going to be able to decide which team is going to be able to win this final zone.
The teams that are alive, though, they still have to be really careful. The number of rats that are alive, none of them are going to be fighting each other. So unless picks like this happen, they'll still have to deal with them in that temporary zone. Rump Rebels losing a little bit of time like this is actually not that great, in my opinion. Especially going up against Team Ignite, they are going to get zoned out, right? It's double melee, and then you have a hard engaged character. There's an Emma on the other team and a Celine. If the reactions are good, Rump Rebel might not have too much time to actually deal with this, so I want to see them start to make their moves now. Yangju Whale sitting on the side, 15 seconds to go for the cat. It's just going to be the waiting game. I'm kind of surprised about this. Here we go, the Marcus though.
Oh, I like this actually. They're coming for the perfect third-party angle.
5 seconds left for the IRM. They're just
Scarlet!
They can if they can get the kill.
Oh, what's going on here? E8 goes down.
It's not going to happen. Scarlet has 2 seconds left. That's going to be a kill over onto that.
Okay.
So Team
They
Rump
get
Rebels.
timer back.
Yep, it's not that bad for Team Ignite. I don't think they even invested that much.
Oh, look at Rump Rebels timer.
Green Apple sitting on 5 seconds.
Who's gonna get it?
It's not looking that great.
Oh, Green Apple is gonna come through. He's gonna hit the both back ladders.
It's gonna go over onto Ignite though. The timer is just not looking good for Team Rump Rebels, and the problem that we saw yesterday is occurring one more time.
No.
Pop, pop, pop. Rump Rebels do not understand what their TTK is, and it's just not enough time. They're all gonna pop, and Team Ignite walks away with the temp zone in Uptown.
Yeah, huge temp zone from Team Ignite there. I think they got almost 5 or 6 kills there. That is massive, and they secure themselves a 2nd place as well. This Celine is just doing so much damage, and pushing into that double mage team. Team Ignite just able to secure the zone early and get a lot of value here. Luminol is going to be able to get some damage, and is going to be able to charge up their daggers here on the Lennox. Is very patient, just waiting here, trying to find the angle in. Isn't going to be able to connect on anything, and there is the Ruthless going to be invested. And now Team Ignite should have the advantage here. There's no ultimate from that Shoichi. Team Ignite, I'll just have to get a nice reset, take this zone control, and it's going to be Team Always Engine going to have to be the ones to be forced to push in. But a huge double stun and a double spring trap from Seraphine. Luminol still not taking any chances there. Don't want to go into that Celine. Not going to engage just yet. Doesn't have the Ruthless as well. There's a blink invested from the Celine. Good reaction. Seraphine is able to burn so many cooldowns from the side of Team Ignite here. Luminol's Ruthless should be back up very shortly, and the time is just going to be ticking from Team Ignite. There's another double spring trap from Seraphine. And wait, there's a double. Oh my god, the CC chain from the Emma. That is a double polymorph. Is just way too much for Luminol to handle, and that is going to be a Team Ignite coming out on top, and that's what I've been talking about. That's how you counter Shoichi. You gotta just lock him down in CC, and that's exactly what happened.
Alright, it's time to bring back the cleanse, I guess, if you're trying to deal with Team Ignite. It's 16 kill bomber for Team Ignite. It's going to be able to handle Team Always Inchan. A nice attempt, but they're only going to walk away with 2nd place. 5 kills as well. They kind of wanted this win, but it's just not going to be their fate for game number 1. GG's to Team Ignite, as they're going to take away 26 points for game 1.
Yeah, I can't really do much about double polymorph there. Just in CC for about, I think, 2 to 3 seconds, and then the Celine 4-bomb on top, just so much AoE damage. Even the My ult, I don't think would have saved Luminol there, because Yeah, they just stacked up all together, and it was just lights out from there.
The problem with that is I don't think the My Ultimate could have even come through. We saw yesterday where Kyungkwae had some insane timing on the
think
exclusives, but what ended up
I think the
happening
mic got
this
CC'd
time,
with
yes. So
Yeah.
basically what ended up happening was with the initial bunny morph, there was nothing happening with it, but as soon as the double bunny
double
morph
change,
came
yeah,
through,
yeah.
when the
It's
Mai and
AoE.
the Shuichi came in, the Celine 4 stacked as soon as that happened, and each one of the individual bomb stacks already proc the frailty onto the Shuichi. So as soon as that double bunny morph came through, that was when all the core damage of the Celine came in. Luminal died before Kyungkwae was even able to get out of it, and I'm pretty sure he had EOD boots, so even with tenacity, it just wasn't enough.
Yeah, they just stack together, and then the double polymorph. Obviously, how Emma's polymorph works is if you do jump to your targets, there is a slight range, slight circle where people will also get polymorphed with you. So that's exactly what happened, where Emma did end up jumping in. The Maya ended up getting polymorphed as well, and then the Celine 4-bomb stack on top of that, and then the Lennox also, using their CC as well with that flay into the ultimate.
Yeah, well, yeah, it happens sometimes. That's just the pain that you're gonna have to deal with when you're playing Shuichi into something like the
Emma.
The Emma, or even the Celine as well, right? Because I think Blast Wave is also a very, very good piece of utility that you can use to push away people. Yeah. But the combo that we saw from Roggen for the timing of the Emma timings from Sunny as well. I mean, this is exactly how you deal with Always Incheon, and not a lot of teams have utility like this that you could just crowd control stack everything. So just well played overall from Team Ignite. They are once again proving to me why Emma and Celine works, despite, in my theoretical opinion, the lack of consistent and I guess more accurate damage output. They're all skill. They're all
skill ability based.
Well, yes, but skill shot based. There we go. That's what I was thinking about.
Oh, I see. Yeah, but I mean, it's all AoE, and they have a decent amount, or the AoE range is pretty big. So I could definitely see it working. We've seen Gangnam Sparkle utilize these Celine and Emma really well. Obviously, they did have an ADC instead. It was Fauna adding on to the CC layer. But Lennox is a tank, so they have a front line, and Lennox also does a lot of damage. Is one of those tanks that is able to output quite a bit of damage for herself.
Mm-hmm. Okay, so Team Ignites does work. Always Incheon, they're just running the same thing as usual. I think a lot of other teams can just do the same thing. Let's be real here. Game number 1, everybody actually did something with their comp. It's just these fights, man. I don't know what is going on, but some of these teams, it's just weird, you know what I mean? And that's the results that we are seeing right now for a lot of these teams. Ignite in first place, they're going to have a very, very solid start. 26 points, 11-point lead for that second place spot. Rump Rebels with 15, Insider 12, Yangju Whales 12, Always Incheon also 12. It's just a little bit of a, kind of games, you know what I mean?
Yeah, Sparkles with 9, Slasher with 8, and Sangnam Rocks with 4. Wow, our 4 sponsored teams in the bottom 4 here. So, these teams definitely have to maybe look and see, what they could adjust for this lobby here. Ignite just pulling away here, 26 points already, and the rest of the lobby following suit. 11-point difference already between first and second.
Mm-hmm. Okay. No bans, if I remember correctly, though, for game number 2, which means everything is still on the table. So, yeah, as I said, I'm pretty sure these teams will all just be running the same thing. After all, a majority of these guys, they know what their composition is like. I don't think we're getting to the point yet where we have rosters that have multiple compositions, or at least the same identity but just different characters incorporated, right? So we should still be seeing the same thing for the most part. Gwangju Slasher will be sticking on the Kenneth and the Fiora once again. Roggen on the Celine, Sunny on the Emma, Anger on the Lennox. Yeah, it's just very much feels like the same lobby.
Yeah, I mean, game 1 is definitely not something I would like as a player as well. It's you don't really change your team comp just because you had a bad game 1, because you could have just had an unlucky game. Maybe just got third partied, or you got put in a sandwich situation. Not really much you could do. So no surprise that a lot of these teams are sticking with their comp that they're comfortable with. And then maybe we're going to see some roster changes and some team comp swaps going into game number 3 and 4.
Mm-hmm. Alright, double Marcus is going through. Are there any other doubles? I do see double Emma. Not too surprising about that one. Double Celine. Yeah, I mean, isn't this literally the
exact
same
team
right,
comp? Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
No bans once again going into game number 3 too. So after the break, I guess it more or less comes down to which teams are still comfortable running this, right? It's the same story as we've seen pretty much across the board for knockout stages, and something that you and I always talk about when it comes to these breaks. Is it comfortable enough for you to run something like this? Have you just been unlucky, or do you just think you need to change out even your roster to try figuring something out? And for some teams yesterday, it worked out.
Yeah, game number 1 isn't a good indicator for what to swap up yet, but after game number 2, that's when you start going to the drawing board if your team is maybe on that bottom 4 end, just because maybe your roster or your team comp just isn't working in the lobby. Game 1, maybe a bad team fight, maybe an unlucky third party, or maybe just weren't able to tempo well with your team. So gonna have to see what these teams are gonna be swapping to going into game number 3 and 4. Obviously, no bans, so all these teams could be playing the same thing again going into, the next half of the stage as well.
That's a pretty common theme, surprisingly, isn't it? A lot of no-ban games, after all. For a majority of phase number 1, I actually anticipated something to be banned, especially after group stages, right? Group stages, we saw a lot of bans coming through, some very obvious things like the Mai. I think we even saw the Leon getting banned. That's not something that was way too obvious, but a lot of teams were using it. Justina, Katia banned out for multiple games for one of them as well. We're just not at that point yet. But as we finish knockout stage number 5, maybe starting knockout stage number 6, we might be able to see a little bit more of that happening. Although for Luminal, he's just not going to see the light of day, at least in day number 1. More fights. Once again, are you surprised? It's going to be the Cemetery Fiesta. Fauna not going to be able to take one, as Alto is going to be stealing that one, unfortunately, against Rawgun. That's an entire team wipe already, actually. Team Ignite just gets bombarded from multiple sides out the same coin. Satan about to get taken down. Astroburst is there, but I don't know how much longer you're going to be able to live. It's the Fiesta. 3 teams sitting around.
Oh my god, what is going on?
Justina getting taken down, Emma getting taken down. There's another one going down. There's the Marcus will go down as well.
It was 4 teams there, because Ignite already got wiped off early, and then there's 3 teams left. So it's always that cemetery, hospital zones, just such a hot zone for these teams. And the Marcus is actually going to be spawning in. Fauna going to try looking for a knockup. They do get the combo onto the Marcus. Marcus is actually going to be able to live. Looks like in a third party is here once again. It's going to be Sparkles this time. Going to be able to get both Fauna and E8, claiming 2 kills for themselves, as Green Apple's going to be forced to get on out of there to prevent the wipe. Zan, unfortunately, getting caught on the bottom side, but Belzer's going to be here getting a nice double knockup here. Great follow-up, though, but the Polymorph and the CC combo is just going to be there for Team Sparkles. Sangarang going to look for an angle back in, and it's going to be Whales all respawning back up, and they're going to try looking for an angle in. Sangarang this time is going to be caught up, but he gets a kill. He is going to go down first. Finally going to be able to use his Soul Link in time. Curry just in the back, just pelting bullets. He's going to get some of the kills as well. And this time it's going to be Fauna going down. Green Apple going to get pushed back from the carpet. Alto should be able to get this, but no, Green Apple's going to walk into the sucked up rocks. They're actually going to give the kill over. And it's going to be 2 teams. Actually going to be just 1 team. Maybe Whale is going to get wiped off here. And 7 kills from sucked up rocks, 6 kills for Whales. They're going to be very happy about that.
Alright guys, let's calm it down a little bit. I get that it's day 1, but why is it cemetery and hospital all the time? Do these people have something against it or something? I don't know. Alto trying to
it's just
get a kill, but he's not going to be able to do it for the time being. Can you pick up that? Oh, exclusive is going to be forced out. Play that pop, and he's going to die.
Dead. Yeah, I think there's just a lot of good builds to end in that zone, so that's why all these teams are grouping up together, right? Because at this level of play, you're gonna see teams slowly or having 2 zoners, making sure they pick up items for each other. And I think they also just know that, cemetery and hospital is just such a hot zone. I think they could just farm up free kills, right, in the early game, and have no worry going into the later stages of the game, already being on 5+ kills. You're already pretty happy about that.
Yeah, 100%. You can definitely tell that these teams are getting accustomed to this whole automatic team res. Nobody's really scared about falling down. Now, imagine if we were still going on into day number 2 with a lobby like this. It would have been a chaos inside of this lobby. But of course, starting from now, well, I should say starting from yesterday, it is going to be day number 2 where that's going to be cut off. And that's why a lot of these teams, I think, in my opinion, are looking to be extremely aggressive early on. I already talked about E8 having a lot of versatility in some of these fights just due to the number of skills that he has, but a lot of other teams are just pairing things up really nicely. Let's see how this fight specifically goes, because Centipede getting taken dangerously low at the start.
Curry does get it.
Luminal. There's the Fog Club. Oh my god. He's going to be able to get the knockdown onto that Katia. He still has daggers all over the place too, but there's a third party coming in from the backside. Bells are gonna get taken down. Kyonkwe will also get wiped as, yeah, it's just not a fun time. Satan about to get taken down as well. He's just trying himself to get away as best as possible, but this is still a free tree of like 15. Sider really wants to go for that instead.
Yeah, Satan actually gonna get a lot of damage. Good juke outs there from the Suwa. Gonna get a lot of damage back with Fauna or Yona gonna get that movement speed from that side from Maelstrom, but Satan is able to play the kiting game very nicely here, able to get so much damage. Luminal gonna find Fauna once again, but this time Fauna gonna have that Soul Link available. It's gonna get a lot of AoE damage and is gonna be able to get Luminal, and always Incheon, they're gonna get wiped, but Mai was still in that respawn timer, so it looks like they're going to be okay. Rasan actually winning the 1v1 into the Suwa here, actually able to kite and dodge out on so many skill shots, and is going to be able to get a nice kill for Team Sagnum Rocks.
Satan was the one to make some of these incredible plays up against Suwas yesterday too, right? Satan still continuing that streak, being in a little bit of trouble up against some members of Ignite, but he will just take the White Lily on out of there. Seiko in the very tight corridor, he is not going to have the Queen ready just for that combo, but they do get a wipe over onto Anger. They don't have enough. And the guard reverse
should go down here.
Wrong direction. He has the bleed. The guard reverse coming out again.
Oh, he lives. Oh, and they turn.
A full combo from the Adela. What a beautiful, beautiful bait from Young. They will be able to pick up 2 for 0. Over in the police station though, another fight is Yangju Wales and Rum Rebels looking to fight. That is a very, very deep in a Chloe, and a double stack over onto the Sanguine Javelin will knock down 2 of Yangju Wales. There's the lockdown from the Sanguine Javelin again. I think Green Apple has his days numbered. He's surrounded by the members of Rum Rebels. He is not going to live the 17 to 15 seconds his teammates need. And down goes Yangju Wales. 9 kills. The Fiesta in Cemetery will lead them straight to their graves. Up on the top side of the screen as Yangju Wales will lay their graves inside of Alley and Police Station.
9 kills, but unfortunately they go down in Ignite. Also did end up going down early.
Oh no.
So we're gonna have a completely new or a huge point shift here going into game number 3 as our first place team going down with only 2 kills. Wales only going down in 7th with 9. So a lot of points gonna be open for these teams to claim here.
Yeah, what actually ended up happening in Ignite? Because I know they were having a Fiesta inside of a hospital, but I could have sworn one of them was still alive. Maybe they got caught out or something. I'm not entirely sure, but that's, yeah, again, as you mentioned, it's gonna suck for Team Ignite. Not that many kills.
Yeah, I think they just got third party because the Celine did up getting away, but maybe they just ran into another team, right? So is probably what happened. So just unfortunate for Team 8. Yeah, there's really not much you could do when you just run into, you know, another team. As a Celine, you don't really have that escape, and that's probably it. That's probably what happened.
Yeah. As a Celine of all things as well, there's a lot of good chasing characters that we've seen so far in ERM. I think, funny enough, Team Ignite's comp, save for the Emma, is one of the least escapable composite. Well, not escapable because that makes it seem like you're the ones running away from it, but it's one of the team composition that has the most tough time running away from things, especially if it's not the Emma that's the ones running away, right? Everybody else, on the other hand, has a decent amount of escape tools. Like, look at Team Rump Rebels. You got the Suwa, you got the Aiden. It's pretty good. Always into, and you got Xenophine. This guy's been running amok with those hops all over the place, giving his teammates movement speed. So it's been a pretty common theme for these teams to be able to stay alive. Ignite, on the other hand, if they struggle through the early game like we saw and then gets caught out again, yeah, there's a high possibility this team will wipe.
Yeah, I mean, there's really not much you could do, right? The Emma has the escape, but the Lennox and the Celine, they don't really have the tools to get on out. So it's gonna be the Emma gonna be the one that has to get on out when they lose a team fight. But if Emma dies first, there's really not much Team Ignite can really do.
So much risk. All right, how much risk are these two teams willing to take? Songnam Rocks looking to fight it out up against Team Always Incheon. That's a lot of good damage over onto the Marcus. Down he goes, but the Ruthless is actually invested. Not entirely sure how much he needed it on that front, but they're still looking for the chase. Curry already using the backstep as well as the electric shift. You can see Xenophine is on the hunt. He wants this kill bad right now, but the movement is still there. Curry, can he use the White Lily to get himself on out? Yes, he can. Going inside of the chapel building, that's going to deny the initiation again from Always Incheon. Will keep himself alive now, just needs to wait for Green Apple to come back.
It is going to be that day 3 swap here, so that means minus 200s for these teams. Here comes the Rain of Vampire Queen. It's actually going to get pushed in, but Bianca's going to get chunked down to 1 HP here. Are we gonna have any damage in return? Wako is gonna be completely caught out. Alto trying to go forward with that reloading bullet. Not gonna be able to find anything. And the Meteor is just gonna go to the side of Team Gangnam Sparkles.
Never punished. I actually would thought that that blast sweep would have gotten them entirely killed because it actually pulled the Bianca in. It didn't really reposition the Celine enough to get out. But because everybody on the side of Gangnam Sparkle was so split apart, Wako just didn't have one target he was able to focus down. It allowed a majority of people to get out of the Reign of the Vampire Queen. Luckily enough though, Rump Rebels and nobody falling down. I think that's a really big one, especially at this stage in the game with their credit count as it is. But they do end up losing out on the meteorite. I think the minus potential 400 on the objective and the res, they'll take just the minus 200 for the meteorite.
Yeah, Salem Rock's not really looking too strong here. They only got those 444 scores with an extra item here. I don't know if Team Rump Rebels wants to take this fight, but I think they're still on cooldowns from a little earlier. You could see the electrostatic surge still on cooldown from that 8. I think the Blinks was invested as well. The Bianca not having that Blink available, so probably opting not to take the fight. And you can see Slasher, oh my god, they're already sitting on, it looks like 13 gold items here, looking for the engage. Are they going to be able to find Setafeet? Exploit finds angle back here. Is he going to be able to get the full combo? Is going to land the stun, but Luminol is going to be able to get the trade here. Now it's going to come down to a 2v2. Luminol finds angle back, but Arda is going to be able to jump away with that Nimrod's Gate. And now it's going to be Nizuka in the 1v2 here. Can you look for an angle in? Is going to be able to get some damage back. And it looks like it's just going to be a 1-for-1 trade between Team Always Incha and Team Slasher. Team Slasher will be happy about that because they're already sitting well on their ways to getting fully kitted out here. So minus 200 is not going to set them back too far here. Here's ultimate coming out from the Justina. Scarlet is, oh my god, Team
so far in.
Yeah, Team Sparkle is just able to play the triple backline so well. It's able to all kite back, deal so much damage in return. Belzer is just barely able to escape there, but again, I think that comes down to the item diff. You could see Sangnam Rocks not really having too many items to their name.
Something that I did notice though with the new Gangnam Sparkle roster is that they don't really proactively look for fights. They're just really good at receiving them, right? In both of the fights that we've seen so far where they were the ones getting initiated on, all 3 of them scatter to the point where it's just so hard to lock down each one of these players. And even if you do, right, there's 2 other big damage threats that you're going to have to deal with. But I haven't really seen them being as proactive, searching for these picks like when they used to have Fauna on their team. And of course, without the Chloe, you're not going to have the leniency to do that. You have a, a Jenny instead, and it's not like it's Shinonome's Jenny either, the one where everybody just goes psycho, decides to blink on it, red carpet everybody in. It's not that. But the way that they're playing right now, it's so safe. I love the way that new, Gangnam Sparkle is playing at the moment. They're still sitting on 7 kills.
Yeah, Insider looking for Team Rump Rebels. Rump Rebels just going to completely book it there as I think they saw the items of Team Insider. They're already sitting on that blood weapon. I think they're looking really strong. So just going to back on out of their Team Sparkles though. Probably going to walk in to Team Rump Rebels here. Might have a fight on hand, but Team Rump Rebels just going to back away as well.
It's night number 3. No need to get really antsy about any of these kills right now. Majority of these teams, well, not a majority of them, but a couple of them looking for some of these huge buys in just a moment too. Look at Gangnam Rocks' credits. We got Gangnam Sparkle credits. We're looking for 4 scores. We're looking for blood samples in a few moments too. They're just waiting on those huge damage spikes to come online. That's why there's no need to get antsy right now. Just wait for these timings, get those items, and then you can start fighting.
Yeah, Rox is still so far behind there. They did get another 4 score onto Saturn. It is going to be that Inquisitor, so gonna have a lot of damage here. They're actually going to kite into Forest, but look at the top side. Rump Rebels is going to walk in as well. Team at Sangnam Rocks might be put in a hard in a rough spot here, but it looks like they're actually just going to walk over to Uptown, as Uptown is also reopening, so probably going to grab the farm here and look maybe for an answer. Slasher coming into the fray as well. Are they just going to send it here? I think they should see a lot of pings with those vision plants that are being used, so just gonna back on out of there.
Gangnam Rocks on the bottom side of the map should have control of this, but Always Incheon wants to fight it out. Scarlet Dagger online for Luminal. This is actually not something we've seen too often on Team Always Incheon. I saw a majority of the games yesterday where he was actually just sitting on the Eclipse, so this is a heavy investment over towards the Shuichi in comparison to what we've seen before for Team Always Incheon. It's working out, but with the teams that are still remaining, I think there's gonna be a little bit of problems for Always Incheon. They still have to deal with Gangnam Sparkle's composition. They still have to deal with Insider's composition, although I say that, but the track record against Insider from yesterday was like pretty good, so
they've been clearing them, but you know, it is a new day, so maybe Always Incheon isn't in their full form for today, and Team Insider, they're looking pretty good. Looks like Byung is going to look for an angle in. Great juke back. Not going to get hit by that explosive shot from that Justina. You could look at the items. Team Sagnum Rocks. Look at the credit counts. They're just looking for anywhere to buy items. They need to get their items online. Just not looking good here. Maybe I think they're gonna try buying up in school here, but Team Rump Rebels, they're gonna be in the zone as well, and they're probably gonna be contested.
It's not going to be as free as people want it to be. 3 out of the 4 zones for these labs have already been taken out. I think that's just a mutant one remaining. I think that's the 3rd one that's left. So if anyone is able to find one more key code, that's gonna be pretty nice.
Oh, they're gonna go though!
Into everything, but the reactions are really good.
Wait,
from
they're
Tyrone
fine.
Sparkles. Belzer is actually the one that ends up
Look at
taking
the
more
damage.
punishment in comparison to everyone else. Satan about to get chunked out, and yes, he does.
Oh, they're gonna walk out of
but
gas.
no
They're gonna walk out of gas.
deaths going through. Kyungnam Sparkles, a beautiful response.
Yeah, Rump Rebels should see all of that because they do have the cans in force, and
They're
they're gonna cut off Team Sagnum Rocks there. I don't think they realized, and are they gonna find any angles? I don't think they have timer to go back in. They just have to rest and look for an angle. Satin is gonna get caught first. He's gonna go down. Did they have timer to get to TP on out? I'm not sure. I think they should be fine. I think they can TP out. I'm actually not too sure. Oh no, it looks like DeMarcus is gonna go down as well. I think Curry did end up getting out, which is barely. Who actually got the wick line here? I don't see the wick buff. I think it was probably in Cemetery, so looks like Team Always Incheon is gonna look for an angle to fight Team Insider. Oh, you can see the items on Team Insider looking really, really strong.
Yeah, they still have PTSD from yesterday, though. No matter how good their items are, Always Incheon is just not a team they're willing to fight at all, especially with Seiko already using that queen on towards Kyungkwae. Yeah, they're just getting themselves on out of here. I could have sworn I saw something like this yesterday, where even though they had better items up against Team Always Incheon, they
these
did
items.
not want to risk it. This is not good. Seraphine is on the hunt. He gets a double stun. Owen brings back Belzer. He is just so isolated. They just called him back, man. Let him live
they didn't
for
get
a
the
split
boxy
second.
there.
Satan will also get taken down. Luminal just finds that target taken down immediately on top of it. 2 members. No, Belzer still alive for some
Oh, yeah, that should go down
about to go down. Dissipation is there. Piet. Oh, he actually gets out. The electrostatic surge timing was really good. Wako, though, he's isolated against the Fiora. Gets tagged up by the Fenty. Piet will eventually get taken down. Not that much timer on Wako. It is cooked.
Yeah, you can't run away from that aura. The Nimrod's Gate are just gonna come over and over and over again, and it's just gonna slowly close the distance. And Slasher, they're gonna be able to get 2 kills from Team Rump Rebels. Unfortunately, Sua gonna be forced to teleport on in. And it's gonna be right into the hands of Team Insider. But they are gonna be able to use a Don Quixote, and oh no, they're gonna Don Quixote right into Team Always Incheon. Luminal gonna be able to clean that up, and Team Always Incheon gonna be able to pick that up. So nice kill going to the side of Team Always Incheon, and unfortunately Team Rump Rebels going down in 6th place. Only 5 kills.
Ooh, okay, let's calm down a little bit for these teams, shall we? You guys are really starting to fight in locations where now these zones are starting to close. We got Hospital, Cemetery, and Chapel. Those are not that big of zones that we're gonna have. So the amount of space that you're gonna have is limited. Start playing around vision, play a little bit more safe, make sure you know what you're getting into before, and also I should say, make sure you have your escape route planned out, because the moment you turn around, that's exactly what's going to happen. Rump Rebels found a team. They lost. They ran away. Found another team. They ran away from that and found another team. So really brutal.
And Always Incheon, they're here. They're here to hunt the rats once again. Belzer, unfortunately, going to be forced in a hard spot. Now, Insider does end up seeing them, and I don't think they're going to check the bush, and they're going to get punished for it.
They're waiting for Seiko.
Oh, wait, they're waiting. They're gonna pull the trigger here. Oh no, we're gonna go on to the other side, as it is going to be both teams, Sparkles and Slasher.
Oh, they found them.
Gonna be able to get it on out of there. Oh wow, I'm surprised Always Incheon didn't pull the trigger onto the Suo or the Nikki there. They actually just decided to let them go.
But this does open up opportunities, at least on the south side, because there's a lot of teams up on the north.
Oh,
Belzer, he walked by himself.
Wait, can he get one?
Sparkles. Maybe the
my god, he can't move.
Maybe the play that is not going to even happen. Alto, he does get into this play that popped though. Seiko standing around the corner. The Night Fork is not gonna land. It is an absolute fiesta inside his cemetery. We are back, ladies and gentlemen.
Seiko's stuck. He's
Sparkle
stuck.
just gets taken out. Uses a cast link to get himself on out of there. I love that premature blink. Right.
They're
and
going.
now the Fiora is hunting. They
X-Boy
found
should find
her. She heard the footsteps. Seiko is just caught out. He's got no timer. I think he's just gonna get corralled. How do you get out of here? X-Boy is opting to actually hyperloop out. Wow, that's a big breath of relief for Team Insider.
Oh my god, Yona is just barely able to blink on out of there as well, able to get the safety here. The Anonymous is going to try getting some damage in.
This
Try locking them down. Sua's going to be caught out here. Nizuka actually going to jump on in. Can they lock down the Sua? Seiko does have the full ultimate. This is a full combo going to go on the Kenneth, but the damage, the burst damage is way too much from the Kenneth and the Fiora, but Seiko does end up getting Arda. Can they get the body here? Maybe deny Team Slasher any chances of winning, but no, it looks like Seiko's gonna be forced to back away. X-Boy gonna try looking for an angle in. And it's gonna be Slasher getting a nice 2-for-1 onto the side. Actually, well, it was a 2-for-1, but looks like Anonymous is gonna be rezzed up as well, so nice kills over to the side of Team Slasher.
Look where Lumi is. Look at where. Oh no! They just barely missed the timing for it. Maybe the res onto the Sua. Oh, actually, they didn't even have credit for it. A little bit unlucky. But what a great call from Nizuka, right? Because as soon as they realized that Seiko was way too far away from the fight, I think he just made the executive call. There is no way I think the Sua and the Nikki this late into a game is going to be able to just 1v2 a Kenneth, or at least like immediately burst him down.
Yeah, they.
Right?
Yeah. They tried bursting him down, but the Kenneth has, you know, those tank items, has that damage reduction as well from the W. And then also, having that Burgundy, and then also having the damage shard as well. I think it's probably what kept him alive for enough time to, you know, let his team follow up there. So yeah, Nizuka just able to disrupt the side of Team Insider for so long, and then X-Boy, perfect follow-up there. Perfect targeting as well. Definitely have to kill, you know, the Drain Tank. Kill Sua first, and then it's lights out for Team Insider.
Yeah, if only the Arda actually was secured. Maybe there was some kind of trade that could have happened, but in the end, it was temp zone time anyway, so Arda would have come back regardless, one way or another. We are back to our final zone. This time around, always Incheon once again making their showing, this time trying to turn their fates around. It should be a little bit easier, though. The amount of crowd control is just kind of limited to the Arda. I think the Kenneth is going to be a little bit manageable. So this will be, in my opinion, slightly easier.
I think it's up to Nizuka if he could hit a nice Flame Crusher here, or, you know, getting some nice knockups. They have to get some good targeting here. But Luminol, I've seen him win these. As long as he doesn't get locked up by the side of Team Slasher, it's going to be really hard for them to even kill Luminol as well, because he has so many dashes. If he can find an angle here and try killing maybe Anonymous or even X-Boy, because X-Boy is on that Rapier. There is angle in. They're actually going to focus Seraphine. Seraphine's going to get chunked down to 1 HP, and they are going to be able to kill him. No, Seraphine lives for so long, and Luma's going to be able to get so much damage back in. Nizuka does end up finding it. Luma, unfortunately, missing the daggers, and he doesn't really have any juice left in the tank. And now a great cancel there from Anonymous, and now it's just up to Team Slasher. Just rest up, reset here, and just finish off Luminol. Luminol does try jumping back in, but a huge dice there from Anonymous, just reading Luminol like a book. And that is going to be Team Slasher coming out on top. So well played by Slasher there.
Well played. 14 kills for Gwangju Slasher. Lumino will be denied once again. Unfortunately, if I remember correctly, Nizuka ended up dodging one of Shoichi's E's and then actually threw off his rhythm and getting those dagger rotations over. So, yeah, well played from Gwangju Slashers. We'll be able to secure themselves a victory before we go on into our break. But for Team Always Incheon, they're still playing consistent, right? The amount of team kills they have might not be the greatest, but that's 2 games in a row they're able to secure that second place placement points. That's 14 points alone. So definitely not a bad result here for Team Always Incheon. I do still want to see Luminol on that Shoichi. There's like just tiny things in some of these late game fights that are not going in favor of the Shoichi right now. That is definitely pulling the favor towards the other team. Last game, it was crowd control. This game, it was just the Kenneth kits.
Yeah. The Kenneth is just able to disrupt the fight so much. They're able to lock on the Lenny, and once the Lenny is gone, there's not that much sustain. And it was really, really nicely played by Slasher. As soon as he got the Lenny, all of them pulled away. They just let the Arda cancel the reses with those Nimrod's gates, let the Fiora rest back up, and then, you know, you're fighting a 2v3, it's going to be a lot easier. And yeah, it was just really, really nicely played from Team Slasher there. And I just want to talk as well. I think, unfortunately, Lumino missing his dagger dash backwards. Right, if you don't hit that dagger, you are basically stuck because you don't have that reset to go in and to look for an angle. And because it was dodged out by the side of Team Slasher, Doomnall was just in a really awkward position to try to, you know, get some more resets, try to get some daggers back, but yeah, it basically just wasn't enough.
Really good reactions, I think, from Anonymous as well at the initial start, because I don't know if you saw it or if anyone saw it, but at the bottom left corner, right around that fence, Lumina was actually able to initially get a jump on over to the Arda, but the blink timing was really good because Lumina was actually stuck in his E animation, and as the dagger was falling down, Anonymous just got out of the dash range, so Luminal couldn't really follow through on the blink. Really unfortunate, because if that kill came onto Anonymous, I think that would have genuinely sealed the deal from the fight.
100%. Yeah.
Because the Arda was still alive, there was way too much crowd control. You saw the Nimrod gate stacking to prevent the res from going through. The initial beginning to that fight just, again, did not work out in Shoichi's favor. It's all good, though. It will happen as you are playing the Shoichi is one of the reasons why he's so difficult, but at least for Luminal, he's able to kind of control the misfortunes that can happen on that character. So, yeah, let's see where we're at. Despite the fact that they've lost 2 final zones and the low amount of team kills, we can still see Always Incheon holding that 4th place spot. It's going to be in tie with Team Insider, just 2 points below Team Ignite in 2nd place, and 6 points below Gwangju Slasher. So once again, we're going back to that whole idea around how consistency can still save your gameplay.
Yeah, it's not too bad for Team Always Incheon because they did end up getting 2 second places. They did end up getting 2nd place again. And you can see, you know, the point difference between Always Incheon and Team Wales. That's just from placement points alone. You can see they have 5 less kills from Wales as well. So consistency definitely matters a lot more than, you know, farming up the lobby, farming up kills. So not too bad for Team Always Incheon. And yeah, I'm very excited to see what's going to swap up here because the points are really close for this knockout stage.
Yeah, absolutely. But ladies and gentlemen, you guys know what time it is. It was an even number of games that we watched, so we're going to be going to a break to give some moment to recuperate and figure out what's going on from now on. So hope you guys have a great break. Grab some water, go grab a snack, go take a stretch. We'll see you guys back here for the latter half of knockout stage number 5.
Take care, take care.
You're ready to get in the game now. The last thing you want is to wait. WD Black, performance storage, purpose-built for gaming. SSD speed that obliterates load times. Performance to transform your game. Expanded capacity to store more. Customizable RGB. WD Black. Because the game never waits. WD Black. Drive your game.
치워야 할 쓰레기가 많이 보이는군요. 당신이 누구든 상관없습니다. 생명의 가치는 모두 같아요. 죽으면 똑같은 시체일 뿐. 그럼 저승에서 뵙겠습니다. 더블L VIP 서비스 시작하겠습니다. 도망칠 곳은 없습니다. 저도 당신도. 주어진 운명에 발버둥칠 뿐이죠. 사신이 당신에게 찾아올 때까지. 의뢰는 반드시 완수합니다.
선택에 상응하는 결과를 정밀하게 변수를 사용하지. 깨달은 이상 결과는 고정될 뿐이야. 오차는 없어. 모든 인생의 종착점이지. 형편없군. 결과를 안다고 미래가 바뀌는 건 아니다. 당신은 이 실험에 대해 얼마나 알고 있을까? 내가 말해줄 수 있는 건 우린 머지않아 전부 소멸한다는 사실이지. 내가 보았던 미래는 진실일까? 그쪽은 멸망 속에서 살아남을 준비가 됐을지 모르겠고. 그럼 실험을 시작하지. 당신의 미래에는 유감이 필요하지. 새로운 시대의 문을 여는 단 하나의 열쇠를 찾기 위해서. 연사는 끝났어. 이미 관측된 결과는 바뀌지 않아. 실험은 끝내지. 절망의 끝에선 폰에게 모든 영광을.
내 검에 흔들림은 없다. 그림자 속에 진짜가 숨어있는 법이다. 찔러주지! 더 정교하고 더 빠르게. 거기까지! 피하지 않아. 훈련하고 앞으로 나아간다. 시작된 이상 봐주지 않아.
하게 되겠죠. 자, 노도널 그리고 에루키합니다.
자, 여기서 한 번 더 싸움을 보고 있는데 요거 일단 싸움 스타트 자체는 나쁘진 않지만 이게 이 안에다가 윌리엄까지 있어서 파괴를.
Hello everybody, it's me, I'm Worm. Right to the right is Superior. We're back. Welcome back from the break. I would love you guys if you were a Worm for all the wrong reasons. Yep. Let's get into game number 3.
Yeah, I mean, I'm very excited going into game number 3 here. We might see some changes because some of these teams, unfortunately, just haven't been performing too well, and yeah, they need to get into that top 4 spot to make sure they get to knockout stage number 6.
Yep, indeed. Okay. It's going to be one extra step forward, but you do have to realize that Super, for a majority of these teams, well, for every team that is actually in this lobby, they're at least guaranteed some circuit points. So that's going to be something that we talked about yesterday that will be a factor for all of these players. Congratulations on getting to top, was that 12, I think, now, right?
Yeah.
No, this is top 16. Sorry. Top 16. So congratulations on being part of the top 16. You do get your circuit points. Now, it might not be much, but we saw some teams, I think it was last season actually, where either going into day number 1 or being sent over into the LCQ brackets was off by like 10 points. It was really minute at certain points. So whatever points you can grab in phase number 1, it'll definitely help you in the long run.
100%, and definitely want to try getting as many placements as possible here, because the higher they go, the more circuit points they will end up securing for themselves.
Yep. So
and also prizing too.
Yes, indeed. That's the thing that a lot of these teams are still looking for, right? Regardless of the circuit points, you're still looking for prizing after all. So yeah, really hope that we're going to be able to see some really good performance for games 3 and 4. Now, I don't still know if any teams has to really substitute players out, but there are definitely a couple that are seeming to struggle a little bit in some of these fights. So let's see what we have on our hands here. Team Songnam Rocks is just going to completely flip their composition around and go back to one of their original team compositions just to see how it works, right? It's game number 3. It's a good time to bring something like this out to test the waters. If this works out, we'll play it in game number 4. If it doesn't, maybe we'll just go back to what we played before.
Yeah, and looks like all the other teams are actually going to just stick with what they are comfortable with here, as yeah, everyone just going to be playing the exact same team comp with no changes, no bans. We're going to have another basically duplicate game on our hand, with Songnam Rocks going to be on that Yuki, Rio, and Hyejin, and we've seen them play this comp, you know, time and time again. It's definitely a comp that does end up working, but the meta has been shifting around, so we're gonna have to see how it does pair up into these other team comps.
Yep. Oh, everybody else looking the exact same? Yeah, the only real change is going to be that Songnam Rocks comp. So that means, once again, we have no bans.
Yeah.
How long is this going to go?
I'm surprised as well, because we are getting, you know, into the later knockout stages. So, you know, a meta usually pops up, and a meta usually is defined. But I think into maybe the later stages or even the finals, I think that's probably where we're going to see, you know, maybe the Yusinus bans, the Kadia bans, if those teams are still going to be playing those characters despite the changes in the most recent patch.
All right, guys. 2 more games left for knockout stage number 5. After these 2 games, 4 teams. I apologize. I was thinking knockout stage 5. 4 teams will move on, and 4 teams will be eliminated. Here we go. 1 out of the 2 to decide 4 of these teams' fates. Well, I should say all of these teams' fates, but 4 of these teams' fates on the end of their phase 1 run. All the other 4 will continue to move on into the next set of 4. We'll be watching for knockout stage number 6, and from there, top 4 moves on into the final. We're getting to the end game of phase number 1.
Yeah, just 6 more games for today, and then we will just go into that checkpoint finals. Remember, it's going to be 70 points. Very excited to watch and to see which teams do end up making it there, because we do have 4 teams already waiting for another 4 for the Sunday match.
Alright, Cemetery. E8's already in here. He's got his items going. 4 items already crafted.
IREM just finishes. Yeah, IREM just finishes the build here so fast. You can see. I mean, you can also see Chloe already almost done their build as well. X-Boy gonna try getting a lot of damage here. Are they gonna be able to get the last ultimate? No, it looks like Luminal is actually gonna be able to jump behind them here. Luminal is gonna get locked up by the Flame Crush though. I think Luminal will go down, but there is the ultimate, and it looks like he will be able to trade a 1-for-1. Luminal and X-Boy both go down together. He's gonna get focused down now. I don't think the Kenneth can live here, but he's gonna get the heal off the body, as both team members are gonna spawn in at the exact same time. That's gonna influence the fight. It's gonna be Seraphine going down first. X-Boy is gonna be able to get a nice kill. Are we gonna be able to get the stun or the con? No, unfortunately. Mai is not gonna be able to hit it. Luminal trying for an angle back in, but having no Rootless, there's just no damage on the side of the Shoichi. Looks like Seraphine is going to be able to respawn, and then going to be able to get Nizuka there. Now we're going to go down to a 2v2. Seraphine trying to get away there. X-Boy, are they able to get it? Good jukes, good side steps from Seraphine. Luminal is going to spawn back again, and it looks like X-Boy is going to fall once again. Is Haram is going to look for anything else? No, it looks like the side of Team Slasher are just going to back away.
Oh my god. Alright, here we go. Even more fights going on. This time in Cemetery. Are you surprised? Are you not entertained at this point? 1-for-1 trade again for these teams. There's Piet about to fall down. Can Sunny get it? No, as the backstep's going to come through. And the parry!
Oh my god!
Piet, you are an absolute monster, my friend. Anger, the last one alive on this team. They're not going to be able to 1v1 the Zua. And it's a team wipe. Pied, what a beautiful play.
Parrying into the Emma there, getting that parry kill. I don't remember the last time I've seen one of those. You're not unfortunately getting focused by the side of Team Sparkle there. able to take so much punishment, able to live as well. And EA's just going to be able to jump in onto the fray. Playdead is going to be procced on the side of Team Sparkle. And now it looks like the side of Team Sparkle is going to get third party. Rumble is going to be in, going to get a perfect random Vampire Queen, get him to lock up E8. And Fauna and Green Apple are both going to fall as well. Bear and Walko are going to be able to lock up the side of Team Wales. So Wales going to be on that wipe respawn timer there. Another third party, this time is going to be Sparkles joining the fray here. Pied going to try to look for an angle in. Does get a perfect parry onto the Polymorph, but taking so much damage. Alto trying to look for an angle back in. Going to try getting Walko there. Should be able to pick them up. And Bear hits a perfect Don Quixote, but going to die to Alto. And now it's going to be X-Boy Slasher. Going to be the one to clean everything up. Insider here as well. Both teams are going to die. And wait a second. Wales is back. And Insider. Mineki is going to fall to Fauna.
Alright, then when you're on, if this is the image that you were imagining when you decided to come up with this kind of mechanic, well, you got yourself what you wanted. Cemetery, hospital, literally you name any location on the eastern side of the map, you're gonna see fiestas going on.
Look at the X's on the map.
What
You can
is
see
this?
how many deaths are in there. I think there's probably about 20 in Cemetery, and looks like Team Sparkles was able to get Rump Rebels on 11 kills on night number 1. Oh my god.
Did we have a team?
Look at the X's. Look at the mini map. You can see, look at all these X's.
What the hell? Are those deaths, or is it like, did somebody paint on the canvas or something? What's going on here? That's not a mini map. That is an actual background for an art or something. Here we go. Even more fights going on. This is going to be a fight for the Tree of Life. Izuka taken down to about half HP. This is an early game Arta. It's a level 1 unleashed power. That cooldown is going to be quite long. That's why you can see the positioning from Kwangju Slashers. They're not really interested in taking this. It's still way too early for the Arta to be able to effectively put Izuka in and out. Cooldown rotation is just not going to be in their favor. Always into know, looking for that Tree of Life. Saten getting positioning up against Luminol. Does end up pulling back in that Shoichi. He has one mark on him, but everybody from Team Always Inchan trying to get themselves on out. I think Kyungkwei has the Tree of Life, so he's trying to get himself out of there too. Curry completely locked in the corner. He denies Green Apple from getting the burger flip, but it just does not matter. The Rio will get taken down, and Sungnam Rocks not getting anything.
I don't know the angle there you need for Curry to jump that wall, but unfortunately he didn't hit it. But I don't think he was going to be able to get away anyways. Looks like Curry will be the one to fall. It is going to be Team Wales going to be able to pick that kill up. But I think it was Team Always Inchan the ones being able to pick up that Tree of Life.
I think it was too, right? Yeah, there it is.
We do have the elf dress on
so,
Cenevine, yeah.
Yeah, pretty decent start to day number 1. They didn't even lose any members for that either, despite that there being that many teams. That's not going to be a leisure some of these teams are going to be able to enjoy, as we see 2 members falling down. Celine goes down from Team Gyeongnam Sparkles. Hongwanam will fall. Anonymous for Kwangju Slasher is going to fall down as well. Setting up the dagger, and as soon as everyone sees that dagger, everybody from
you gotta pull away from that. You gotta pull away. The daggers are too deadly, and the range, it just extends Shoichi's range as well. Like you just have to respect that, and that's exactly what Team Sangnam Rocks did. They're playing that double backline with only Dayuki there to peel for them. They're gonna be able to get the 4-square buy-ins now. You can see all these other teams as well. Probably gonna start going to these kiosks to get these 4-score swings. Fortune Team Gangland Sparkles, they don't really have that many credits to their name, as these other teams are gonna start getting their 4-score buys.
Ooh boy, this is not gonna help him either. X-Boy, he's just gonna use the immediate jump on in, gets the kill, and just wipes him out. Oh boy, it's not looking that fun for Team Gyeongnam Sparkle. They have 4 kills, it's not that bad, but it's just not able to keep up with the pace of the entire lobby. They're going to be behind on transitions and timing for the most part. Their 4-score buys are going to come sometime in night number 2. Team Insider gets the Garden reversal. I don't know who that got it from, but there's the wobble combo.
Oh my god.
EA. Imagine being able to play the game as per usual. Down goes Fauna as well. 2 for 0 in favor of Team Insider. Up on the northern side of the map, that Alpha contest is going to go in favor of Team Sungnam Rocks. That coup de grace is just targeted to
Alpha. To hit the Alpha. Alpha will be able to get that, lock that up real quick, and they do get that mithril, so not too bad for Team Sangnam Rocks. We'll go over into that GPMVG for Curry there, so gonna get some items on that Rio. Unfortunately, Rump Rebel is gonna lose their Sua, so they'll be forced to back away. Green Apple completely caught by himself here. Wales need to respawn. It looks like EA is gonna be able to respawn in time, so it looks like Wales is gonna be okay.
Oh my god,
but another kill gonna go to the side of Team Insider. Green Apple able to live for so long there, but yeah. Insider gonna be able to pick that one out.
Forces out 2 ults, right? I mean, a lot of times, especially in Eternal Return, you don't really need to worry about ult timers. They're pretty short nowadays anyways, but still...
Early game ults, yeah.
Yeah, you got 2 off of Team Insider by yourself, as a matter of fact, even though you got caught out in the crowd control rotations, so... Might be just a healing drone diff. That thing healed the Marcus quite a lot.
And early game ults are still somewhat long, so
True.
they might have to be a little careful, but yeah. They should be back up in time here. They're gonna wait for their Marcus to come back in. We're gonna have a lot of teams contesting for this Forestry of Life here. You can see Ignite might walk up as well, so maybe a 4-team tree contest. Bear is gonna walk down here. I think Wales is gonna find an angle in. Pied gonna get zoned back here. He's gonna be able to hit that knockback, and Rumble's caught in a tough spot now. Bear, oh my god, Bear's gonna get locked up by the Queen combo. Great parry there from Pied, but Pied is going to get completely jumped on by Team Insider. Insider going to pick up a nice 2 kills.
That's a great reaction from Team Rump Rebels, though. If they just stuck in that spot, they would have definitely wiped. Luckily, we're able to get out of it. Team Insider looking for a little bit more. That Queen just does absolutely nothing. Insider getting it a little finicky with it. We got 2 seconds left. Okay, E8 is going to fall down before it hits day number 3. That's actually really lucky for Youngju Wales. They don't have to invest anything, but for Team Insider, they invested quite a lot for this. They don't have access to the checkmate, which means that Tree of Life is not going to be a factor these guys can go for. Fauna.
Oh, wait, didn't get Fauna though.
And looking for this. There's the quick cut in. Seiko looking for this Queen.
Step. Can he get away
the jump pad? Oh no, he gets out with a follow through.
Oh my god!
From Byung to the moon. That pure rage uppercut. Fauna gets taken down, and that's a -200 for Youngju Wales.
Yeah, the point and click ability does always follow, even through those jump pads and, you know, movement abilities. So that pure jump uppercut timed perfectly, able to get Fauna there. I think Yona still probably would have been able to just win the 1v1 because Fauna was already cut down to about, you know, 10% HP. But a nice secure there, and that's gonna be a -200 so early for Team Sparkles. A little unfortunate. Or sorry, for Team Wales.
Yeah, that sucks. And the thing is, you can't really do anything about it, right? Because Nina got taken down so low since you were trying to buy yourself time inside a research center. You jump over thinking you're safe, but Byung is not gonna let that happen. I'm not entirely sure, but I could have sworn I saw Byung walking away to time it easier before Fauna ended up jumping, so that man knew what he was doing. He had that all calculated out.
Yeah, just have to press the button right as they are jumping out, and if you do lock on, you will follow suit. It looks like Team Slasher, they're already looking pretty strong. They probably want to take this team fight into the triple backline team. If they get a nice Nimrod's gate in, they should have good access, but gotta watch out as well. If you take the Nimrod's gate, you are susceptible to just getting bursted down by that triple backline team. Oh, I think Bear is gonna get caught out here, but is gonna be able to use that Don Quixote to get themselves on out of there.
Alright, as soon as we hit day number 3, teams seem to be playing very much more safe. We'll probably have a fight over this Omega between these 2 teams. Quadra Slasher, okay, X-Boy. I was gonna say, there's no chickens around there, you can't jump over the wall. Oh gosh, that could have been dangerous for a split second. But Quadra Slasher getting the initial positioning over onto the Omega. Youngju Wales not looking to let this go so much for free. 2.1, 2k HP. That's gonna be a pretty good carpet going down. Green Apple, I think he got the items. Everybody knocked up into the air by that Omega. Yep, Green Apple just says thank you very much and walks away with the 4 score.
Yeah, that is a huge pickup for the side of Team Wales. They're able to get a lot of value out of, you know, getting the items off that Omega there. Fauna, unfortunately, getting caught out. It's gonna be forced to use, I think that's Soul Link. No, actually, it wasn't the Soul Link. Maybe the Blink was invested there. Uh-oh, there is the cleanse, but it's gonna be used too late. A huge double dice there from Anonymous. Here's the full combo. It's gonna, yeah, there's the Blink forward from Seiko. Perfect follow-up, and that is gonna be it. There's a checkmate coming out as well. Nizuka getting focused down here. I don't think they'll be able to get away. Was a good Blink there. Oh no, gonna run straight into the hands of Wales, and actually that's gonna give him his ticket on out of there, as Team Insider is not gonna be able to chase him anymore.
The Arda might still be trying to self-res, but you can see everybody from Insider starting to make their way back around. Anonymous will end up popping, unfortunately for him. So yes, -200 is gonna happen.
Oh no.
Zika is the one with the credits. That's gonna be -400.
That up 400
for Quantum Slasher. He does have the credits for it, but man, at night number 3, their items aren't bad necessarily, but we saw them earlier prioritizing something like the Burgundy onto the the Kenneth.
Yeah.
He doesn't have any tank items. Oh wait, no, he does. Okay, never mind. I thought he wasn't running Bunny Hat this time around. But that Burgundy would just help him so much more in that sustainability. He's not gonna have that unless they get a red box this game.
Yeah, that's just a huge tempo loss for Team Slasher. A little unfortunate, but there's really not much you could do. You know, once the Arda gets caught out by the Nikki Della combo, can't really get away. You have to be ready to respond to that. Maybe try using the Nimrod's Gate to get out, but you know, that combo is just so instant, right? As soon as Nikki locks on the Pirish uppercut, the Della just has to play on forward to get the double knock up, or get the knock up and then land that Queen combo as well.
Mythro picked up for Team Insider off the body of, I think it was the Bear. Not sure what they're going to be using it for. Maybe a couple legs of steel. I saw all of their characters not having any upgraded boots at the moment. If they want to go for it, then it's completely fine. But as soon as it becomes day number 4, Team Songnam Rocks looking for something. A very fast-paced game for these players. The Bleeding Soul, unfortunately, is going to go completely wide. Belzer stuck in a little bit of a corner. He does know that he can jump over walls, but decides to go to a clearing anyways. Maybe gets able to get used to that or something.
Oh, he's gonna jump on forward.
The 5 Omens. Oh,
yeah,
yeah,
great fear. Oh
exactly.
my god.
The moment they try to jump on in, and the health disparity is just way too bad. But Belzer sitting in the backside, he's by himself, uses the parry to get himself on out. Fana's the only one that falls. A beautiful play from Satan to deny E8 or even Green Apple from jumping in. That isolates Fana, and the rest of the team is able to finish him off.
Yeah, so well played from Satan there. Just baiting them in because he ended up taking the dash on forward, but then blinking away, and then EA thought he was caught, but then the fear just completely denying any opportunity for that Rem to go in there, and just getting chunked down as well. So Satan setting up that fight perfectly for Team Songnam Rocks there, as we're gonna see the Wick line gonna be spotting here in Cemetery. We do have Team Ignite and Team... Looks like Team Rump Rebels wanting to contest. Same thing with Sparkles, but looks like we're going to have some of these teams pulling away because they know there's going to be a hot zone here.
There's way too many teams around the zone for this to be a safe Wick take, which is not something you and I have seen for quite a long time. A lot of Wicks this phase has been very, very free for a majority of them, so it's actually a nice change of pace for us to be able to see something like this. Good call from Nizika, not jumping in on that. They don't have information, but as soon as they get the camera vision inside of the bush, Nizika's going to try to full send it. That means Char has been invested, and it's gone. There's the diamond.
Exploit doesn't connect.
It's not going to come through, and the tactical suit is going to execute Nizika. No chance for recovering back from that one. Wickaline, what
look at
the heck
timers.
is the timing on this? They do not end up finishing the Wick either.
They're so indecisive.
Whoa, this is all over the place.
2
seconds left now for Green Apple. Wickaline was invested a little bit. Never mind, still at 9k HP. Gangnam Sparkle is going to look for it at the start. They can rip this thing to shreds, but there's way too many people around. We'll have to back away for the time being. Pull with the aggro is going to come through. Can they get the first round through? Yes, they can. No, they can't. They got stolen.
Oh, Ignite got it.
Honey. Oh.
Yeah, Ignite got it, and that is a disaster.
I think a straight dog got it.
Yeah, Ignite getting the Wick buff. They're going to be, and they get the Wick items as well. They're going to be looking so strong here. Looks like it is going to be Wales getting caught out by the Team Always Injured. Always going to be taking this fight. They know that Team Wales is really weak right now. If Luminal can find an angle, and here's the Ruthless. They are going to get so much AoE damage, and that's just going to be the Marcus getting completely ripped to shreds by Luminal, and EA gonna be forced to back on out of there, but it's gonna be able to get away. It is an IREM. IREM does have a lot of dashes, and yes, it looks like he will be able to get the safety there. On the top side, Ignite getting bursted down by the triple backline team, and that's gonna be Anger going to fall, and I did have enough credits. They do have enough credits to get them back into this game. They have to look for the res in hospital here. Another engage, this time from the side of Team Songnam Rocks. Asua is going to find an angle, or Curry is just going to rip Bear to shreds, trying to look for an angle in onto the back line. And oh no,
he's dead.
Bump Rebels. They had such a good start. It's day 5. Oh, wait a second.
I forgot about that angle.
Electrostatic Surge going to be able to get him out of there, but E8's gonna -1 his team. I don't know where he exploded, but I think he was in red here. Looks like it was right here where EA died. Fauna gonna fall very shortly, but does end up getting one. And yeah, wait a second. Oh, wait. Always in Sean. They're here for the third party. Team Ignite, they gotta go. They don't get the rest. I think they canceled it. I think they canceled it. It was way too long. Oh no.
Well,
that is a disaster.
Fauna.
For Team Ignite, Team Fauna. Sealing the fates of Team Ignite there. I don't know what happened. The rest should have went through there. There was enough time. I think someone moved and then the rest just got cancelled.
Lennox canceled. I saw her twitch for a split second towards the end. So Fauna from beyond the grave is able to deny Team Ignite from making their way back in. But can I just say, as soon as we're about to enter day number 5, we saw pretty much every team, I think save for one, actually fight right before we turn table to day number 5. So these teams are just coordinating fights left and right for some reason. I don't know how they're doing it.
It's because the map is closing so much, because there was 8 teams alive and now we're cut down to, I mean, still 7 teams, but a lot of rats now, a lot of split teams. But because, you know, the zone just closes, it just makes it so, you know, teams are basically forced to fight each other. Pied does end up getting caught here, does still have enough timer, but it looks like they are just going to send it. Nimrod's going to get in. X-Boy going to be able to get the stun. Will be able to get the ultimate. Wait a second. Pied going to try looking for the 1v2. Does end up getting anonymous. Pied can get anything? No. X-Boy will be able to pick up Pied there. But Pied does end up getting a kill, so not too bad for Team Rock Rebels. They will go down 7th place with 13 kills. They had such a strong start. Yeah. Just unable to close out the game.
There's a possibility if Piet actually had backstep right before that that W from Fiora, he actually could have won, because then he would have gotten his pistol and he also would have gotten the vampiric bloodline healing and all that stuff. So yeah, just a little bit of mistimed skills, unfortunately, for Piet. Not going to be able to turn that around. But the kill on Anonymous is still a 1-for-1 trade. In that kind of situation, you will definitely take that. Slight misplay from Kwangju Slasher, but they will be able to recover, eat a couple extra seconds of timer, which is just not fun. That's about all they're going to lose. Still alive, and the only rat remaining now is all the other ones got picked off. I think I saw an Emma getting picked off down here by Team Songnam Rocks, which is good for them. And now we are down to 5 in comparison to the 7 we had a couple minutes ago.
Yeah, it's going to be a little tough for these teams now. We're going to have a 3-team final zone down here in Chapel, it looks like. Unless Team Zinchan decides to go contest Team Insider, which I would probably do, just because, you know, they have a good track record into that team instead of fighting in a Fiesta final zone here. Don't know if they're going to decide to stay. They need to start scouting out the zone to see how many teams are in the zone. Probably going to start pushing up very shortly.
Yeah, nobody has information here, save for Team Gyeongnam Sparkles. We just saw the drone, the CCTV being active. I think it was. They should have it, right? I don't see it on the minimap being active. I don't see it really looking out for anybody, but yeah, there it is. It is activated. So the team with the most amount of information at the moment is going to be Gyeongnam Sparkles. I don't know if they have any idea Songnam Rocks is here. Now they maybe should.
They should.
With that
I think they should, because
right?
they might have seen them on the bottom side already. I think Team Sparkles should know that there's 2 teams, so don't know how they want to play this. Maybe they're just going to wait for the other team to push on in. If they just stay in this corner here, maybe Team Songnam Rocks doesn't find them. Oh, it looks like Rocks is going to be able to check. Great pushback from Songnam there, but Belzer just going to be able to get a perfect reaction. Just going to be able to dash on out of there.
No real biggie for Team Songnam Rocks. The only leniency that Team Gyeongnam Sparkle has is that this is a team that never really has to full-on initiate, so they can just kind of hang around the outer edges and they won't really be in any danger. Luminal, on the other hand, will have to jump on in. Same thing for Songnam Rocks. As seen Sanjin already jumping in, Belzer also has to jump in if he wants to be of any use. Let's see how this fight goes.
The problem is they're playing this triple melee comp, so they want to stay in the zone to get extra timer and let these other 2 teams you know, fight each other. But they might be forced to pull the trigger here. If they just stay for an extra couple seconds, just stay in the bottom side. I really like this play from Team Always in Chun. Trying to get a little bit more timer than these other teams. They should know they have the most timer here now.
I mean,
and these other teams are going to be forced to fight each other. But Team Sparkles, they might actually just run down at Team Always in Chun. And it looks like Team Rocks is actually going to pull the trigger first. Always in Chun. They're just so patient. They're just waiting. They know they have so much timer above these teams, and now both of these other teams are going to be forced to pull the trigger here. There's the ultimate coming out from Belzer, and Always in Chun should have a really easy cleanup. Luminal is just going to be able to use this, going to be able to pick up Belzer as well, and that is going to be it. Team Always in Chun should be able to win out to this final zone, and we're going to have a nice final 3v3. If you see the bottom here, it's going to be a run back from yesterday. Always in Chun versus Team Insider. Who's gonna take it home?
But can I just say, that is how you play temporary zone, right? Always in Chun. This is the smartest temp zone I've seen, I think, the entire phase number 1. And quite frankly, I don't think I've seen this smart of plays, even in Season 6 as a whole. But it is Team Insider. Now, they're not gonna try to get too overly aggressive with it because they have PTSD from yesterday. But yeah, I really want to just give a really, really big amount of credit to Team Always in Chun. That is how you play the temp zone, guys. Always play for the timer. Just kind of hover around the edges. The other 2 teams are the ones closest to each other, so you aren't in any pressure. Right? That is exactly how you want to play it. But now, how do you play the final zone up against Team Insider? This is something that they've already done in the past couple of days, but Force final zone is massively different than the ones they beat out Insider on yesterday.
It is, yeah, there's a lot more open here. Can Seiko find an angle? Maybe Yona can look for Luminal here. They do get...
so early.
Oh, the checkmark is forced here, and a great double taunt there. Luminal is going to be used ult, but his ult is going to be used in response. Is Wei Byung is still alive here, and Seiko finds an angle onto Luminal, and I think that's going to be it. This time it's going to be Team Insider. I think they're actually going to be able to win it out. They shouldn't have enough damage to kill this Sua here. It is just a Lenny and a Mai. They're going to try looking for the Adela here, but Seiko just playing out of his mind, just able to find an angle in. Wait a second, actually getting a lot of damage off, but
they just
there
need to play
is
time
the
at this point.
double Don Quixote. Oh my god, but no. The Adela damage is way too much there, and that is going to be it. The Adela, just Seiko finding the perfect angle on Luminal, and that's exactly what you need. You have to kill the Shoichi, and then the damage from Team Always Incheon just isn't there.
Is it just not Always Incheon's day today or something? Team Insider finally gets the one-up up against Team Always Incheon, will break the track record of the undefeated Always Incheon up against Team Insider matchup. And how many kills is that? 15 team kills to round out game number 3. 25 points for them in game number 3 as well. Will most likely be punching their tickets into Knockout Stage 6.
Always Incheon, they're always there at the finish line.
Yep.
3 second places in a row. That is just so unfortunate. They had it there. Luminal just had to live, and then he's gonna be able to play that 2v3 fight, but unfortunately, just wasn't there. And I didn't even realize. But when did you change your picture?
I am a worm.
Oh, okay.
I'm a worm. But yes, you're absolutely correct. I think there was a certain point where it looked really good for Always Incheon, but at the same time, they couldn't finish Pyong off. It took way too long to kill the Nikki, and I thought they were supposed to have it, right? But it's just a couple of those dashes didn't go through the Nikki. I think Luminal got a little bit complacent because of how early the checkmate came through. So a definite slight misstep on the Shuichi, I think, on that one.
Yeah, I think Luminal they killed the Nikki, and they thought, the fight's already won, I don't have to worry anymore. And then just gets caught by the Queen. Seiko just playing once again, the Adela pick from Team Insider just showing and just showing up and just paying dividends for this team.
Yeah, oh man, Always Incheon. Consistency?
I mean, yeah, second place 3 times in a row. I mean, they're getting the placement points. They're still getting a decent amount of kills. I think they definitely should secure their... I think with this game, it might have secured their spot.
I think so
into the top 4, but I'm not exactly sure because 3 second places, it's definitely a lot of points for that team. But, not able to get that first place finish with those extra kills. Because they actually didn't really have too many kills to go around.
It was still
so
10. It wasn't bad. It wasn't bad.
No, I mean like average for like all 3 of the
overall.
games. It's probably like about 8 kills per game or something, 8 or 9 kills. So I actually don't know if they're in just yet because this lobby is really, really close.
Yeah, it's gonna be a little bit finicky, but they've set themselves the foundation. Right, I think that's super important for a team like Always Incheon, especially in phase number 1, because they've been so consistent. Again, it amazes me that we saw them so early into the knockout stages. If they're gonna play like this in the knockout stages to begin with, it almost feels like it's planned, right? We saw it in phase number 2 of season 6.
Deja vu, like they are definitely a sponsor team for a reason, right? Mm-hmm. We see how good they are. I guess they just have, unfortunate play-ins because, there are a lot of teams, a lot of top teams that, can sort of deal with that Shoichi. I mean, maybe we'll see it this season where Luminal is going to be able to take another win.
Exactly. Well, for now, let's take a look at what the scores are looking like for post game number 3, because this right here is gonna be what sets the foundation for teams moving on into the next set of knockout stages. Ludicrously close. It's going to be a 9-point difference between that 4th place and 8th place. This has also been a pretty common occurrence throughout the entire phase where the scores going into our last game, it's possible for every single team to move on.
Yeah. Any team can still make it in here. Wales is only 9 points away from 4th place, and 4th and 5th place are tied at 36. So
yeah,
anyone can make it out here. Slasher, only a 5-point difference between 3rd and 5th place as well. Their buffer isn't big enough for them to be safe just yet. They have an 8th place. they go down really early. We saw how many points and how many kills these teams have been getting throughout the games. It's going to be pretty tough for these teams, and these teams, they're going to be on the hot seat now, so we're going to have to see which teams are going to be able to close it out here.
Yeah, and I like what somebody said in the chat, but I'm going to elaborate on it a little bit more. You give a team enough sample sizes of being second, they'll probably be in second place on the leaderboard. That's exactly where Always Inchin is going to be. Game number 1, they got second, but they ended up in 4th place on the leaderboard. So again, sample size matters, guys. When it comes to experiments, sample sizes matter.
Yeah, they are sitting in that second place spots with all their second places. Can they get a win for the last one? Pretty sure they're going to be playing the same team comp again because it has been working out for them. You know, despite them not winning the games, they just have been able to consistently place in second place, able to win these final zones or temporary zones, not final zones. But yeah, it's just going to be up to Luminal. You know, he has to find these angles.
Mm-hmm. Okay, last game for knockout stage number 5. It's the last game to determine the 4 teams that are going to be moving on. Are we going to see any switch ups? No ban so far throughout this entire series just yet. I
think with how close it is, no, because
yeah,
I
don't think so either.
These teams know that their comp works, and they just need a good game on the team comp with how close the lobby is.
Right, but there also has to be considerations on how much is just misfortune, right? And how much is the actual comp against everything else, even if it might look close. Sometimes your composition just might not be adept at dealing with what is available in the lobby. But you're right, it's still comfort picks all around for the most part for these teams, and it's pretty evident with what they are going to be picking. Although,
Let's just say,
go back.
everyone's going to be on the comfort picks. So I do like San and Rock sticking with this team comp. I think they did actually perform better.
Yep.
San looking really nice on that Hyejin for today. And everyone else going to be playing the same thing. It looks like we're not going to have any changes here. Alto is going to be that flex pick in Gangnam Sparkles. Is he going to swap it up here? Maybe we're going to see that Carla coming out here. Because I think it did end up working out. Ooh, the hard.
This is we did see this.
Yeah, we did see this in the previous, or I would say in the group stage.
Yeah.
And I like this triple backline with the hard because the hard is going to be able to, keep the team together, keep the team alive when they do get engaged on.
I'm actually surprised they're bringing this out now because I feel like this kind of composition, it was one of the best that they were able to work with during the group stages, but is bringing it out very late. At least we're going to be able to see it in game number 4. I hope it goes well for them. Gangnam Sparkle falling down in knockout stage number 5 on their debut stage for the knockout stages is not exactly going to be the most fun, especially when they have that new member of Alto around. I want to see them go even further into the knockout stages right now, so hopefully this is going to work out. It's the same case for all the other teams, but we have to drop 4. Why do you do this to me, Nimble Neuron?
Yeah, and all these teams, they're so good, right? We have 4 sponsored teams, and we're only gonna be able to get 4 coming into knockout stage number 6. It's gonna be the last knockout stage as well, so we're gonna see even more powerhouse teams going into knockout stage number 6, and then we're gonna have to eliminate another 4 into the finals.
Yes, sir. Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. Final game of knockout stage number 5. Sit back and relax as we are going to determine which teams get eliminated. You really want to relax and watch that, but I don't know. Either way, you kind of have to because it's happening right now. The cemetery, right? Come on, we got about 30 seconds until the fiesta is gonna begin. E8 should be moving on over there right around now. That IREM should be in that zone, starting to craft things around. Where is that IREM? Yep, I see that little indicator. You see where it is? It's pointing down towards the bottom right side of our screen. They're moving.
Yeah, well, we see the cemetery hospital fiasco once again. I'm pretty sure we are because these teams, they want points. Yeah. You can see how many teams are coming in. There's already 2 teams grouped up.
3 teams.
Gangnam Rocks is also coming in as well, and Always Incha. There's like 4 teams here. San already getting the fray, and a huge 4-bomb from the Celine, but is gonna get instantly traded back. Alto gonna try getting some damage back. There's the totem from the Emma. Is Emma gonna be able to get away? No, it looks like Emma's gonna fall as well. And now Curry's gonna be able to get some damage back onto the side of Team Ignite there. Belzer, maybe look for an angle in. Looks like they want to walk back for some more damage. E8 is also in the zone now. Looks like Belzer is going to be the one getting caught out from the side of Team Wales. San is going to be able to get that ultimate, and Ignite is coming back in, and Team Sparkle's also going to come back as well. Looks like Team Rocks is going to be the one caught in the middle here, and there is a nice double play back with the Blue Viper, and Curry's going to be able to pick up one. San is going to go down. Sung R1 is gonna fall as well. Team Sparkles is gonna be back in, and oh, here Team Rebels. They're here to join the fray as well. Gonna try looking for some more. Green Apple gonna get caught by that Sanguine Javelin. Great dodge out from Alto. Gonna dodge on that knockup from E8 there. Sung R1 is gonna respawn back as well. Rebels fully in the fight now. Green Apple's gonna go down. Fauna gonna get caught as well. So much chaos here in Cemetery, and looks like we're gonna have some more fighting in Factory as well.
Yeah, it's almost not an ERM if there is no Cemetery Fiesta. That's a team wipe over onto Yangju Whales. That's a wipe over onto Ignite. The fight still never stopped.
Oh, it's still going. It's still going.
Alto just puts it on out of there, and Scarlet will probably take the fall in just a moment too. Down they go.
It's Rebels.
Another team that falls.
Wait a second. Fauna respawning back into Cemetery. They're coming back. They're coming back. Oh my God! Exploit gets it, and Cemetery is still going. Sparkles is back in. Second up Rocks is here as well. It looks like Piet is gonna lose a member. Curry's gonna go down as well. Bear maybe gonna look for an angle back in. Not gonna be able to find anything. And it looks like Wales is victorious. They're gonna be able to claim their dogs in Cemetery here. Rump Rebels again with 9 kills for themselves. Oh, Belzer.
Guys, let the deceased rest in peace, please. Cemetery is not a party. It's everybody RSVPing into Cemetery at this point at day number 1 or something. It's still going. It's right above the zone that we've been talking about time and time again. Hospital, it's going to be Songnam Rocks versus Team Rump Rebels. It's a 1-for-1 trade already, and the electrostatic surge is fantastic. From Pierre, the center tag will hit. The stun is there. Satin gets tagged by the center, but the White Lily is over there to get him out. And finally, we can take a breath. Super well done. Claps to you, man. Well
my
done.
God,
That was
thank you,
beautiful.
man. Thank you.
Yep, give yourselves a pat.
Quite the fiasco there in Cemetery. Look at the amount of X's you see. It's all on the bottom side as well. It's like a straight line down on that little corridor. Look at how many X's there are.
It's dude. Eventually, there will come a day where the entirety of Cemetery, not just the right side, but the entire zone of Cemetery is going to be plastered in red, and it's going to be the most glorious day I am going to watch of Eternal Return. I will jot that down somewhere and I'll like frame it on the wall, just take a screenshot of that thing, because holy crap.
I find it ironic as well that it's Cemetery where all the fight is happening and everyone's just dying. So it's like perfect, right? It's like Cemetery, everyone's grave is right there. Everyone's just dying there. Fauna actually able to win the 1v2. It looks like into the side of Team Rump Rebels gonna be able to secure 2 kills, but here comes the third party from Wales. On the top side though, another third party. This time it's gonna be 2 teams. It's gonna be Insider, Slasher, and Team Gangnam Sparkles, but it looks like Slasher's gonna be the one to get the Tree of Life, as the members of Team Insider are going to be in shambles, losing 2.
See, look at the prospects of this lobby right now. The Rump Rebels were the ones holding that 4th place spot. They got 11 kills. They're at 47 right now. Now it's Gwangju Slasher holding that 4th place spot, trying to deny teams from coming in just from the initial top 3. Ragan left by his lonesome, never mind, trying to deal enough damage. He will be able to trade it out up against Curry. It's a 1-for-1. God. They're never going to stop fighting, are they? I read from somebody in chat, apparently they did the math, 34 kills by night number 1. This game is definitely a... I don't want to swear. I do not want to swear. Fiesta is like the most mundane word I could use.
I mean, teams have learned the meta. You just fight early in night number 1, you farm up all the kills, and you just have, enough points to, sort of qualify you and, get into that checkpoint breakpoint. Looks like Bear is going to get caught out here. Great change from the Emma. Going to dodge out on that Don Quixote, but here comes the raining back by Queen. Waffle is going to be able to hit 2. Is going to land the Sanguine Javelin onto Scarlet, and a great snipe there. A huge Odyssey from the Suwa. That's going to be it. Team Sparkles is going to lose 2 members. The Heart Alto is going to be forced to back on out of there. But yeah, I mean, I've been talking about this, early on into the patch and into the tournament. We didn't really see too much, team fighting in the early stages of the game. We did see a lot, but now once teams have learned, there's so much value in just, getting kills. You just go in and again and again and again, and then when the respawn timers are really short, right? You just keep respawning and you just keep farming up kills here. Here comes the Suwa battle here as Bear and Yuna are going to go head to head, but third party, this time it's going to be Gangnam Sparkles. They're going to look for an angle. Bear can get completely caught out. Sparkles going to be able to pick up 1.
Funny enough, so that was Team Insider's first kill. This was the only team that did not partake in that Cemetery Fiesta that we saw at night number 1. This team is probably by far the furthest ahead because they were farming the entire map while everybody was farming each other in Cemetery. That is the funny lobby dynamic we are having right now. Yes, they don't have that many kills, but who cares? They're 51 points in. They're first place right now. These guys can do whatever they want as long as this game is consistent. And another fight up on the north side. Luminal is dashing around. He is dashing around using the bear as a liaison. He's using that as a proxy. Bear, nah, that's my ambassador right there to knock down and crumble the walls of the Yangju whales. Oh my god.
Yeah, you say Insider is fine, but how many kills are going around? I don't even think they're safe currently.
They
Rebels on 13, Signum Rocks on 12. Like, if Insider go down in 8th place, they can actually get knocked out.
Yeah, but it's Insider, right? I don't want to say it because it's Insider.
I don't think. Yeah.
I think they'll be fine.
I think everyone is still in contention here. The amount of kills farmed in this lobby already, with especially because it's Rump Rebels and Team Signum Rocks, both teams near the bottom end. I know Rump Rebels is in 4th place, but even Sparkles with 6, right? We have all these teams that are still in contention. Wales with 7, a lot of kills already.
12.
Yeah, Signum Rocks with 12. They're in 7th place, so there's so much points already for these teams. Expo are gonna get sent on by Random Vampire Queen, but Expo actually gonna be able to get a kill. Bear is gonna be able to connect the double Don Quixote there onto Expo, and it will be a 1-for-1 trade. More kills gonna be traded onto both sides here. Alto is gonna use that Peacemaker to keep himself alive, but Curry's actually just gonna be able to outrange the Heart, and the Peacemaker is gonna go down. And Team Signum Ross is going to be able to get another kill, this time from Team Gangnam Sparkles. Satin on the chase here. Sangarong going to try looking for an angle back in, but Satin is going to be able to land the charm to pull him back in. Sangarong should get caught here. Celine shouldn't have any escape. Going to try using maybe the jump pad to get on over. Is actually going to hide in that corner there. Wait a second. Oh, there is the camera. We should be able to find it. And there's the god! He goes down.
Cut down and taken down for Song Harang. I will say though, that was actually really play from Curry. I don't know if you saw how he was able to kill Alto. But basically what he ended up doing was he waited for the overdrive timing on the Heart to actually finish, so the additional attack range disappeared, and then he perfectly played it so that he was getting auto attacks off while the Heart was sitting inside her Peacemaker, because she was never inside of it, right? So you're not trading auto attacks, you're the only one doing it. Heart doesn't get any additional attack range if she doesn't have her overdrive on her W. So she was waiting around for that to finish, and then she went back in to auto attack every now and then before the Peacemaker ended. So, Gangnam Sparkles. No.
They lost 2 members. They lost 2 members. They're only 6 kills. I mean, they're in 3rd place, but if they wipe now, it's gonna be pretty bad. Early minus 400. That's a huge tempo loss for Team Sparkles there. Insider. Looks like they also wanted to buy an another. Actually, I don't think that was another minus 200, but also getting caught, and that's it.
Wow,
that's
it. How it ends for Gangnam Sparkles. No way. They're gonna be able to at least trade out one. Will that matter? No, it doesn't. 37 points is where they're gonna end.
Oh, you're right. They're in 6th place.
That's the end of Team Gangnam Sparkles.
Yeah, that's last year in 3rd. I actually thought they were in 3rd there, but Sparkles. That's it. They're gonna be out for the count.
07 in the chat, everybody. Man, that is just brutal for Gangnam Sparkle. An early exit for Team Gangnam Sparkle with the new roster of Alto joining that team. Will not be able to see any further than knockout stage number 5, but they do get a little bit of circuit points. Maybe that'll be something we can see them push through into knockout stage. Or sorry,
oh, he's caught.
2.
Oh, yes, able to get out in time. That is a clincher there for the side of Team Insider. Zico almost going down, getting completely CC chained by that Hyejin. We see how aggressive Satin is being with these Hyejin engages, able to just get on in there, get the fear off, and then completely lock down the enemy. Playing so well. Gangnam Rocks, they're on 15 kills already. This is their game to qualify. Same thing with Team Rump Rebels. Team Rump Rebels is going to be the one to hold the door as well. They are in 4th place, so they're going to slowly bring up the minimum to to qualify here. I think right now it's even Team Slasher that's going to be on the chopping block.
Yeah, always Incheon. They could also be a team that's on the chopping block. I know they've been making it to the final zone pretty consistently. Even if they get that second place spot, there is a chance, depending on how the rest of this game goes, that they will also not be safe. So always Incheon has to be real careful in how this game is going to proceed. A lot of other teams now, though, now that it is night number 3, we can see them kind of dying down the number of fights that all of these guys are taking for good reason. Right, we're always seeing these buy timers be right around this time after all for the next rotation of big items that these teams really do want to go for. I'd be hard pressed to think that these teams want to actively fight at least until day number 4 starts, unless they walk up against each other just like this.
Great pull on Piet.
Pull in, but Piet does have the parry. He actually
alive.
gets himself on out. The
Bear's in the back here.
The electrostatic surge will go on through. Wako getting stunned. No, he doesn't get stunned, but Wako will get sniped out by Anger. But I think the damage has already been done. Anger's going to fall down too. A great response from Rump Rebels. And I don't know how Piet was allowed to live, because the snakebite was good. The crowd control stacking was there, but they just don't have enough damage to kill that Aiden right now.
Yeah, I'm surprised Piet didn't die there. Ended up getting the parry off, and that just kept them alive for much longer. And amount of time needed for that Sua to find the perfect engage. Bear just played that so well, able to get that nice Don Quixote onto the backline. Celine just getting completely soloed, and then yeah, Bear is able to turn the fight for their team, and that's exactly what you need right now. 16 kills for Team Rump Rebels. They are getting even more.
Yeah, these guys are not relenting at all. It's the same Rump Rebels we saw in Season 6 Super. I'm so glad that we're back. These guys were the type to just go ham early game, play quiet throughout the mid game, and then just pop off in fights again throughout the later stages of the game. They're doing that again despite the roster change up. It's working out for them. Piet back on that Aiden, and we also have Wako back on that Bianca. This is picks from eons ago making its comeback to give Rump Rebels another shot at ERM glory.
Wales gonna be trying to take some fight from Slasher, but oh no, it's gonna be Walker getting completely caught out there. Great engage from Fauna, able to get that knockup, and it's gonna be Wales gonna be able to pick one up. And Rump Rebels, minus 200, they still have the credits, and they're still looking pretty strong, but they gotta get to this kiosk to get their team back into the game here. It's gonna be a little scary because there's still 7 teams on to day 4, so all these kiosks are gonna be contested. And it looks like they do have a mobile kiosk, so they were able to get the res off onto this Bianca, but the Bianca not having the rain of the Vampire Queen or that blink is going to be forced to disengage from these other teams.
Okay.
Oh, he comes engage and get the angle.
Split too far. X-Boy's going to be able to catch up.
Should be dead here.
Yeah, I don't know about that far split. That's a little bit too far away. Team Ignite, they all rely on each other to get the damage out, and down goes the Celine, Emma, and the Lennox. Has to completely book it, and their credits are in the third, but the third party is going to come on in. If this Lennox dies, there is just no chance for Team Ignite. I don't know if they have anything left in their wallet to remain in this game. Only 4 kills. These guys are in the gutters for these points.
Yeah, look at their kills. They don't have enough points to qualify as well. I think that's going to be it for Team Ignite. I don't think they're going to be able to get the res off. Playing for replacement points is not going to be enough with how many kills is in this lobby. Yeah, I think Ignite's fate is sealed, but we're going to have to see. Maybe they can make a miracle happen here. We do have a team fight, though. Always Incheon is going to be able to get Sandam Ross. Sandam Ross is going to completely split. San is going to go on the bottom side here. They should try looking for this Hyejin. San is going to get caught out. I think he's going to try using White Lily to get out of there, but the timer going to take so much timers. Are they going to be able to regroup with their team? I think they are going to try walking up here, but they should get caught up or caught out by the Mai here. I think the Mai is going to be able to back away. But lucky. Ignite's fate is going to be sealed. It looks like it was Team Insider to catch them out in... Actually, no, Team Rump Rebels to catch them out in Uptown.
Wow, okay, so our 2 teams that really needs these points to punch their ticket in are just constantly getting them. Songnam Rocks, they're definitely in that top 4 right now, right? Just the way that the scores are at the moment, they should be safely in there.
And Rump Rebels, I think Rump Rebels might even...
B2. They might
be in first or something.
Yeah, they could be in first place at this point. Insider has not gotten that many, so this score sheet will definitely flip around by the time this game is going to end. Songnam Rocks, Belzer, not opting to fight for this. It's very, very smart, right? They've already done their job throughout the entire game. They just need to keep themselves in it. That's all they need to do. So we'll take the smart path and just get on out.
Yeah, I think Rox also knows that there's a team under them because I think they heard the pings in warehouse. So gotta make sure you're not gonna have your back to another team. Don't want to get into that third party angle. So just gonna get on out of there. Gonna try playing for some more placement. Play a more consistent game here. Wales is gonna get maybe chased here by Team Insider. Looks like Wales is gonna be forced to walk down into Hotel here. And EA is gonna get caught out. Zico gonna get lot of damage off here, but looks like Team Will's gonna be forced back on out there. Fauna gonna be forced to use that blink. And they are safe, but they're gonna run straight into the hands of Team Slasher very shortly here. Slasher looks like they actually know that they're coming because I think they have a ward, or they had that camera there on the bottom side, and there's engaged. Perfect Nimrod's gate. Fauna gonna try getting some damage off. Does end up using the Soul Link a little early, but the CC is just way too much for Slasher, and that's gonna be it. Team Wales unfortunately gonna lose 2 members, and I think that they're gonna be out for the count as well.
I think so too. Imagine if they had Blink on Fauna. They're just trying to get the reses as fast as possible, but EA's gonna be interrupted. No res onto Fauna.
No timer as
8
well.
seconds
That's
on
it.
EA. I think you're right. That is probably gonna be it for Team Youngju Wales. 9 points is all they're gonna have, and that will not be enough to push them into the knockout stages with the number of points available in this lobby. This Marcus will take a little bit to fall, but he will eventually go on down.
I don't know who's in right now. All 5 of these
either.
teams are so close because the lobby was so close, and Rock Rebels and Sangnam Rocks were on the bottom side of the scoreboard, and they have 17 and 15 kills apiece, so it's still anyone's game here.
Yeah, it's just Sangnam Rocks that's really putting a real stamp in their foot on the ground, saying, hey, we want to make it into knockout stage number 6. So at this point, it's really always Incheon. I think that's really in danger. Gwangju Slasher, they have a sufficient amount of points. Always Incheon, they have a bit, but Sangnam Rocks and Rock Rebels have been able to get so many that I do not know what the math is looking like, and quite frankly, I don't want to do it. I'd rather be surprised towards the end of the leaderboard, but always Incheon needs to step up. Again, I don't think just getting 2nd place is going to cut it out for them this time.
I mean, 6 kills, it just depends on how these other teams perform here and if they go down early. Slasher, if they have an early fall here, I think Team Always Incheon should be safe, but there's going to be a lot of teams actually going to be contesting Team Always Incheon this time in Beach. I think they know Team Always Incheon are on the chopping block here. Luminal sitting on that Scarlet Dagger again, so he's going to be really strong. Damai sitting on that Black Flame chest piece, so they're going to be look for a fight here. Looks like it's going to be a clean 3v3 if they do decide to take it, as Team Rum Rebels isn't in the zone just yet.
Yeah, if there's any time to raise the stonks of that Luminal coin, it is now. Incheon fighting for their tournament life, as is everybody else in this lobby, probably safe for Team Insider. They're still not monumentally far out.
I don't even, yeah, I don't know if Team Insider is safe. If they go down as well, they should be eliminated too, because Team Always Incheon and Team Slasher, they have so many more kills than Team Insider. So if they go down in 8th place, they're actually going to be out for the count. Looks like Team Sangnam Rocks, they want some more kills. They know they're on the chopping block right now. They gotta get some more points. But Always Incheon, you're right, Luminal. If they find an angle in, but if they just play the front to back well, they should be fine here. Seraphine gonna use that Spring Trap. Not gonna be able to land on anything. San, great sidestep. And looks like we just have a standoff. These 2 teams just staring each other down, giving time for other teams to probably enter the zone here. It's gonna be quite the beach final zone. It's just gonna come down to who has, zone control, and who's gonna be able to play this temporary zone to its full potential.
Yeah, the one that needs to start this fight is going to be Seraphine. Everybody else is a little bit too lackluster on how well they're able to initiate the fight. He attempts it, but is not going to be able to find anything. Is going to give themselves a little bit more room to breathe for. Rest up and heal back up with the trumpets, as well as the the carrot launcher. Yeah, he's going to be looking for the opportunity once again in a few moments. But the fight is going to start out in Hotel. That is going to be a lot of damage.
Oh, he gets into the coffin!
Not going to be enough, as it's going to be the Reign of the Vampire Queen to knock down X-Boy. Gwangju Slasher in a whole heap of trouble. They're down to 2. But this is in red. These teams need to get themselves on out. The kill was also got before it started going into day number 6. So the additional timer wasn't granted for the members of Rebel. But Gwangju Slasher, they lose out on yet another. And it seems like that might be lights out for Team Gwangju Slasher's chance at least winning this game. We'll have to see if those 9 kills and maybe any additional placements is going to be enough for them to get themselves into that knockout stage number 6. But still, it's looking rough. They're still being pushed down by Rump Rebels. We're going to have a 4-team temporary zone inside of Beach. There's a lot of space to work with inside of the zone, but Rump Rebels have also lost a hefty amount of timer. This team needs to find something, needs to reclaim their timer back, otherwise they'll also be in a whole heap of trouble too.
I think they can get Nizuka here. Yes, they are going to be able to lock down this Kenneth, and they should get a lot of damage back and a lot of timer. Fortunately, yeah, so nothing too much invested. And looks like both teams here is going to be Rump Rebels and Team Sangnam Rocks. Bear does end up going in, but does end up getting traded. Actually, no, he ends up staying alive, and it looks like here comes the third party. It's going to be Team Always Incheon. They should be punching their ticket with this third party. And wait a second, Sam Rocks did end up getting 16 kills. Sam's gonna try getting some more. It's not gonna be enough. I don't think that's gonna be enough for Team Sangnam Rocks here. Didn't get enough.
I don't know. I mean, we'll have to see. They got 3rd place though. That's still 5 points in terms of placement. 21 with Team Sangnam Rocks. They got 50 points overall. That is pretty hefty, right? Now it's Insider and Always Inchan trying to duke it out. Always Inchan looking for a bid.
It's
Insider,
the same matchup.
Yep,
Once
run
again,
it back,
we're back.
Run this back, my friends.
Can Always Inchan get a win today, or are they gonna be the 2nd place demons for the weekend? Or sorry, for Saturday. They still haven't gotten a win, so this would be the game, and it is gonna be Team Insider once again. They ended up getting I think they're like 3 to 1 into this team now. Maybe they could get the 1-up this time.
Ooh, nice jump from Senefine. Okay.
Ooh, a great pull there. Yana gonna get hit by that spring trap. There's a
Go
combo
for it,
actually
go
gonna
for it.
target the Mai. The Mai's already getting chunked down to half HP. There is the protocol already invested. It looks like a disengage is gonna be called for Team Always Inchan. Gonna try healing that Mai back up.
Oh, the amount of mind games that these two teams play every time they're in Final Zone. You could write a textbook on this. You could write a paper on this. You could write an essay on this. The trumpet is going to sound, but unfortunately blocked out by the shield. And now we wait for yet another rotation of crowd control. Second Maelstrom has been popped, though. There's a dagger on the ground, but the stun's going to come in, and the taunt is actually massive.
Luminal, find an angle in.
Pretty early, too, at the dodge out on the checkmate. But here we go, the damage is in. Seiko is
He just
down.
instantly kills Seiko, and that's going to be it.
Obliteration comes through at the best of PTSD will reign once again. Always Inchan will be able to finish it out, and all praise the stonks of the Luminal coin. GG's called out to Always Inchan. 13 kills in 1st place will punch their tickets to knock out Stage 6.
They finally got their deserved win. This time on the backs of Luminal. Luminal just able to just get on in there. Just so patient, just waiting out all the cooldowns. The Period Uppercut was invested onto the Shoichi. A beautiful ultimate, beautiful exclusive from that Mai. That is how you counter that team comp once again. If you have that Mai pick, just use that exclusive onto the full combo from that Nikki Adela, using all their, abilities together, and just dodge out on so much of the damage, and there's just not much left in the tank for that team to really work with.
Yeah, I think Team Insider needs to start making a lot more strategy calls before these games start, because every single time they're playing up against Always Inchan, I said this yesterday as well, but they're faltering. Every single time they're hesitating on who to go for, because I think if they went for Kyungkwae there, they actually had the one-shot rotation set up. They already took the Mai down to half HP with not even a queen rotation. It was a pawn into Night Fork into a castling combo that took out half the health of the Mai, and the frailty was already proc too. If they just focus fired the Mai down, I genuinely think there was a chance they would have been able to win again, but they focus fire. Seiko sends the checkmate over onto Luminal, misses it, and then does absolutely nothing for the rest of the fight because he gets taken down immediately. So it's just more of, I think, Team Insider having to make better decisions on who they go for. Their whole entire identity of never going for tanks is really hurting them up against Always Inchan. I know Luminal is a threat and he's going to be a threat in the fight, but if you have your kit, like half of your damage, sent on one person, you gotta act upon that.
Yeah. It is kind of hard though, just because they are playing that Mai, right?
Yeah,
the Mai exclusive is able to deny the combo, right? The Nikki Period Uppercut combo into the Adela, Queen stack. It's just kind of tough, I would say. It's just a tough matchup for Team Insider. They just have to find an angle to try to lock down that Shoichi. But if the Shoichi is just able to get exclusive out from that combo, and then just able to just jump on in, dash around, and just connect their daggers, it's just lights out, I think, for Team Insider. So it's just, I mean, they could try looking for the angle. The problem is that Lenny is also on a tankier build because they are on that Commander's headset as well, and I think they're also playing a tank arm piece. I think they're playing that Magic Lamp. So they're targeting. It's pretty hard to say exactly who they should target. I think in that situation you are correct. They probably should have just went for the Mai because they blew a lot of their abilities. They proc the frailty. I think the frailty is like the big thing that gives them the damage to kill tanks if they are able to get it off. And because the frailty was already invested, maybe they should have just looked for that Period Uppercut into the Sua double Odyssey. Maybe could have killed the Mai before they got the exclusive off. But yeah, the damage just or the decision making, I guess, just wasn't really there. But yeah, it is, I would say, a really tough matchup for Team Insider.
Yeah, there's a part of me that really thinks if you're gonna be running Frailty and you're not going for tanks, there's definitely better alternatives for augments that you can run, especially because you're running the Havoc tree anyways. You could even go for something like Red Sprite just to get that initial burst of damage going through, because a lot of times when you're using something like Frailty, it gets so much more value against tanks because it does cut that defense, right, of the person that you're trying to go up against. So yeah, there's definitely different options, but who am I to say? It's Zico after all. He lands his stuff, so who cares what I say? That Adela can do whatever he pleases. But I will definitely just say one last thing before we go into the scores. For the track record, Team Insider seems to just be on the losing edge compared to Always Incheon. Whenever they do win, it's either Always Incheon making mistakes or Team Insider not hesitating. But that not hesitating part has not really happened that often. But here is the final results that we are going to be seeing for game number 4 of knockout stage number 5. Our 4 teams moving forward will be Always Incheon, Rump Rebels, Insider, and Gwangju Slasher. Unfortunately, Seongnam Rocks, Ignite, Yangju Whales, and Gyeongnam Sparkles will not making it into knockout stage 6.
Seongnam Rocks, they had such a miracle run in that game, but unfortunately, just getting third party in that final zone cost them that spot there. Had 15 kills, but just wasn't able to get enough placement points, or just wasn't able to get enough kills to qualify them into knockout stage number 6. But a 5th place spot for knockout stage 4, or sorry, knockout stage 5 is definitely nothing to scoff at.
Yes, they finish in, let's see, 12th place, I think, overall for phase number 1. That's definitely not a bad result, especially since we know Seongnam Rock is most likely going to be coming back during phase number 2, kicking and punching, right? These guys are not the ones to lay down their arms and say, okay, we'll just kind of resign ourselves to our fate. No, they will be back. Sutton, Curry, and Belzer, do expect to see them in phase number 2, where they'll most likely be showing us yet another rotation of their oh-so-infamous Yuki, Hyejin and the Rio composition. But that does it for knockout stage number 5. I mean, wow. This time around, it's an even split, by the way, Super, for teams that came up from knockout stage 4 and the ones that came in from knockout stage 5, because Always Incheon and Insider still continuing their run. Rump Rebels and the Gwangju Slasher will be the 2 that joins us from knockout stage 5 to continue their path onto knockout stage number 6. Insider, one more set to push them to the miracle run that Always Incheon found themselves in during phase number 2 of season 6.
Yeah, a huge run here coming out from Insider. Just one more, and Always Incheon, they were the ones who had the previous miracle run, so we'll see if they're going to be able to, punch their way into the finals as well, because they did come from a pretty low knockout stage. So it's going to be pretty interesting knockout stage 6 here, and I'm wondering, are we going to have any bans going into knockout stage number 6 here, because we haven't really seen anything really at all today.
I'd be slightly hard-pressed. 3 of the 4 teams that are moving on, well, technically even all 4 of them, they're all using very unique characters, right? Even Gwangju Slasher would be like the one that I would kind of assume fits in line, but they're playing Arda, Kenneth, and Fiora. Literally nobody else is playing that right now, so I'd be a little hard-pressed for it. But guys, that was an even number of games. You know what that means. This time around, though, slightly longer break, as we need to get ready for knockout stage number 4. So we'll see you guys back here in about 10 minutes, so make sure you guys go grab extra water, please. It's been pretty hyped so far, so keep yourselves hydrated. Go grab a snack, go take a stretch. We'll see you guys back here for the first half of knockout stage number 6.
Take care.
누군가가 연쇄 처치 중입니다. 생존자가 누군가가 연쇄 처치 중입니다.
You're ready to get in the game now. The last thing you want is to wait. WD Black, performance storage, purpose-built for gaming. SSD speed that obliterates load times. Performance to transform your game. Expanded capacity to store more. Customizable RGB. WD Black. Because the game never waits. WD Black. Drive your game.
치워야 할 쓰레기가 많이 보이는군요. 당신이 누구든 상관없습니다. 생명의 가치는 모두 같아요. 죽으면 똑같은 시체일 뿐. 그럼 저승에서 뵙겠습니다. 더블L VIP 서비스 시작하겠습니다. 도망칠 곳은 없습니다. 저도 당신도. 주어진 운명에 발버둥칠 뿐이죠. 사신이 당신에게 찾아올 때까지. 의뢰는 반드시 완수합니다.
선택에 상응하는 결과를 정밀하게 변수를 사용하지. 깨달은 이상 결과는 고정될 뿐이야. 오차는 없어. 모든 인생의 종착점이지. 형편없군. 결과를 안다고 미래가 바뀌는 건 아니다. 당신은 이 실험에 대해 얼마나 알고 있을까? 내가 말해줄 수 있는 건 우린 머지않아 전부 소멸한다는 사실이지. 내가 보았던 미래는 진실일까? 그쪽은 멸망 속에서 살아남을 준비가 됐을지 모르겠고. 그럼 실험을 시작하지. 당신의 미래에는 휴감이 필요하지. 새로운 시대의 문을 여는 단 하나의 열쇠를 찾기 위해서. 연사는 끝났어. 이미 관측된 결과는 바뀌지 않아. 실험을 끝내지. 절망의 끝에선 폰에게 모든 영광을.
내 검에 흔들림은 없다. 그림자 속에 진짜가 숨어있는 법이다. 찔러주지! 더 정교하고 더 빠르게. 거기까지! 피하지 않아. 훈련이고 앞으로 나아간다. 시작된 이상 봐주지 않아.
하게 되겠죠. 자, 노도널 그리고 에루키 합니다.
자, 여기서 한 번 더 싸움을 보고 있는데 요거 일단 싸움 스타트 자체는 나쁘진 않지만 이게 이 안에다가 윌리엄까지 있어서 파괴력이 너무 세다 보니
그렇습니다.
초반에 일단 데미지가 살짝 부족한 모습이고
그래도 이거 도깨비불 한번 붙었으니까
그렇죠.
이거 하나 잡아보자
리오리.
라는 생각 너무 좋았고요.
자, 한 번 더 에스텔 쪽으로 들어가 보는데요. 리우리의 유스티나가 나리트 타이신의 에스텔
그렇죠.
쪽으로.
오.
잘 피하는데요.
그렇죠.
자, 그리고 여기서
굉장히 잘
리스폰이
피했죠?
되니까 이 카티아를 필두로 한 번 더 킬을 만들어내는 게 뉴라이즈
아니,
강원이거든요.
유라이즈 강원 벌써 거의 10킬 가까이 나왔어요.
그렇습니다. 저 게다가 지금 정영복이 스킬 한 번 맞춰놨고 이제 쫓아가고 있는 리우리. 하지만 가속 경기를 밟기 때문에 여기까지. 오,
그럼
여기서
이거
나온
어디 잡겠다.
잠시만요. 노던날 선수가 여기서 리스폰을 되면 이거 얘기가 많이 달라지거든요.
그렇죠.
자, 그렇지만 윌리엄까지도 벌써
자,
볼 수
오히려
있나요?
노더날이 꼬리를 살랑살랑 흔들면서 나 잡을 것 같잖아.
와, 뉴라이즈 강원 1일차 밤에 지금
지금 뭐든 이 포스코어를 바탕으로 달려주면 되거든요.
그렇습니다. 자,
이쪽에서는.
다시 한 번 더 뉴라이즈 강원 쪽으로 들어가 봅니다만은 자, 3대3 교전 아직까지 2일차 밤 26초 남았고요. 리오리 들어옵니다.
자, 공격적으로 카티아를 운영하고 있는 피닉스가
자, 이어서 노더날.
오,
깔끔하게
너무
넘어왔는데요.
매력적이죠.
이렇게 되면요, 이미 교전 구도가 뉴라이즈 강원 쪽으로 크게 기울었죠. 쇼이치까지 잡아낼 수 있을 것 같습니다. 뉴라이즈 강원.
아 이거 벽궁 한번 당했어요.
네.
쓰레기통에 한번
자, 그리고 이쪽은 우승리버와
2차전.
자, 다시 한번 싸우는데 자, 이거 엠마가 너무 많이 맞고 시작하는 게 아닐까라는 생각이
아 근데
들긴
이거
합니다만.
여차하면 하늘나리 타고 갈 수 있다 보니까 밥성사 선수가 못 들어가요.
그렇습니다. 자, 이제 3일차기 때문에 여기서 나오는 손실 하나하나가 정말 크게 자, 들어갈 수 있습니다.
그래도 방금 서로 또 심리전이 있었던 게 트위치 단건 깔리는 거 보고 자 거기다가 CC기를 한번 커버 줬었거든요.
그렇죠. 자, 그런데
오,
오,
카티아 이스킬
이거
좋았어요
어떻게
방금.
자 불꽃 이 스킬을 한번 피하기는 했어요. 다만
그렇죠?
자, 일단 카티아가 먼저 잡히고 변이 걸린 노도날 빠져나가지만요. 오히려 자, 리오리 쪽을 쫓고 밥석사의 쇼이치가 노도날 쪽으로 됩니다. 자, 여기서 만약에 마커스 잡히면요.
잠시만요. 이거
커뮤니티 이거-
13킬 해놓고 여기까지 왔는데
그럼 너무
이거
너무
엠마가
아쉬워.
너무 아쉽거든요.
여기 집탑킬하고 변이 맞고 와. 절로 올라가네요.
그렇죠. 이거 강제적으로 절로 올라가는 팀들이 좀 있거든요.
네.
자, 아카츠키 이거 밀려 나가면 위로 넘어갈 수밖에 없는데 그러면은 위클라인 팀입니다.
오, 자, 나랑 놀자가 일단 연하 선수가 잘
오,
들어갔고
자, 한채 정확히 들고 왔는데 이런
자,
하트공
네.
소비
아,
시켜놓고
거기다가 카톤도트로 밀어내는 센스까지.
자, 여기서 먼저 하트 잡히고 그리고
이걸 놓칠 수 없다. 정확히
공을
잡아줬어요.
맞았어요.
자, 그래서 분가 더 들어가나요?
자, 이거
분가 더
킬한
들어가나요?
거는 알고 있을
따봉이
겁니다.
갑자기 따봉이 들어왔어요. 이러면 망나니 선수까지 잡히고 터미네이트. 그런데 정사 필적이 들어가게 되면서 분과 선수도 조금은 느려집니다. 분수 쪽으로 강제적으로 들어가게 됐는데 자, 마침 지금 여기가 교전 중이긴 하거든요.
그렇죠. 스페셜리스트 원딜들 그래도 거리 조절 굉장히 잘해줬습니다만 자, 이안 이 궁극기 썼을 때부터가 이제부터 시작입니다.
자, 그리고 에어본.
공포 들어가고 여기서 평타 계속 치면은
오.
아,
자, 그리고 갑자기 위에서 자 올라오는 변이 걸고 날아라 잡아주면서
이러면은
자, 3대2 구도 에루키아 그리고 우성 유니버입니다만은 이쪽은 지금 레온이 없고
그렇죠. 그리고 여기 밀면 궁극기 아직 안 찼거든요.
그렇죠. 자, 지금
변이
이게요.
걸리고.
지금 말고 기회 없습니다. 이거 궁극기 없을 때 어떻게 돼야 되는데 에스텔이랑 이안 궁극기 없을 때 여기서 다 잡아야 돼요.
변이 걸고요.
우성 유니버 가능한가요?
자,
에스텔까지 잡았으면
이거는
자,
가능하죠. 이건
자,
가능하죠. 아니 잠시만요. 이거 지금 에스텔 패시브, 에스텔 패시브, 에스텔 패시브.
아티팩트를 눌러버려가지고 자, 엠마가 변이를 시키지 못했기 때문에 마무리가 안 됐고 이거 큰일 났네요.
이거
하지만
진짜
자, 이거
1대1
시간승이에요. 시간승.
시로 그리고
시간 많은 거 알아요, 이거는.
조이치와 이안 1대. 하지만 시간이 조금 더 앞서는 쪽으로
그렇죠. 단것만 잘 타면 됩니다. 단것만
5초, 4초, 3초,
2초. 이게 이렇게 되네요.
또 하트 궁극기로 소모시키게 만들고 이러면 많이 억울했거든요.
그래도 나쁘지 않아요.
네.
13킬
자,
3등입니다.
오,
오, 야, 제대로
네.
맞췄는데 라쿤.
아니
너무
원딜이
빠르게.
이렇게
자,
허당하게.
이러면 3대9도 요거는 이안도 쉽지
아
않죠.
이미 게임이 끝났죠.
그렇습니다. 자, 이렇게 되면요 에포메이션이 14번째 킬까지 가져갈 수 있는 가능성이 높습니다. 나리트
네.
탈신 정리하고요. 남아있는 시로까지 잡아내면요.
이거는. 마무리입니다.
체크메이트 에포메이션 첫 번째 라운드.
해요.
자, 이 지역을 떠나고 있지 않죠. 그리고
그렇죠.
따봉과 더불어서 에르키아 그리고 뉴라이즈 강원도
이거
다시 한번
불빛이
들어와서
뭔가 들리는 것 같습니다.
예.
여기야 여기 지금 리오리 선수 계속 이야기하고 있거든요.
그렇습니다. 자, 그래서 아스트라버스를 한번
아스트라버스.
버텨내고 노don을 합류하는데 자,
와,
카테도 들어와야죠.
너무 오래 버텼어요. 정말 오래 버텼습니다.
치유 드론.
하지만 여기서 하트가 대시를 한다면
JCP를
아,
잡아내요.
그렇죠.
자,
깜짝 놀랐거든요.
그렇습니다. 그래서 밀어냈죠. 결국엔 아카츠키가 밀어내고 자, 교전은 스페셜리스트랑 나봉의 3대3.
여기서도 보시면 아시겠지만은 홈퍼미스를 통해서 데미지를 반사를 해주고 도발과 함께 바깥으로 빠져나가는 판단.
자, 킹유의 하트가 일단 러브는
그렇죠.
맞췄지만요. 잡아내고 자, 나라라 선수가 혼자 남아 있습니다.
근데 이거 혼자서 생각보다 좀 할만한데 네, 여기서 승전보가 터져버리면 체력이 다 채워집니다.
예. 자, 따봉이 8번째 킬을 만들 수 있을까요? 창호 선수의 알렉스가 나라라 선수 쪽으로 이동.
Hello everybody, Fishbait here. Welcome back from the break. Hope you guys had a good one. I'm a talking piece of Fishbait. Appreciate all of you guys worrying for me earlier on during the break. Thank you very much for that. Hopefully you guys had a great break because now we are back for knockout stage number 6 after that fiasco we just saw of a knockout stage number 5.
That was quite a bit of kills, I would say, in that lobby going around there. But we are here for knockout stage 6, so these are going to be the teams playing. And you can see the light is right at the end of the tunnel for these teams in green on the right side. That is going to be our 4 teams that did just make it straight into the finals.
And it's stacked. It is oh so stacked. But there's still a lot that these teams are going to have to do, right? Today still exists. Knockout stage number 6 still exists. Arirang Fighters, Gyeonggi Innate, 1ㅅKnockout, and Daegu Guardians will be joining Always Incheon, Rump Rebels, Insider, and Gwangju Slasher that we just saw moving up from knockout stage number 5 to determine our 4 teams moving into the finals. But might I say, this lobby already looks like one.
Yeah, I mean, all these teams... I mean, these are the teams that's placed in second place, so these are going to be our top teams coming out here. Do have a couple teams I'm not as familiar with, but obviously we know Gyeong Innate, you know, one of our premier front-to-back teams. Got G-Works team, it looks like, going to be coming in on Guardians, and Arirang Fighters and 1ㅅKnockout. They had a really nice performance in the group stage.
Surprisingly too, right? As you said, we don't really know a lot of the players from both Arirang Fighters as well as 1ㅅKnockout. You've seen a couple of them every now and then, but it's not ones that we're all too familiar with. So the fact that they're in second place today for knockout stage number 6 during the group stages, yeah, they definitely made things work. So let's see what we are going to get started with. Arirang Fighters, they're going to bring it back. This Tazia comp rolled people over in KR during the group stages. They will be playing it one more time to see what they can get out of it. And I know this team had a little bit of influence in NA recently. I know there's been a team trying to make this composition work. They may need some examples because I know they've been struggling with it a little bit.
Yeah, Tazia, Priya, and Charlotte. So 2 supports just gonna be on the backs of Seo here. He was just playing so well, and 1ㅅKnockout. It looks like they're gonna be playing the it's gonna be a double dive comp with the Alex in the backline, but also a pseudo dive as well. So triple melee comp, I would say, for team 1ㅅKnockout. We're gonna have Team Guardians. We're gonna be seeing the Tia coming out from them.
Yeah, Tia coming out from the Guardians. That's going to be fun. Char, it's been a long time since I've seen this player on that Tia. Now, it's not going to be as iconic as something like, for example, Revolu's Tia or even Youngman's Tia, but Char did show some promise on this character a long time ago. Going to be feeling a little bit more of that supportish style gameplay because we are going to be seeing the, the Sentinel on that Tia this time around, but they do have a Theo on the back end. It's not going to be too big of a deal when it comes to the overall damage output. And I will just mention one last thing as well. Arirang Fighters did change out
Yeah, they swapped over to the Eva. They did swap over to the Eva, so they're going to have the Eva in the backline trying to dish out some extra damage.
Let's go. Dingy and Char. I'm excited about this one. I haven't really seen too much of Tia running Sentinel. Obviously, it's for good reasons, right? It's not something that you're going to be seeing too much, but...
Yeah, we usually see one team or one team member on that Sentinel just because Sentinel has a lot of value in Trial Return. You get that, you know, AoE shield for your team is able to, you know, provide a lot of extra HP basically or effective HP for your team. Because you are going to be able to proc the Sentinel usually 2 to 3 times a fight, so it's usually about like 200 to 300 HP you give your teammates.
Yeah, we've already seen people living because of Sentinel, so let's see if it gets value. But here we go, guys, game number 1. What are we going to see? Is it going to be Cemetery once again? Because I do see teams starting to pile on in. A couple of teams inside of this pond area for themselves. Seiko jumping over the wall. Kyungkui might look for a little bit more here. X-Boy. He's
looking.
in. He's hunting.
Yeah, he wants it.
Oh, he lands
Who
the
does hit the Fente. Does try using the cleanse, but unfortunately you can't cleanse a knockup. And yeah, you're just gonna be able to get away with that White Lily. On the other side, though, looks like Charles gonna get caught out here. Can he get some damage? doesn't have enough cooldowns just yet on that tier because he is level 4 and does end up getting caught out by Team Gang in it. They will be able to pick up a nice kill.
Brutal, brutal, brutal. A potential fight inside a Pond Bridge once again. It's going to be 1ㅅSlasher versus Team Always Inton. Ruthless going to be sent pretty early from Luminal. That's going to cut out on a lot of damage,
Great
but they do
exclusive.
have just enough to kill Nizika pretty early on for that Kenneth to not be able to tank enough damage. And in the end, Tia will win it out in Chapel as they're going to pick up a kill onto the Nadine. More fights happening as down goes the Sua. This is what I want to see from a day number 1. Even if we go to a new knockout stage, that is not going to change. But it's not all centered around Cemetery, so the observers might have a little bit more work cut out for them.
Yeah, it's not that much team fighting this time around. It's just, you know, slowly these teams are getting picked off one by one. This is the normal, you know, day 1 that we usually see in Eternal Return here. Looks like Charles actually getting focused down. A great focus there from both Jinro and Zerujin there, but it looks like the Nikki just getting so many auto attacks with Zerujin. Gonna be able to get NCMP there as Zhangyi is gonna be forced to back on out of there. Team Gang ain't gonna be able to win out that trade there. Nice 2-for-1 trade for them as they do end up picking up 2 kills.
Making things work. A lot of these teams definitely looking for these early game fights. Obviously, Young Fighters is not going to be fighting right now, but they haven't lost any members. So overall, the teams that should be looking for these early game kills are definitely getting them. The ones that should be kind of slow scaling towards the mid to late game, they're doing their own stuff. It's surprising now that Rump Rebels haven't gotten any, but outside of that, I think every team is just doing what they need to do on their team composition and executing it correctly.
Yeah, unfortunately, Bear getting caught out once again, so another long respawn timer for them. Looks like teams are slowly starting to split away. You see this from a lot of teams as this is exactly how you're supposed to, you know, farm the map. Is you group up together for this early game team fights, and then you slowly start to see pings. You see where these other teams are, and you slowly separate from your team, getting staying at least one zone adjacent and getting as much farm as possible. Looks like great gate there from Anonymous to get him on out of there. Exploit's gonna try to look for an angle in onto the Bianca, but the Bianca is actually gonna get spell shielded, but it's not gonna be enough as Team Rump Rebels are completely split off as Nizika is gonna be able to TP on in there.
Exploit is using this cleanse really well this game. Bear is starting to get chunked out a little bit, but Don Quixote will bring them back. Bianca should be up in a few moments here too. The only problem is there is no Reign of the Vampire Queen. Great parry from Pia to try dodging away from the Frame Crusher, and now he's the one that has an advantage. Nizika just has to back away. Bear trying to fight it out as much as possible, and I don't know about this
damage.
one. There is another Nimrodski coming through. Wako trying to chase it down, but nobody is going to get taken down from either one of the teams, save for just Anonymous at the beginning. So it's all good. No, not Anonymous, sorry. It's going to be Wako at the beginning.
They don't know. They're in here. Here comes a double dice.
Dice and Cube combo, only going to tag a couple, no real follow through, but that does put a cooldown over onto the Aura.
And they're stuck.
That is a beautiful Spark Nade landing on the 2 members of 1ㅅSlasher. But what is this follow through? It just doesn't exist. The damage just isn't there yet from the Theo. It's only a level 1 energy blast field, which means only 1 kill is going to come through despite the beautiful setup from that Theodore.
And the other side here, the Eva's gonna get fully sent on here, but a huge that was a huge divine intervention from that Charlotte. Tauzi's actually gonna go back in 1v3 here. We'll be able to get it. A huge queen coming out from Seiko, gonna be able to lock up that Tazia from doing any more damage, and it's gonna be Team Insider gonna be able to win that team fight. A nice 2 kills for them, and they're gonna be able to claim that Tree of Life in Cemetery.
Insider, they're already getting their engines revving. My god, is there any knockout stage they're just not gonna be doing this in? How did they end up in knockout stage number 1 anyways to begin with? They're so confident in their gameplay. There is a solo kill from Luminal over on Yona. Not even close, but now he's just getting surrounded by everybody from the Insider. He's dodging everything. He's just trying to go for the base.
Wait, oh my god, he goes back!
He is just outplaying the living crap out of Team Insider, and
oh my god,
indeed, the Queen as a last-ditch effort from Seiko, maybe trying to see his life out of that situation. The conundrum does not end with Luminal just raising the stonks yet again.
Luminal just playing out of his mind there. Oh, Expo actually gonna be able to turn onto Jinho there. They're gonna be able to trade 1 kill, but is gonna go down to 0 Jin. Looks like Rump Rebels is gonna look for an angle onto Team Wait Meow mid. Lena already getting chunked down to 1 HP. Looks like Alex is gonna be able to get some damage off here, but Bear does have the bookmark. He's gonna take the Don Quixote in. I don't think he's gonna take it just yet. He's gonna take it now. Double Don Quixote actually gonna try getting on forward there onto that Laura, but here comes the engage. Re-engage is gonna be sent onto the Bianca in the backline here. Can they find an angle? I don't think they will. Oh, there's a quick cut. It isn't gonna be able to get him on in. Bianca should fall very shortly. Should get CC chained on the top side here, as Piet is gonna be forced to get out. Comes a 1v1. Laura is going to be able to win this out here. Just has to dodge it on the Don Quixotes, but Bear's actually going to try and come back in. Is going to be able to dodge it on out of there, and Wade Miyama's going to be able to pick up a nice 2 kills.
Yeah, a lot of people wonder how to fight Sua. Just dodge, bro. It's that easy. Just dodge everything. It makes it so easy.
I mean, yeah.
Serlo.
I think the main one you have to dodge is that Don Quixote.
Yeah.
Because once the Don Quixote is gone, you know, she doesn't get the cooldowns back. She doesn't get the healing, and then she's just stuck there in your face. So
Especially
it's very nicely
Serlo.
played. Yeah, just very nicely played from that Laura, able to dodge out on that, and oh no, it's gonna be Walker getting caught once again. Luminal getting another kill. It's gonna be always injured with 5 team kills already.
Yeah, these guys are doing pretty solid. Kyungi and 8 also sitting on 5 kills themselves, but the fight over Alpha is not going to care who has more kills. And CMB going to get stunned up against the wall, but the positioning on the side of Team Insider is not exactly the greatest to take advantage of something like this. Alpha still maintaining control over that mid roll. It's a full swing coming through, but it launches it straight into Jingyi. It's still the 1-for-1 trade, but on the flip side, there is a Tia. Tia does a lot of damage, and it's still early.
Silence. Oh no!
Means that's not
He's
looking
dead.
good. Insider, he's trying to get himself on LPO. He needs to leave.
Oh,
but
he gets hit.
Follow through, and he's got the punches. He's got the damage. He's got the Tellurian, and the time for Team Insider is nigh. It is over for Team Insider in game number 1. 4 kills, and that's it. Cut out.
That is a disaster, and I think it's catching up to them with this Sua Della Nikki team comp. I think teams are starting to know how to play around it. Fortunately, they're gonna go down in 8th place with only 4 kills. Guardians gonna be able to pick up a nice 3 kills for themselves, and they get to Alpha too, so huge tempo swing for them.
Yeah, and these guys are now the kill leaders in the lobby, right? 6 kills strong now. Tia making sure that even without any damaging augment, she's still able to pump out the damage. And I like the combo rotations that it was swinging. The full swing did troll the Theo just a little bit, but you had to try something. Another fight inside of Hotel, double dice combo, not going to land on anything. Very low value from the looks of it. Jino did tag himself in the corner just a little bit, but no stun coming through. Beautiful double Flame Crusher, but he just doesn't have the sustain right now to make sure that Flame Crusher actually comes into value. Anonymous is going to leave using the Nimrodscape, but this does completely split the members of Kwangju Slasher. It's a 1-for-0 overall in favor of Kyungi and 8.
Yeah, just not enough damage for Slasher just yet, and you are playing into that front-to-back team. It was just the Nadine just raining arrows on the backside here. Exploit going to try looking for an angle onto the Nadine here. Going to try looking for it. Does end up using the cleanse for that movement speed. Not going to be able to find anything. Jinno able to kite out very nicely there, and going to be able to pick up another kill from Team Slasher.
Oh, he seems to be Exploit, huh? Even the last series, Exploit was just
he always tries looking. Yeah, he always tries looking for that one pick as well, and then usually he gets one with him, but this time, unfortunately, you know, they are going into Team Gang N8, and Jinno just amazing on that ADC backline.
Yeah, it's all fine though. He's going to come back in a few moments anyways. As day number 3 hits, a majority of the teams are split. It's only Insider that's not going to be alive, but the map is pretty open. There's a lot of big zones available right now, right? We just saw Beach having 2 teams. They probably won't be fighting, as there's a lot of space to run around with inside of that zone. Factory's also going to be open. We even see, I think it was Police Station, Fire Station also open as well. A lot of these big surface area zones are still up, so the map is still quite big, despite there only being 7 teams alive.
Fighters here, full sending in here, and they catch the Eva. The Eva is going to be able to blink back. Walker's going to chunk down to 1 HP. Does get healed back a bit. Bear is going to go straight onto the Eva there, and I don't think the Eva can get out. Great sidesteps. On the other side, Pied is going to be able to get the Tazia, and it's just going to be a 2-for-1 for the side of Team Rebels.
Divine Intervention it ended as soon as the Reign of the Vampire Queen was about to proc, so Begok actually ended up beating the full damage rotation of the Bianca. It just sat there and ate it, thinking the Divine Intervention was going to save him, but the intervention was called early. Divine Intervention just not staying up long enough. Really well played from Piet as well. You're right. I think the cleanup was pretty easy because of the fact that he has the tactical suit right now, so he actually gets a lot more effective HP cutouts than you might think, because we've seen a lot of cases where these Tazias are able to survive with less than 5% HP because their cooldowns are rotated. Yeah, with tactical suit, you just say no, die. Be gone.
Yeah, I mean,
see ya.
Yeah. I mean, Aiden, yeah, is able to deal a lot of damage, and like you said, has that easy, nice cleanup potential with that tactical suit, having that execute as well. It's going to be up to, I think, I mean, it was a really good engage from the Bianca as well, hitting that Reign of the Vampire Queen onto 2, and then like you said, you know, the Divine Intervention, unfortunately, not lasting long enough here. Young and 8, maybe gonna look for a fight here between Team Guardians as Charlotte is gonna get poked down from this Justina. Justina already, or it looks like the HP is actually gonna come back. NCMP getting chunked down as well. Justina getting so much value and he's having so much range that he just gets so much damage for free.
Well, it's still night number 3. There's still plenty of time for teams to start continuing to scale up forward. You can see, look at the credits for Gyeonggi. I mean, they're sitting at pretty hefty amounts. I don't think any other teams right now are looking to get that 500, especially with Insider gone. There's no other teams that we've really seen focus firing down that blood sample during night number 3. Gyeonggi will probably do it. I think it's going to go over to 0 gen. We've seen so much priority on these Justinas during group stage. I think it's going to be pretty consistent this time around too. Although this might help him a little bit as Nizika, he's caught out by himself. There's no Anonymous to help supporting him. He's trying to get the cooldown resets, but he's turning around. There's probably a white lily over there. Why did he turn around?
I think he was it anyways. Maybe he could have got the dash off and maybe could have procced it, but yeah, I'm pretty sure he was cooked anyways. Maybe tried to let his teammates get out safely. I know the Fiora already went the other way, so you know all his teammates were out. But I think he tried turning around maybe to try to get the auto attack reset, but just wasn't really there. And oh, we have Slash actually gonna jump straight onto the heads of Team Gyeonggi, but unfortunately Gyeonggi already left, and a huge taunt there from Ignite, able to lock up X-Boy. And Team Slash are gonna be forced to just walk into red. But I think Gyeonggi, they want more. They actually look to try to chase here, but can't really chase into the Arda with that Nimrod's Gate.
Yeah, can't chase into an Arda because you can always have that possibility of getting turned back on. Right, and the Fiora will also be throwing out Fenties left and right, so I really like the call there from Gyeonggi to back away, especially with the Justina taken pretty low. 0 gen was taken down to about what, quarter of their HP. Oh, that Nimrod's Gate is pretty good. That's a triple knockup with the initial Q.
He's gonna focus X-Boy.
The parry not really going to do anything, but it does split everybody away. X-Boy is completely isolated. Surlo is way too tanky for this, but this is a quarter check. GTL coming back from the fight. Surlo,
he gets the execution bonus.
Will keep himself alive, but in the end, it will be the scroll to finish it out.
Nizika's going in,
but Nizika is just completely annihilating this Alex. He doesn't have the damage to kill it because he's running Pen. I saw the Amp drone earlier. That doesn't kill a Kenneth.
Yeah, both just the members of the side of Team Wait-A-Minute. I don't think they have enough damage to really kill that Kenneth once the Laura goes down there. And on the top side, oh no, Rumble is fortunately at least 2 members. The side of Team Guardians just able to play the front to back so well. And it will be the side of Team Rebels losing 2. But Guardians going to be able to pick up a nice 2 kills for themselves. And I think that was the Tia sitting on the Elf Dress. We have been seeing that come out from a lot of these teams. They are going to be sitting on that Sentinel Elf Dress from these backline mages. And it's a lot of value, right? You get that Elf Dress proc with that Sentinel Shield. The Sentinel Shield will always proc that Elf Dress for your team. And then having that extra adaptive force. So, you know, a pretty nice cook, I would say, for that Dia.
I do wonder, do you think, somebody in chat might have to test this out for me in game, do you think the yellow paint proc gives Sentinel Shield?
It does, yeah, because it actually does damage. It does damage.
Yeah, if it does, then that's the easiest proc of Sentinel in the world, right? That Elf Dress gets so much value because you start out with it at the beginning of the fight because you're almost guaranteed to land that yellow if you're in this high of, competitive play, and you're playing the Tia, you're confident in landing the yellow, and even if it isn't, you got blue, you got red, everything can land.
Yeah,
so
yeah,
much
you're just there, yeah, and you just have this low cooldowns as well, so you're able to just proc the Sentinel Elf Dress pretty consistently, and yeah, as long as you get maybe 3 or 4 procs of the Elf Dress and Sentinel, you basically got the value out of those items. So looks like, oh, the Sentinel did just proc there. We did see it. He just threw that yellow. So there is your answer. I think there is your question that is answered there. We are going to have the Sparkling going to be able to land onto the Lina. And looks like a lot of poke damage going to be forced on the Lina. Lina really chunked down half HP. And a great engage from the Nikki, able to really annihilate the Laura. They're lower down to 1 HP, but able to jump around in the team fight, but it's just not enough as the damage from the side of Team Guard is just way too much. A great freeze. Are they able to get the Alex? I don't think that the last sniper shot is going to be able to kill them. Looks like Team Wait-A-Minute is going to be forced to retreat.
Yeah, I think Wait-A-Minute messed around a little bit too much and found out what happens if they do. Up against the Theo and the Tia, you're playing triple melee, man. It's just way too risky, especially in an open area like that. GTL, he's going to be struggling. He's got no timer.
Look at this timer.
He's surrounded by teams about to walk into a team of full control mages. I don't know about Alex's chance about surviving this. He is trying to get himself on out, trying to thread the needle up against many teams inside of Factory right
Should be
now.
dead here.
But it
Tazia,
is a
yeah.
Tazia, and it's the laser to finish him off. So Team 1ㅅKnockout down 2 members. They've got the credits for it, but it's still going to take quite a while. Whereas Team Arirang Fighters, 3 kills strong. I mean, these guys, they were also the type during the group stages to not get that many at the beginning of the game. But it just makes sense with a composition like this. Rump Rebels
And Rump
losing
Rebels just not able to find their footing back in this game. They've been down, members for so long now. They got these stagnated reses, but just not able to get all 3 members back up in time. We are going to see a teleport here from Team Guardians. I really like this teleport. It is going to be into red zone. That's going to be reopening in Temple. Mint, Selena going to try getting away, but they're just going to be locked up by Team Slasher. And that's going to be it. Team Mint, unfortunately, falling down in 7th place with only 5 kills. So not too many points going for them. Looks like Bear going to be forced to rat it out there. Not enough credits, and it's going to be day 5, so not going to be able to get that res off.
Chen was the one to pick up the Wickle Line buff as well. You can see it. They probably picked up the blood sample. I wonder where it went. Was this one where Chen saved? Whoa. Okay.
Oh, wow.
I actually think that phase vortex landing and knocking up Centipede was more of a blessing than a curse, because he would have died. He would have gotten disintegrated by the Eva. Lucky for them, they will keep themselves alive.
Oh.
The flame from Ing9 gonna come on through.
Perfect
That's
engage.
a beautiful divine intervention, but that's really early on into the fight. That's a great wall to deny
Huge
Surgeon
triple
from coming
mat,
back into the fight.
3-man
But look
taunt.
at the lasers just pumping
Oh
damage
my
into the
God.
DPSs. You can't light up like that against an Eva. You cannot do that. Gyeonggi Innate, they broke one of the cardinal rules going up against an Eva. Zero Jin and Jinho lines up. That's the easiest laser in the world.
Yeah, that was a huge taunt from Mai, but yeah, I mean, the Eva just ripping the side of Team KNA to shreds, and I think that's gonna be it. They don't have enough credits to get all 3 members back up here. Maybe they could look for a res, but Ing9 completely isolated. And you could see on the bottom side, Arirang Fighters, they got so much value out of that team fight. They got so much credits, and they're gonna be able to get their items up here.
That's a team that turbo scales into late game too. You got a Tazia, you got a Charlotte, you got an Eva. How are you going to stop this for other teams? Because Gyeonggi and Innate just gave them everything they could have possibly wanted at this stage in the game. Gwangju Slasher is about to find Gyeonggi Innate. Ing9 will be caught out. He'll get caught up by the Fenty, but of course, oh, the White Lily actually denied. This is problematic for
He
Ing9.
should be dead here. He can't get out.
Yeah, he's trying.
Let's try using the camera up to get out of there. There is
but
another
it was
team.
Johnny.
Yeah, always in Shun. Ooh, a great spring trap there from Zenithine to lock up that kill. And always in Shun gonna be able to get a nice kill for himself as Team Slasher. They're just gonna completely book it. They don't want anything to do with this Wick team.
Yeah, a little bit of an oopsie for a lot of these teams going on right now, but it's game number 1. It's all fine and dandy. Rump Rebels, Bear needs to get himself out. He will be able to do that at least for the time being. But look at how the map is distributed. We're back to small zones once again. Fire Station is open. That's going to be the only quote-unquote big area when it comes down to it. But Daegu Guardians has so much information around this spot. Look at the camera. Look at the vision availability for Team Daegu Guardians right now in Fire Station. The moment you walk in there, you're going to be found out by that team. Arirang Fighters also trying to get some positioning inside of Pond so they can make the decisions on where they want to go. But Gwangju Slashers isn't going to let this happen for free. There's the initiation coming in. There's the divine intervention coming through as well, but a good disengage for a moment by Gwangju Slashers over on the backside. Team Arirang Fighters, they're so split. Tazia needs to do a lot of work, but the
lockdown is just way too much.
X-Boy is just going to rip
Bear!
Tazia a new one. Bear just gets a flank, and maybe he got one. I'm not entirely sure.
He did. I think he got
Eva.
They got the Charlotte here. Bear actually playing the gatekeepers for Team Slasher, but I think the fight was already won for Slashers there. Great engage and a great lockdown onto the Tazia there. Tazia falling a little too early. That is most of Team Arirang's fighters' damage going to be gone there. It's going to be a 1v1 between Bear and the Eva here. Huge double Odyssey and the knockup as well from the Don Quixote. I don't think Eva can get away here. Eva does have that racing suit, but it's not going to be enough to get him out of there. Going to be able to get a nice kill for them, and gonna walk straight into the hands of Team Always in Chun. Not going to have any timer left. but Berg able to secure their team a nice placement point and another kill, so they will definitely take that.
Yeah, 2 placement points, right? Because the Rump Rebels got taken down pretty early. The fact that the Su was able to stay alive for this long and pick up 2 extra kills, I mean, you will definitely take that. It might not be the most successful game number 1, but you'll take what you can get, especially as that team. We're going into our temporary zones now. Gwangju Slashers trying to duke it out up against Team Daegu Guardians. Timer-wise, it seems to actually be in favor of Gwangju Slashers. I'm not entirely sure what happened to the timer of Daegu Guardians, but Izika, Anonymous, and X-Boy, they're going to jump in towards the backside. I think the Nikki was a little bit too far away. They're trying to get Jengi as much as possible, but Sapphire Protocol is going to block, and Izika just cannot kill the Theo. They just let him have the bush and walk straight into it. That's going to be 2 kills for Team Daegu Guardians. A beautiful response from Jengi to keep himself alive.
Yeah.
Really good peel from NCMB as well.
That's just so well played from Guardians. They're just able to respond instantly to that Nimrod's Gate, instantly using the Theodore ultimate to get their team to safety, and there's just not really much Team Slasher can do once they get on in there. If they can't stick on to, you know, the Theodore or that Tia, that priority target, there's just not enough damage. And if they don't you know, take the fight down into a 2v3 early, if they don't kill that priority target like that Theodore, there's just too much damage from the side of Team Guardians in response.
Indeed, we're back to yet another always Incheon in that final
They are in the top 2.
Yep,
Can they close it out this time?
Yeah, this is a tough comp to fight up against, right? Because the one team that they were struggling up against during Season 6 was going to be this Theodore composition. Jengi, can he pull off the performance that was similar to what 1ㅅCircle was able to show us during that season finals? Initial Spark Nade is going to miss, but the health bars on Team Daegu Guardians is just refusing to drop. The Sentinel value from Char is looking to be paying off its dividends, and CMB
just providing so much space for his team, just is completely zoning off all 3 members of Team Always Incheon. They know they need to look for an angle onto the backline here. They can't afford to use their cooldowns onto the Nikki. There's a ultimate going to be invested from the Theodore, so not going to have it now, and I think they just have to find an angle in here, but NCMP still providing so much appeal, but there's the Parrish uppercut. Is going to land. Luminal finds an angle in and instantly kills NCMP. Is going to be able to find an angle onto Zhangyi as well, and that is going to be Always Incheon coming out on top, just playing so patient, just waiting for Team Guardians to make a mistake and make an overstep, and that's exactly what happened.
GG's called out to Always Incheon. They will be able to win out game number 1 of knockout stage number 6. 11 kills strong, 21 points in their favors. GG's.
Yeah, I mean, just waited for them to make a mistake. The Nikki was playing so well, but then missing that parry, that just gave the opening for Team Always Incheon to just go in and just do whatever they wanted.
Yeah, but let's be real here, though. What was that energy blast field? Typically, teams will rip it if you're able to combo it into a Spark Nade split into at least 2 members, but he didn't even land a single one. The energy blast field did nothing that entire fight. Maybe if it locked down at least Cenophaine, like, I would have even said okay if it was Kyungkwae that got locked down, right? It's a Mai, you're not going to kill him, but you got to get some kind of positional advantage. No, they just ripped it. I don't know why they did. They had such a good positional advantage. Just keep the shield, just keep the barriers going on, keep zoning away the Lenny as well as the Mai, even the Shoichi as well. Play off of timer. You guys have the advantage, but they just played straight in to Always Incheon.
Yeah, that is true, right? They had zone control. They have to play into that Theodore. I think maybe they had, or I think maybe Zhengyi thought he had a catch with the Spark Nade, but you know, didn't connect, so you can't rip that ultimate because you need that ultimate for safety as well to get away from that Theodore. And then, yeah, that unfortunate parry timing. Once the parry is baited out, you know, your cooldowns are just gonna be too long for you to, you know, rotate your parry back with your stun, and you're just not gonna have the tools to help your team out.
Yeah. In the end, Team Always Incheon, they're way too well versed into fighting up against the Theo, right? As I said, Luminal, he had some problems with it during Season 6. We know what happened during that season finals in that last game. You remember it. I remember it.
Yeah,
inside the chapel.
Luminal's also a Theodore player too, so he knows exactly the windows he needs to take to, you know, counter this character.
Yeah, and that's the problem, right? A lot of times, Theo is really good at zoning away people because he has his barricades, but I think one of the biggest fear factor into fighting a Theo, especially post level 16, is how long that overcharge state lasts. But if you're able to outplay it, then that downtime 30 to 40 seconds, that's plenty of time for a Shuichi to just jump on top of a Theo and get him killed. There's also no bushes in that final zone either. Right?
Yeah,
So
yeah.
no Sapphire Protocol, you can't dodge your way out of that one. I don't know. It could have definitely gone a little bit better for the Theo, but still, a really good game for Taegu Guardians. I don't think they played the entire game wrong. It's just the small mishaps in the final zone that led them to miss out on a couple extra points. Everything else, though, looked really fantastic. I loved Char on the Tia. The Sentinel value was absolutely massive. They can play it again. It's just, let's calm it down a little bit, right?
Yeah, and I mean, the Nikki NCMP just playing, he's just able to just get on in there, tank up, all the damage for his team, finding the priority targets with that peerage uppercut, and then Zhang also just playing really, really well on that Theodore. I mean, all three of them, I think, just playing really nicely here. But we are going to jump straight into the leaderboard here, as we could see always Incheon winning out in that game, going to be able to secure themselves in first place with 21 points. Guardians with 19, Slasher and Giganate with 12 and 11 respectively. So it's still pretty close. It was only game number 1, so you can't count out any of these teams just yet.
Yeah, for sure. This score sheet, not going to stay the same, but always Incheon, nice to see that they are continuing that streak of just being dominant. I feel like a broken record saying this. Why were they in the lower knockout stages if they were going to play like this all the way over here? It's just so weird to me sometimes that we just get to experience these teams over and over again. But I guess if you were to put it in different perspective, practice, more practice is what they could.
It's a tale as old as time. Always Incheon, always gets an unlucky group stage. They get knocked down, somewhere in the lower end, maybe knockout stage 1 to 4. And then they just crawl their way back up into the finals really easily.
Yep. Yeah, I don't know what's going on here, but still, I'm just getting some good quality games. So, personally, that's why I'm here. I just want to see some banger games of Eternal Return. That's exactly what I'm getting here tonight. My throat is going to be shot by the weekend. I do not care. It's fun.
Yeah, I mean, I'm very excited for our next 3 games here. Gonna see which teams are gonna make it out, and I'm very curious if we will see any, roster changes, or if we will see any team comp changes, because Team Insider, one of those teams that's been dominating so far, unfortunately they fell out in 8th place. Could have just been an unlucky game. Maybe they just miscommunicated or mistimed one of their dives and their combos. We probably will see that comp again, but if they have another bad performance, I think we might see a roster change.
Yeah, for sure. Hopefully it doesn't happen, because everybody in this game, it's still game 1. Like we always say, it's still too early to tell, but there needs to be something that changes around for these guys in the lower half, because this time around, we are seeing some teams actually getting towards that top level, kind of top weighted score sheet for this time around. Make sure that doesn't get out of control. So let's see what ends up happening in game number 2, as the character selections are going to come down once again. 0 bans again. Super.
Yeah.
We've had 0 bans the entire day today, and that just doesn't seem to be changing.
Yeah, I think the meta probably just got more diverse, just because there has been some changes in the most recent patch, but it could also just be because we have a lot of different variety of team stats. They all mesh together. They crawled their way up here into knockout stage number 6, and then maybe into the finals we'll see some of our top teams play the more meta characters. Like maybe we'll see the Justina band with the Kadia band coming out, but that's up to tomorrow. Right now it's just knockout stage number 6, and there's going to be no bans once again, but we are going to see...
No. We got 1. Nature is healing, my friend. Balance is restored. Who do you think?
Oh, the My ban.
Yes.
It's the My ban. I see.
Balance is restored. Eternal Return isn't fake. We got
classic.
My ban coming again.
The classic ban, no surprise there. My being the premier tank in competitive play, just has so many tools, having that exclusive, having that damage reduction, able to jump in and out of fights as well with the taunt. Just a really well balanced tank for the competitive scene.
Yes, sir. Okay, Ing9, you're back on your main character. Let's see what you're able to do with it. Rump Rebels also opting to bring this out. Piet's still going to be sticking onto the Aiden. Human for that 3rd. I'm kind of interested to see this one. We've seen some really nice human plays, but at the same time, we've also seen a couple that has faltered or just hasn't really given that much impact in it. So let's see how this goes, guys. Game number 2. After this one, we will have a break, and as Super mentioned earlier, it's possibly time for some substitutes to come out for some of these teams. Not sure if that's going to happen just yet because game 2 has not finished. Let's see what happens.
I wonder if we will have a more aggressive game number 2 here. I think teams should know where these other teams are ending, and they're probably going to look to try team fighting in the early stages. Usually game number 1, teams, they're just going to be sticking to their normal routes. They know, they don't really know where other teams are ending. It's just kind of, they just kind of bump into them. But going into the later stages of the game, we're probably going to see a lot more team fighting in early game.
Yeah, at least it's not centered around Cemetery, right? Although there's a part of me that wishes that was the case because it just doesn't feel like an ERM, you know what I mean? If we don't have that Cemetery fight at the start, are we really playing ERM?
Well, we got a kill in Chapel here. That's pretty close to Cemetery. It looks like we are going to have team again completely grouping up here, and it's gonna be NCMP gonna be the one getting caught out, but we're able to get. Oh wait, actually NCMP is actually gonna be able to dash on forward, and there is the ultimate from the Theodore as well. They're actually gonna group up, and it's just so much damage, so much AoE damage from the side of team. I think that is Team Guardians there.
Yep.
It's going to be able to rip Team Getting into shreds. And looks like Juno is going to be forced to back on out of there.
Oh, nice kill over onto Yana. Seiko does end up sending
the
checkmate. And it will, as a matter of fact, be the Nikki to finish out the kill. Because raw damage early on, yeah, Nikki's got it. Well played on that front.
Laura got so much value, and it looks like we're going to have a fight in Cemetery here. Always Enchun going to be able to finish the Priya, going to be able to get so much more damage, and able to finish off Tazia as well with their dying breath, and they got enough value for their team. It looks like the Charlotte is going to fall here very shortly. Our young fighters going to be wiped off the map. They won't be able to get one kill, so it's not too bad for them, but always Enchun going to be able to pick up 3.
Yes, sir. Vampiric Stonks, baby. Here's another fight for Taken Guardians. They're trying to duke it out. The damage over onto the Kenneth is pretty good, and the Spark Nade. The auto attacks are going to keep on splitting. It's straight through the auto attack walls. Oh my goodness. Quantum Slashers, you can't fight into that. Luckily, X-Boy seems to have been able to get away. The Fury Jab is going to land, and Barricade is there. That's a full wipe over on the Kwangju Slasher. They just let the Theo auto attack through the wall the entire time.
And Inside, unfortunately, getting caught out here. Yona actually going to get forced back. There's a taunt as well. Able to use the White Lily to push them over. I think they can just surround the Suo here. I don't think the Suo should be able to get away. Oh, wait a second. Alex wasn't actually able to get him. I think that's the nighttime vision difference there. And oh, a great blink to dodge to block the Don Quixote. And that is going to be it. Team Insider going to get... Oh, actually, not going to get wiped, but... It's going to be Yona going to fall once again. Wade Miyama going to be able to pick up a nice 3 kills in total from Team Insider.
They really wanted that. Wade Miyama, they're trying to make up for the lack of points they were only able to get in game number 1, right? Team Wade Miyama, where are they at? It's going to be 6 points in 7th place. They've already doubled the amount of points they have in such a short amount of time. So really well played from that team. I mean, they are doing it. That blink timer also going to come back just a little bit because of that Executioner's bonus. I would 100% say worth.
Yeah, 100%. That is one of the ways you catch a Suo as well, is you are able to block that Don Quixote. So very nicely played from the Alex. Recognize that, just blink on forward to make sure the Suo cannot get on out of there. Basically like the Magnus spike, right? You see Magnus's bike being blocked a lot, you know, in ranked or in competitive play by these top players, because you just have to, you know, be there for that reaction.
But the reactions might not be enough when you're trying to deal up against Team Insider. Let's see what they can do. Pyong looking for an angle.
It's combo. You can't cleanse that.
Oh my god.
Wait a second.
But, yeah, Dizika's still popping off. He's trying to do what he can, but Anonymous is just dipping. There's not that much time until day number 2. I like this plan. Right, you've already got the 1-for-1 tray. Who needs to go that aggressive for it? Is there even a meat right around here or something? What were they fighting for?
Yes, I guess they're just fighting for kills, and it looks like Team Insider just gonna walk up the archery to get those wolves. But yeah, you can't cleanse a knock-up. You can, you know, pre-cleanse the knock-up if you're cleanse level 2, but yeah, you just can't cleanse the Nikki Purge uppercut. I've seen Exploit try it over and over again. I mean, he's trying to, you know, block some CC, but knock-ups unfortunately just not able to get cleansed there. Is going to be the full Rainbow going to be invested from the Tia to try to get the Charlotte, but looks like the members of Team Our Young Fighters are gonna teleport on in, and Char is gonna actually get a lot of value, a lot of damage off. definitely getting those damage numbers up there in the charts. Stat pad in there, but unfortunately is gonna fall.
I don't know why, but I swear I just randomly had a sense of deja vu the moment I saw Tia running away from Atazia instead of Warehouse inside of that building. But it is what it is. Astro Burst coming out pretty early on. We'll be able to dodge out on the damage from the checkmate, but the exclusive will actually keep him safe. Somehow, every DPS from team, what is it?
Ooh, they get
is still alive. The Queen is going to
Oh,
land.
Zero Jin needs to get away.
Expulsion shot was the wrong choice to go with. Will end up getting taken down. The 1-for-1 trade, again, we're seeing that quite often from some of these teams. And, well, the decision to just kind of dip after that, I like it. It's kind of nice.
Yeah, I think Zero Jin would have got out there, but unfortunately that corridor is so tight in between the buses. He tried to use the dash, but just ended up getting caught onto the wall there, so not able to get it there. And looks like NCFP is going to get completely bursted down from the side of Team Rump Rebels, but Char is trying to look for an angle back and going to get a lot of damage, but here comes the taunt. Is going to connect, actually going to be buffered. Great buffer there from the Tia, but look at the SP. Tia that actually doesn't have any SP left. You're gonna be using those drinks to get them back up there, but looks like it is going to be the side of Team Rump Rebels actually gonna be able to get a nice kill off of the side of Team Dayu Guardians.
They're starting to activate themselves as well. 0 kills for a long time, but picking up one at this point with a composition like this, they're pacing themselves pretty well throughout the fight. Yuman's gonna scale pretty nicely. We know what happens to the Aiden if he's given some time to do what he wants to do. Yeah, I would say it's a pretty good time for Rump Rebels to get the kill. Now, it's not the Rump Rebels we know in the past, but still, get some kind of start going.
Zico finds it.
Don't send anything before that down.
Geno?
Zero Jin, they need to somehow get this.
Back.
Nice
Nice shot. Oh, Zico again. It's just a Zico show for the side of Team Insider. Just able to just land these priority queens onto the backliners. The side of Team KNA, just queen after queen. Is able to just find so much value on Adela, and Team Insider are going to be able to pick up a nice 2 kills. KNA, they will be able to escape with their lives.
It's a little brutal, but the only Justina we've seen so far throughout this phase number 1 that has been dodging out on some of these priority skills has been Satan, but he's knocked out now, right? Zero Jin just not being able to step up to the task, dodge out on some of these priority skills, ends up being forced to use that Astra Burst. And after that, he's just dead to rights. There's nothing else left in the Justina's kids to run away or keep themselves invulnerable from a Sua and a Nikki. So well played from Zico. I completely agree with you.
Yeah, he got hit by the Adela Queen, and then he used his ult after, so he just put himself in a really bad spot, already down to 30% HP. And oh my god, Piet follows Izuka with the jump over the wall, and I think he should be able to get it with the electrostatic surge. Very nicely played by Piet. And they're gonna look for some more here. Bear is gonna get a lot of damage. Great taunt once again coming out from the Mai, and it's going to be Team Rump Rebels able to pick up a nice 2 kills.
Yeah, 9999 in the chat because those executions coming through nicely for Piet. He's even got the smart glasses. Look at that. That is just extra damage, effective damage all over the place for this Aiden. Saw earlier he was running something else, but this time around, nah, it's going to be the smart glasses. Who needs Elysian Halo anyways on an Aiden?
Yeah, it looks like Team KNA, they want to take this fight once again, but I think I saw the Mai. They don't really have any food. Probably just going to buy some chicken. Only two pieces of food to their name, so probably end up having to split with their team. And Zero Jin caught up by the Queen once again. Going to get chunked down to half HP, but Jino is getting so much damage onto the Sua, the frontliners of the side. Oh, Jino actually jumps on forward and is just going to get instantly taken down. And KNA going to lose 2 members here. Mirai is going to go over to the side of Team Insider. Jino, I think, kind of feeling himself there. Dahi had maybe an angle on the Nadine, but gonna get immediately punished for jumping on in.
Something's weird. Something is a little fishy when it comes to how some of these teams in Knockout Stage 6 is playing. We've already had our warm-up games, so I don't know what's going on here, because it's Zero Jin and...
Yeah, KNA is one of those teams, like Zero Jin and Jino are so good on the backlines, but they're just not having a good day today, it looks like. But don't count them out just yet. They still got
plenty of time.
This round and 2 more rounds to show themselves here.
After all, that was still a night to death, right? Even if they die, they're going to be rest for free. And this is where the real test of how Gyeonggi NA can start catching up comes into fray. Nadine and Justina, you really need to be ahead of the curve in order to make a composition like this work, right? Single front line, double back line. That front line can tank as much as they want, but if you don't get the damage on the backside, you will eventually crumble. So yeah, let's see how Gyeonggi NA can start coming back from this. They've died a numerous number of times already in this game. This Nadine and the Justina probably put behind a little bit, not just in credits, but also experience. How are they going to bounce back? This Nadine, level 13 in the lobby where Tazia is sitting on 15. It's not
16 even
great.
now. Yeah, they are definitely really far behind. Here's the full queen combo, and Zico is just going to be able to jump in, follow the Alex with the checkmate, and that is going to be it. Serio is going to try getting a kill back, but it's not going to be it. Zico just playing out of his mind on this Adela. Is able to find the queens once again. And Insider going to be able to pick up a nice 2 kills. Going to be that Laura and that Alex going to be going down from Team Wait.
They also had a good start too. What's going on, Super? What's going on? These fights are getting a bit messy. The reactions are just not looking correct at all from some of these teams. When you're fighting up against teams like Insider, if you don't have good react, you're dead.
Yeah, you need to dodge. You need to dodge those queens. If you get hit by a queen, you are as good as dead. When the Adela just drops the knock up the horse with the rook combo, your HP is really chunked down to 30%, and then all Insider has to do is just get a nice follow up with that Suwa and the Nikki, and it should be really easy for them. So yeah, Seago just able to set up the fight so nicely for Team Insider.
Because of how much they invested though, Insider is unfortunately not going to be able to contest the Omega. Gyeonggi and he will be able to get that. So a bit of a comeback for this team. I think Rump Rebels letting it... Actually no, didn't Rump Rebels pick it up? I could have sworn they did.
What did they pick up?
I thought I saw the Aiden dissipation around
the Omega. Yeah. They were the one
okay.
to just grab it. Yeah. So Rump Rebels, they got the Omega here. Ooh, looks like Team Guardians are gonna run straight into the side of Team Always Incheon. Luminal gonna try to find an angle in. There's a lockdown, but there's exclusive to counter, and Luminal is just gonna jump on in and instantly kill NCMP on the backside. Jungyi is gonna try to find an answer, but it's just getting locked down by the Mai and the Lenny. There's really not much he could do. Doesn't have enough damage to kill both of those. I mean, Lenny's not really a tank, but Lenny does have those tank items, so you could basically call her a pseudo tank for this team.
I like the rip on the energy blast field, but you were too far away from the rest of your team. Another fight going on here.
He's engaged and he's dead.
Okay, never mind. The Sturlo doesn't get to play the game. Right click, be damned. There is no response from it. GTL also going to fall down. 2-0. Easy as that. Team Insider. Yeah, game one, number one. Erase it from the memory. Who cares? Insider is back in form. 11 kills strong, and they're just ripping teams to shreds.
Yeah, unfortunately, Team Wait, they don't have an answer to this Nikki combo. It just has to be, if they're going on the Lord just has to buffer it with their dash away. If they can, maybe dash on over the wall to force the Nikki into an awkward position.
Alex has a couple, but
Alex has parry, and then like Alina should be tanky enough, but they just have to send it on to the Lord. There's not really much the Lord can really do. If the Lord, like, the only answer for Lord is to buffer it with their dash and maybe Blink on out as well. But the follow-up is just always going to be there for Team Insider. Looks like Team Slasher is going to use that Nimrod's Gate to get their team on to safety. Did not be in the box, so not too bad for them. Has Team Our Young Fighters. Ooh, they're looking really strong here. You can see the items are already fully kitted out. Actually, that wasn't Team Our Young Fighters. That was Team Rump Rebels, as they got, I think, almost 15 gold already.
You suppose they're saving for Bloods? Because at this
point into the game, I mean, when you have 15 golds, you just have to save for the Blood, right? Or you can start calling in your tax skills here and there, but looks like, I think it was Bear still not having his... Actually, I think it's Pied still not having their weapon built, so I think saving for the Blood here.
Just built it.
Okay, so they should be on that 15 gold power spike, and yeah, saving for Bloods. Still always nice to, you know, get your team over cap there. And ooh, a great vision play from the side of Team Wait able to catch their team getting in completely off guard. They're trying to get away here, but they actually will be able to kill one. Serio is going to go down, and if Jino was actually here, if he didn't run away, I think they actually would have been able to win this fight.
Why did they leave?
I think Jino just thought the fight was lost because they got, it was such a huge vision play, right? They just got instantly bursted down, but yeah, I mean, they were actually able to turn it, but unfortunately, the third member not being there ended up costing them. And it looks like Team Rump Rebels able to get the one up onto the side of Team, that was Team Guardians there. Guardians gonna lose 2 members, a little unfortunate. And Team Always Incheon gonna be able to use the Villa system down into Chapel here, as all these teams are gonna be forced to split away.
There's been quite a lot of credits actually spent in game number 2 to try resing people back. Daegu Guardians have been one of the biggest investors in using that resurrection. Bear trying to do the same thing, maybe
God.
check for something, but luckily for
Stood
NCMB,
completely still. I like that. Just pressing that key, not moving because, you know, footsteps make noise. So just gonna stand still there. The night vision is gonna make it so he's not spotted and didn't get hit by that human knockup as well. So able to get out with their life, but look at their credit counts. They're not gonna be able to get back into this game. Just gonna have to for some placement.
Yeah, it's a Nikki as well. That's really, that sucks a lot, right? Because for Daegu Guardians, this is a comp that can really scale hard into late game. The Tia with the Sentinel, after all, is one of those things that just kind of ramp up your Theo. You have a lot of safety nets because you have so much crowd control. But the fact that they died like that, especially in a situation like this where they just don't have enough credits to work with, and the map is not in a good situation at all. There's still 7 other teams alive. I don't think the Nikki's ever going to have a chance to res any of their teammates back. About 80 credits to go before the Theo can be resed, at least with even natural game, but I don't think the prospects are looking good.
Yeah, it's not looking good for Team Guardians here, but they did have a pretty decent, I think, game number 1. They're in second place, so it's not the end of the world for them. They just gotta try ratting out for a couple more placement points if they can. But even 7 team kills isn't the worst for them. But the scoreboard is definitely gonna get pretty close now. But Team Always Incheon, let's see if they can run away with it once again.
Yes, we have also entered that phase in the game where, because there are so many teams alive and the zones that are open are actually not the biggest of zones once again, save for Forest, but Forest is also pretty claustrophobic in certain areas. Nobody's really going to be looking for fights immediately unless you know what's going on. And CMB, he's trying to leave.
Get caught here.
Does he have the guard? Yes, he does, up against the Springtrap, but blocked out by Kyungkwae.
It's blocked, yeah.
And CMB is probably going to end out in 8th place, unfortunately. Oh, okay, no, never mind.
Able to get away. They actually don't block that dash.
Right,
Nikki is another one of those. Yeah, Nikki is another one of those characters that if you stand in front, will never be able to get their dash. But yeah, just trying to run away. Just so many teams just corralling for this rat, trying to get him here. But NCMP able to just, like you said, thread the needle, able to find the safe spot. Is going to be able to just sit down here in warehouse. I wonder if Team Always Incheon are going to try sniffing him out here. I think they know there's a lot of teams in the zone. There's about 4 to 5 teams. 8 teams still alive in day number 5. Looks like he is going to be caught here. Going to be forced to jump into red. Only 5 seconds left for this Nikki. Probably just going to have to sit here and come into Chapel at the very last second.
It is not going to be fun. Super 8 teams alive, and we're about to go into night number 5. We're going to be down to 3 zones, man. I think it's hotel. If it's hotel, then it's going to suck. If it's school, then it's a little bit better because there's a lot more space to work with. But if it's hotel, chapel, and forest, oh my god, is it going to be rough for these teams. Gwangju Slasher, yeah, they try to look for an opportunity, but Always Incheon says, nah, we're just going to get ourselves on out of here. Oh my god, this looks like an anthill of players, man. No matter where you go, there's gonna be people.
Xenophine might be caught here.
Pretty early. That's an early invest, and the double taunt from Ignite. Astroverse will rip down.
Wait,
the return.
Oh, he doesn't get it.
There is Jinho will be able to get himself out.
Oh, he's trying. He tried looking.
He's tried to
but the
run
night
away,
vision is there.
But the blink got in. I don't think there's anything left. Always Incheon will take the fall.
8th place.
Yeah.
8th place, and they're our first place team, so this is going to open up the door. This is going to definitely change up the lobby for
Daegu Guardians, our second place team.
6 here. Yeah, Daegu Guardians, they only have 1 member alive. They're going to go down very shortly here, so definitely going to change up the leaderboard. A huge play from Team Gang just able to just lock down Xenophine, getting completely caught out there. Looks like they realized system in right onto Team Gang and Gang they were the ones who's taken Wick, and they're back into this game despite them having a pretty bad early game.
Yes, sir. While all that's happening, Daegu Guardians, yeah, that Nikki is still running. This time around from Gyeonggi Inne, he was chased out of forest, but he's still keeping himself alive. Luckily, with Always Incheon gone, that's going to put a little bit more of a breathing room for a majority of these teams, but it still doesn't change the fact that there are still 6 full teams alive.
4 teams down, and there's 4 teams down here in Chapel, and it is going to get pretty chaotic very shortly here.
Oh, yeah.
Once the temporary zones are going to start opening. There's going to be Arbang Fighters having zone control or having camera control though, so all these other teams shouldn't know that these teams are going to be looking for a team fight here. The Nikki is still on the bottom side. I'm surprised no one has checked that corner there to try to maybe sniff out any of the rats, maybe try claiming an extra couple kills, but the zones are going to be swapping very shortly here. We are going to be going down to our temporary final zone. The exploit only has 17 seconds of timer, so looks like Team Slasher is probably going to be forced in very shortly.
Teams need to figure out how fast their TTK is. A good chunk of these teams don't have that fast of a TTK, right? Especially Arirang fighters. These guys cannot kill people that fast. You're going to have to look for kills immediately if you want even any personal chance of winning this temporary zone. NCMB caught out in the corner.
Both teams know. Yeah, both teams know they can't full send it onto Nicky because Nicky can just send it onto one of them, and then the other team is just going to be there for the third party. But now it looks like Team R1 Fighters is just going to completely back away. But NCMB going to be able to blink on over that wall there. Going to be able to thread the needle. Oh, he walked, I think, onto the very edge of that recon drone. And unfortunately, he's going to get caught out. That's going to be Team Guardians going to go down 7th place. So our top 2 teams are already down here. Exploit's going to take the Nimrod's Gate in, and now Team K8 are in a really rough spot. They're at the bottom side, and there comes Engage from the Kenneth, and the Kenneth's actually just gonna instantly kill Jinho. Jinho's gonna go down, but wait a second, Kenneth goes down as well. Can Zero-Jin make something happen? No, Exploit's gonna get a beautiful Fenty, and that is gonna be it. Great play from Team Slasher to just force the double backline team into a corner, and there's just nowhere for them to kite. And oh my god, what is happening here? So much AoE damage. Priya comes down. Priya's gonna come up as well, and or Priya's gonna be able to get in as well with the electrostatic surge, and they're gonna be able to just, I think they're gonna be able to win this one out. Oh, Expo explodes. That's a -1.
Yeah, for Kwangja Slashers, Expo is gonna fall despite there being nobody inside the temp zone, and this is gonna make it easy for Rump Rebels. It is a Rump Rebels season, my friends. Yep, they will be able to walk away. The 14 kills of the temporary zone ends up winning this fiesta of a temp zone.
They got so many kills in that lobby. It looks like the human swap was the key for this team. But Team Insider is going to be their nemesis here. They do have the Mai, so the Mai should be able to deny the Pure Uppercut engage. But the Su was looking really strong here on that Peacebringer and that Taproots there. So triple blood for the side of Team Insider. But yeah, Team Rump Rebels, they're going to get some bloods for themselves. They're going to get a lot of value. But yeah, we always see Team Insider, they're always really aggressive. They know teams are going to be are not going to be expecting this, because yeah, they're just going to be buying in their zone. They're going to think they're safe, and they're just going to walk straight to the hands of Team Insider.
Please, Rump Rebels, you cannot fall to this, right? Please, Wacko, he's starting to step up. Oh, they find out Zico, unfortunately.
Okay,
yep, okay. A little unfortunate, Zico was standing right
a great double taunt!
But that's going to be a double taunt over onto the members of Team Insider. But
there's the engage perfect!
Young will end up getting executed. And I think that might be it. This time around, Insider overstepped their bounds. Zico gets found out, and the reactions just aren't there. Beautiful.
And there's a parry as well.
Rump Rebels. 17 kills to finish off the first
exclusive
half.
there. Yeah, that exclusive was just perfect from that Mai, just denying the Pure Uppercut combo, and that's exactly what I've been talking about, right? Just having that Mai onto your team just has that insurance into this Nicky combo. You just pull whoever's being Pure Uppercutted away, so all the damage is just gonna disappear, right? No Pure Uppercut damage, no follow-up damage with that Adela combo. I have seen some Adelas baited out, and they use their Queen and their combo onto the Mai pull, and that is what I would like to see, from Team Insider. Maybe if Team Seiko, or maybe if Seiko can try to, react or respond to, these teams playing that Mai to counter them.
The Rump Rebels are pumping, my friends. Great game from Rump Rebel. He's able to navigate through the entire fiesta that was the Chapel temporary zone. 14 kills off of that alone, and then is able to clean out house up against Team Insider. Again, they overstepped their bounds. As soon as Seiko was found out, I think the decision should have been there to immediately turn tail, but they were looking. A couple people were trying to run away, but 1 or 2 people were trying to fight back on in there. The shot calling just seemed a little bit shoddy, but still, not a bad idea. It's classic Team Insider. Right, the fact that they're going to step up like that, it's not that big of a deal. If anything, it was really well played from Ing9 to, wait, was it Ing9? No, it was Rump Rebels. So, I'm forgetting their names by player, but it was a good check from the Mai. Yeah, No, was it? Wacko, You're right. Yeah, it is Wacko. Yeah, good check from Wacko to check the general area of the bush. Now, if Seiko wasn't in that recon drone range, they would have been screwed so hard. But because they were able to find the Adela out, they knew what was coming because it's Team Insider. Everything just crumbles into place, and Rump Rebels, they're able to make sure their run is still intact.
Yeah, you always gotta hold that exclusive for that combo, and just instant reaction from that Maya. It's just perfect for the side of Team Rump Rebels there. And the follow-up, a perfect two-man taunt to start off the fight as well. And then, so much damage already being traded into the side of Team Insider. We're just able to, swing that fight into Team Rump Rebels' favor. And with that is going to change up the scoreboard quite a bit, because we had Always Incheon and Team Guardians, our first and second place team, going down in 8th and 7th and 8th. So
yeah,
a lot of placement points gone, and they didn't really get that many kills either. So it's gonna be a pretty close lobby.
Reset the score sheets, everyone. It's going to be a fun one. Going into the latter half, this is what I want to see from a knockout stage number 6, right? Having a very, very close series where none of the teams are really guaranteed for anything until we go into the final game. So, yeah, very excited to see what the score sheets are going to be looking like. Now, I also don't think this is a game where any teams are going to be forced to change things out, because after all, the teams that ended 7th and 8th are already ones that have had success. And even the ones that kind of fell down in the middle of the pack, it was just Chapel, right? It was just Chapel. You're not going to have that fun of a time. Only one team's going to walk out of a temporary zone when 5, 6 other teams are inside of it. So it's just unlucky for a majority of them.
Yeah, those final zones are just hectic, and sometimes there's really not much you could do, right?
Yeah.
And when there's that many teams in the zone, it just comes down to, how you position at the very start of the final zone. And if you're strong enough to basically force these other teams to fight each other for you to hold the zone. And, making sure you have enough vision around you as well. If you're in that Chapel final zone, right? If a team comes from both angles or all 3 entrances, there's really not much you could do, right? You're just going to be stuck right into the middle between all of 3 of those teams. In this case, I think it was just... Team which it was Team Insider? No, Team Rump Rebels that just had zone control, and Team Slasher, or when a team basically has zone control, you're basically forced to fight another team outside of the zone first, and then come in, and then Team Slasher just didn't have enough time to really work with.
Yeah, that's a problem, right? That's why navigating that temporary zone, especially when this number of people or teams are still alive, it's going to be the name of the game. Score sheet wise, Rump Rebels with 35 points, but it's still close all around. 20-point difference from 1st to 8th. That is nothing. Nothing when it comes to the grand scheme of things, especially with the quality of players that are on each of these teams. So Arirang Fighters, we've seen that team just steamroll throughout the group stages. They can definitely still do that. So don't expect these score sheets to stay like this. But ladies and gentlemen, that was an even number of games. I need to go eat some dirt as a worm, so we're going to be going on a break. So make sure you guys go grab some water as well, go grab a snack, and go take a stretch. It'll be the last time you can do that for today. We'll see you guys back here for the latter half of knockout stage number 6.
Take care.
You're ready to get in the game now. The last thing you want is to wait. WD Black, performance storage, purpose-built for gaming. SSD speed that obliterates load times. Performance to transform your game. Expanded capacity to store more. Customizable RGB. WD Black. Because the game never waits. WD Black. Drive your game.
치워야 할 쓰레기가 많이 보이는군요. 당신이 누구든 상관없습니다. 생명의 가치는 모두 같아요. 죽으면 똑같은 시체일 뿐. 그럼 저승에서 뵙겠습니다. 더블L VIP 서비스 시작하겠습니다. 도망칠 곳은 없습니다. 저도 당신도. 주어진 운명에 발버둥칠 뿐이죠. 사신이 당신에게 찾아올 때까지. 의뢰는 반드시 완수합니다.
선택에 상응하는 결과를 정밀하게 변수를 사용하지. 깨달은 이상 결과는 고정될 뿐이야. 오차는 없어. 모든 인생의 종착점이지. 형편없군. 결과를 안다고 미래가 바뀌는 건 아니다. 당신은 이 실험에 대해 얼마나 알고 있을까? 내가 말해줄 수 있는 건 우린 머지않아 전부 소멸한다는 사실이지. 내가 보았던 미래는 진실일까? 그쪽은 멸망 속에서 살아남을 준비가 됐을지 모르겠군. 그럼 실험을 시작하지. 당신의 미래에는 유감을 표하지. 새로운 시대의 문을 여는 단 하나의 열쇠를 찾기 위해서. 연산은 끝났어. 이미 관측된 결과는 바뀌지 않아. 실험은 끝내지. 절망의 끝에선 폰에게 모든 영광을.
내 검에 흔들림은 없다. 그림자 속에 진짜가 숨어있는 법이다. 찔러주지! 더 정교하고 더 빠르게. 거기까지! 피하지 않아. 훈련이고 앞으로 나아간다. 시작된 이상 봐주지 않아.
하게 되겠죠? 자, 노동을 그리고 에루키합니다.
자, 여기서 한 번 더 싸움을 보고 있는데 요거 일단 싸움 스타트 자체는 나쁘진 않지만 이게 이 안에다가 윌리엄까지 있어서 파괴를
All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. Worm here. Thank you so much for waiting for us to come back from the break. I know you guys are so excited for games 3 and 4. I know you guys are so excited for the return of the Worm. And I know you guys are so excited for the return of Superior. So let's just send it straight into game number 3 because Worm has got to dig back into the dirt. Let's go.
Yeah, and Mai is going to be back, or is going to be off the table for game number 3 here. So we'll have to see what these teams end up swapping to. And it looks like Game 8 didn't decide to pick up that Ton for Leon. Ton for Leon did have a pretty strong showing, I would say, in the group stages. And it's definitely quite the character right now, especially with the rework this season. He has a lot of tools in his kit. You know, he has a utility to keep his team alive. He has that peel potential. Let's see if Ignite can use him to its full potential.
Yeah. Okay, let's see what ends up going on. I also just realized I accidentally left the audio on my end, so you guys were hearing double on that. My bad. There we go. Okay, with the mic on, you're right. Leon's going to start to come back. I do like to see that. We saw quite a lot of high-value plays from that Leon during the group stages. I want to see that again. Punchy Slasher, he's going to be going back onto the PLO, but everybody else just doing the same. We've already seen that in the past. Always in Chun. Personally, I don't know if this is the right time to switch into it, but they will go for that Theodore comp instead. So, yeah, a couple of change-ups coming in, but it's things already that we've seen in the past. It's nothing way too crazy that you and I can't anticipate. It's still the same ERM phase 1 that you and I would know about.
Yeah, I'm actually surprised they're swapping to it just because, you know, they had a bad game number 2. I feel like, because game number 1, you know, they were able to, you know, close it out, right, and have a pretty solid game. So some swapping already. It's pretty surprising to me, but maybe they just think the front to back is a lot better in this lobby because, you know, I feel like Theodore is pretty strong into this lobby here because there's a lot of these melee team comps that do group up. So, you know, if Theodore is just able to kite back and peel back well, it's really easy for the Theodore to get a lot of value.
Yep. All right, here we go, everybody. Game number 3. 2 more games to decide the fates of all of these teams. 4 will move on into the finals, where we're going to see them in that checkpoint format tomorrow. To see 70 points is the limit that we are going to go for. It's now within sight for some of these guys. 4 teams other than that will unfortunately be dropping out. They'll be eliminated from moving on into the finals for phase number 1. But a lot of these teams were in top 12 now, has gotten a sufficient amount of circuit points that it is going to start mattering a lot more when we come to the calculations towards the end of the season.
Yeah, these teams should definitely be happy already, you know, getting into the top 12. Should be a lot of points for themselves here. Ooh, the Taz unfortunately just barely not able to kill Anonymous there, so Anonymous is going to be able to get away with their life on 1 HP. Zerojin is going to be able to group up with their team down here in Hospital as well, so we might actually see some team fighting here in Cemetery very shortly, and even in Chapel. Charles is going to look for some damage. He's going to blink on forward. He's going to get a Pure Rage uppercut with the full rainbow. Are they going to be able to kill the Priya? Looks like... Oh, it looks like the Charlotte was completely isolated. Tried using the ultimate to keep the Priya alive, but the White Lily did end up forcing the Priya away, and the Divine Intervention just didn't end up connecting.
A little unfortunate, but it's small mishaps that's going to be okay to make in day number 1. Although Arirang Fighters is a team that needs a lot of points right now, so them kind of faltering like this early on is not exactly the greatest of news.
Skill.
Oh
my god!
Char! Oh
my god!
Oh.
That is probably one of the most satisfying baskills I've ever seen.
And then everybody dies except for the Charlotte, carries them over into Pawn, but the Tia is following there too. Yep, the death paint is all over there. Alright, cool. That happened. The game still has to move on. Cinephane just barely living, not going to be able to see the light of day though. X-Boy will just barely keep himself alive as always in Chun, pushed away from the backside. Still following through though, as the Nimrod's going to be there. Sapphire Protocol comes out, but Luminal has his days numbered.
Oh, he get what he does.
It's a 1-for-2 trade.
Not bad.
Nicely done. Yeah, you're right. Sapphire Protocol. Value's quite high. It's just, it's level 1, maybe level 2. It's not enough to dodge the entire time.
I mean, the movement speed isn't going to be there for Luminal, but it does end up getting a kill, so it's actually not too bad for the side of Team Always in Shun there. And oh, actually, it's going to be Jinho going to be swapping to that Kadia. So we are going to have that Kadia you see that we saw pretty prominent with that Leon. Looks like they are just going to be playing Team Auto Arms' team comp here. That's, you know, had a really good performance, getting them into straight into the finals. So you're going to have to see if Team Gang8 can replicate their success.
Trying to get things going early on. Luminol, Waffle is kind of lined up. It is a straight line across, but the auto attacks, everybody's walked past the barricade by now, and the electrostatic surge just disintegrates Luminol, stunned into oblivion. We'll see Semifine falling down in just a second here as well.
Getting blocked out here.
Yeah.
Great side steps.
Yeah, but he has his days number 2. Down goes
Odysseus. Yeah, Odysseus just not able to connect there, but yeah, very nice flank there from Team Rump Rebels. Piet from all the way from downtown, and ooh, great juke out from the side of Team Gang8, able to kite them out very nicely. Oh my god, it looks like Zerojin actually going to be able to jump on forward, able to get a kill with the ultimate, and going to try cutting out the Alina does get the knock into the wall. Great. Oh, does end up killing him with the, I think that was the Ghost Light, didn't end up killing the Alina, but it is going to be the Alex going to be the ones to come out on top. So it's going to be a 3-for-2 trade for the side of Team Ueda.
Feels so weird seeing Alex in sword form getting auto attacks that actually mean something. I don't know, it's not something you see every day. It's usually pistol that does a lot of the heavy work, but this time around we're going to see 3 teams looking for the fight inside of Cemetery. Audio Fighters in a little bit of trouble, but that's every single survival utility already sent by Team Audio Fighters. They're in trouble now. Everybody split apart. Down goes to Tazia. Everyone else has to book it. Priya and the Charlotte being chased down. If any of these 2 teams fall, then it's not going to be good. Audio Fighters still trying desperately to get out. Megok will dissuade everybody from the Guardians trying to chase into Charlotte, so they will keep themselves alive, but this is even more time that they're losing that they could be using to get ahead. Jingyi using the sniper, he's trying to get the auto attacks down. GTL will be able to throw down the EMP barrage before he ends up going down, but the fight is already over. On the right side, there's another team coming in as Meowmint is looking for a piece of the pie. Jingyi about to get taken down. That Sapphire Protocol will not save him. Down he goes. In the end, Tree of Life most likely will be going into the hands of Team Meowmint. I don't think they got it. Wait, who got the tree? What?
Yeah, it is going to go on forward. Great parry to dodge out on that stun from Nizuka there. Piet look for some more here. Walko should get the stun, but a great buff there from Nizuka, able to get him on out of there. But Bear actually going to be able to blink on forward. Going to get the slow from that ultimate. I don't think he could chase a Piolo, so they will be able to get out of there. Jinho, great buffer on that Fury uppercut, able to kite back really nicely here. Ignite going to get a nice knockup. It should be able to push their team members back in. No, but it looks like, oh, wait a second. Jinho tried looking for some extra auto attacks, but unfortunately this gets completely denied by the Theodore. And R1 Fighter is going to lose. Oh, are they going to be able to live? Yes, looks like Charlotte should be able to get out of there. Again, they're going to lose 2 members to the side of Team Dengu Guardians. Dengu Guardians on 11 kills already. Yeah. They are looking so strong.
At this point, I wouldn't be surprised if Audio Fighters has 11 deaths. These guys have been dead for such a long time in this game already. And yes, it's day number 2. You're still going to get fully res. But they've been close to wiping off of game number 3 altogether a couple of times already. And this is all time that they aren't proactively using. Dude, it's a Tazia solo DPS with Priya. Okay, yeah. But the amount of time that they're wasting right now, this Tazia is going to be extremely ineffective until we go super late into the game.
Oh no, didn't craft the item.
Like this again, he needs to finish his craft right now, otherwise it's going to be cooked. He's trying to do it as fast as possible, but okay, yeah, he
here's
does
the combo. Oh my god.
The combo is in. The Divine Intervention saves it though. The timing is right, but already the Tazia is gone. Megol, wait a second, hold on. The Charlotte's the one running away from 2 different members. Audio Fighters not like this. This cannot happen. Down goes that.
Gotta get out of there.
Oh, it's not. It cannot be.
That's it. R1 Fighters 8th place with 0 kills. I think that might seal the deal for them going into the finals here. That is so unfortunate. This had a rough game. You could see the Tazia still didn't buy in as well. They're forced to buy in small items too. Just not having the combat power there. Slasher. They're gonna chase Bear here. They're gonna use an emergency in. They should be able to get it. Oh, Bear able to kill. Nizuka actually gonna be able to turn out the exploit here as well. You cannot chase into a human. Bear playing this 1v3 very nicely here. And it looks like the side of Team Rump Rebels are gonna be forced to back away.
Yep, Char going down pretty early. Jingy just uses the electrostatic surge, sorry, the energy blast field to skedaddle himself on out of there. Surlo tried to deny it. Oh no, it wasn't Surlo, right? I think it was GTL. The Alex tried to deny the White Lily by trying to punch the Theo back in, but he ended up sending himself back, and the Theo just didn't take it, so nicely done from that. Another fight inside of the hotel. That's a beautiful surf to bring a couple members back, but the problem is Luminal is still pumping out damage behind the shield. Ghostfire is activated, but no one can focus fire down.
Here, no.
Xenophine is still pretty healthy. He can heal himself back up. He's using that healing plant extremely well. Jinho's gonna get taken down on top of it, and the beautiful fight from Team Always Inchan will net them to 2-for-0 trade in favor of Always Inchan. Hotel control gonna go in their favor on top of it. Box spawning in 30 seconds. I think they should be okay where they are.
Yeah, the problem with Team King Innate is they have that Leon. The Leon is not as tanky as an Unlock, so you just have to find those pick angles. You just have to try outranging your enemies with that Lucina and that Kadia, but unfortunately, Team Always Inchan, they just have so much pressure there. It looked a little dicey there with Seraphine, jumping on in with the White Lily, immediately blinking on out of there, but Dom just being able to kite back into Theodore. Theodore just providing so much damage for the side of Team Always Inchan.
Exactly. Alright, we are down a team now. They're going into 7 for day number 3. Map's going to be pretty open across the board. I see a lot of big zones open right now when it comes to surface area. This allows teams to fight for things like this, but for Table Guardians, they're down a Theo who's sitting inside of Uptown, probably just looking for a little bit more value. Maybe trying to split objectives, but yeah, it's just one that these guys are going to be able to find. Not that bad of a result though, as Always Inchan just staying inside of that zone. Probably got the purple box. Not exactly sure what everyone else was doing, but it's probably proactiveness.
Yeah, Team Always Inchan. Ooh, it looks like Seraphine is actually going to scout out the zone here with the VLS system, and Insider, Zico, going to be in that lab by themselves. They're going to just TP it back on into their team. Team Slasher, unfortunately, they don't really look that strong. Only sitting on those 3-4 scores, but look at Bear. He is sitting with, I think, 3-4 scores for himself, and that team is looking really, really strong there. Bear, I mean, we saw Team Slasher chase into that human and getting completely obliterated, so Bear putting in a lot of work for the side of Team Rebels.
Yeah, strength disparity between a lot of these teams right now is extremely close. So if you start misplaying into some of these DPSs in the backline, that is already getting focus fired when it comes to the amount of transitions they have. Like we just saw Luminal building Tellurian timepiece. It's typically one of the last things to get upgraded by a Theo. His transitions are bound to be looking good. Yeah, you start making missteps into characters like that, you will get blown to pieces. So we need to make sure that these initiations are locked down pat. If you don't, you need to have an escape plan, which I haven't really seen a lot of these teams give themselves in game number 3 yet. In the previous game, some of them did, but game number 3, you just go in and you just walk out hobbling if you don't get it done right. Like in this situation, let's see what ends up happening.
9
on the backside.
End up getting the ultimate to push NCMP back, but the HP is insane. That's just way too much. Jino actually going to get a lot of damage onto Zhengyi here. There is the Eden Blitz. Is it going to be blocked? It is. Looks like Tia is going to be chunked down to 1 HP. Maybe they can look for some more. There is the sniper skills. Going to be able to connect 2 onto NCMP, but Team Dangu Guardians, they can just peel back and they're going to be able to heal up for a nice re-engage here. Zero Jin going to try getting some damage back, going to get some poke here. Omega is going to be spawned, is going to be leashed by Team Kayagenate. Can they get it out for, can they get it and can they get out for free? It is going to be pulled back, Ignite, and going to look for an angle in. The items are still on the Omega here. NCMP is going to try to look for an angle and does get the stun. There is the Courage Uppercut as well, and oh my god, Jinno is just completely locked up. NCMP is playing this fight so well. Able to just land 2 stuns and the Courage Uppercut onto the Kadia of all characters, and I think that's going to be it. I don't think Team Yang can get on out of here. Oh, that's it. Gang 8 out for the count in 7th place, and that actually might cost them their chances as well.
Wow. Okay. Yeah, I'll be straightforward with you. I thought the Nikki blinking into the bush was troll, but they didn't have information inside of it, and that actually led into a CC chain that just killed Jinho so fast. So for a play that I thought was absolutely troll, it ended up working out in the end. That's why I'm not playing in this and I'm watching it, right? I'm just yapping about it.
Yeah, that was so well played by NCMP. He got the initial engage, jumped on forward, got the parry, got the stun, then used the Courage Uppercut to lock Jinho down again, and then blinked on forward into that bush, and then landing the stun for the second time onto that ADC. Just just locking down so much of team getting 80 damage there.
Okay, let's calm down a little bit. Daegu Guardians, they have plenty of credit to go around when it comes to rising up on CMB at least, which means minus 200, not going to be that big of a deal. All right. They're trying to get a couple of items back. Theo is just around the cusp of hitting that. I think. Oh no, okay, it's a 409. I thought it's a 489. I thought they were about to call in a blood sample. I was about to say that Theo is about to be turbo strong, but nope, that's not the case. We'll just get some items going on. Maybe get a little bit more farm, trying to save up for the blood sample. I don't know what it's going to go into. I would have to assume it's Widowmaker for that team, right?
Yeah, I would say so. Looks like Team Insider, they're looking really strong, a lot stronger than Always Incheon. So Always Incheon, they were able to scout them out, so they're just gonna back on out of there. You can see the tank is having no items, Always Incheon not having any bloods as well, and Yona already having that Peacebringer, so gotta be a little careful. Wait, gonna enter the zone here as Team Daegu Guardians are going to be forced to back away here. We're going to see where Wick is spawning very shortly, either between Forest and Cemetery here, as the teams are going to be converging for this buff.
Got a minute to go until that is going to spawn. We should get an idea of where it's spawning. It will be Cemetery. Now, there are a lot of teams hanging around, but from what we saw in the last series, I don't know if all of these teams are actively going to be contesting for the Wick. A lot of them just kind of backed away after seeing that a couple teams were around, and I don't know if Wade Meowman and especially Gwangju Slashers right now is extremely confident in knowing what they're doing.
Slasher does look like they are pretty poor though, and there is the engage, but a great Nimrod's get to get them on out of there. Can you look for an angle in? No. Jangi's just providing so much damage, and a great basket going to be able to push the Fiora back into the wall, and they will just fall there with a nice mix of that red and blue.
Man.
And that is going to be a clean wipe from Team Daegu Guardians. Despite them being on such an item disparity, it's just really nicely played. Jangi gonna get that. Sparkling gonna deny the engage from the side of Team Wade Meowman, and Team Wade Meowman. They're just going to go for the Wick buff because it looks like it's going to be completely uncontested, unless Team Rump Rebels has anything to say about it, because they could use the VLS system or the jump pad to get on over there.
I highly doubt it. This red box is going to signify to the members of Wade Meowman that there is a team right around the corner. They already have a camera there. They can react to it fast enough. Wick line will get taken down. It's going to be given over to Surlo, who already has that Bloody Ninetales. It's going to be the Red Shoes most likely coming in for a second for that Laura. That's a lot of threats on that. Oh, Taproots. Taproots? Is that what it is now? You don't...
I mean, they probably just had an open item slot, so probably just decided to take it here. Guardians unfortunately going to be forced away as Team Always Incheon looking a lot stronger. I remember seeing the items onto the side of Team Guardians. They didn't really have much to their name, so they're just going to use the VLS system to get on out of there.
Yeah, 9 seconds left for Jangi, about to turn into about 5 or so for 3, maybe 3 seconds for that Theo. They're about to land right on top of the team. Needs to get themselves out.
Here comes the Queen. Oh, they dodge it.
From coming in. Jangi, he can set up for this. It's a Think Corridor. Full Rainbow is going to tag onto somebody, but they're being so careful about this fight. There is no ultimate from the Theo because they just finished the fight. Insider gets on top of him. Down goes the Theo. Down goes the Tia. Insider, they are just fed. Fish just out of the water. What the heck was that?
Yeah, I mean, they're just so much stronger as well than the side of Team Daegu Guardians. And Guardians, unfortunately, another minus 400 for that team. They're just going to get weaker and weaker here. But Insider having the perfect engage back onto the Theodore. Able to recognize the Theodore. Completely missed position and walked up a little too far. And a great blink in there from that Suwa and that's Della to just completely deny any answer. And oh no, here comes the res. Look at the timers from the side of Team Guardians here. They're trying to have an answer back and trying to do some damage. The Stella ult is going to come through and Jangi's going to fall first. Maybe they can get some damage here. Maybe they can get Pied. Try to look for it. There is the Purge Uppercut.
No.
Tia's trying to get the 1v1 onto the Estelle. Is going to be able to trade better, but not going to be able to find anything else. I think that's going to be it for Guardians. Guardians with 16 kills. A great run for them.
He can't run this way.
Yeah, I think that's going to be it. He doesn't have any timer. He's only on 1 second.
Yeah, Char cannot run this way. If there's any sense of a shenanigan stiff going on from Rump Rivals, they will find Char out. There is the recon ground. Yep, this Tia is that right. She has no timer to run through this, even to get over to Cemetery. The last hope that she had was the VLS, not going to happen. Rump Rebels sitting on 8. They were looking pretty solid for this game as well. Finally breaking the curse of knockout stage number 6, where our top 2 teams starting to struggle a little bit. Rump Rebels trying to keep their ticket into the finals.
I mean, Guardians with 16 kills, so Guardians with 16 kills, even them going down in 5th place, that is a really good showing for them. They're going to be happy about that because they are sitting in 2nd place already, so already a pretty solid performance for them. Always in Chun, going to be in the zone here. It is going to be 1ㅅKnockout, going to be the ones that can test them with that whip buff as well. 4 teams left, a lot of teams being already wiped off the map, so it looks like these final zones are going to be a lot more tame.
Yeah, this is this is kind of nice. We're finally in the situation where we don't have an insane number of teams going into the final zone. We're only down to 4, right? This is a little bit more manageable for you and I. We might actually be able to breathe.
Yeah, maybe we might see.
Yeah,
we might actually just see a 3v3 and like two clean 3v3s in each final zone,
right?
Which would be pretty nice. But actually, it looks like Team Insider are gonna come back into Chapel, so might be a 3-team final zone down here. Seraphine gonna get some poke damage. He's gonna proc that Siphon Maelstrom, but not gonna get any value out of that. So he's gonna be on cooldown for the upcoming fight here. Luminal, I like this spot, but is gonna get sniffed out by that EMP. So it looks like they should know that they are going to be in the zone here. I think Team 1ㅅKnockout, they should know as well that there's going to be another team, as the console was just taken from them. So gotta be a little careful, as they should know there's 2 teams nearby.
Shouldn't be that big of a problem as long as they are just playing this out correctly. And for the most part, it seems like they're doing that fine. Only question is, how long can they manage this? Especially when we go over to day number 6, a lot of these teams are just going to be standing still. We've seen it time and time again, where even with the less number of teams, you just don't want to overplay it if you know there's a couple of other teams around. But with Insider leaving now, this creates a possibility. Yeah, Insider not even
giving, or changing your fate to your own hands, just playing a nice 3v3 and allowing the other team to play a 3v3 as well. So it's going to be up to these players and these teams to just win out their team fight.
Yeah, the only problem I see with this though is you're now playing into a human. You got to push into this guy. I don't know what the feasibility is going to be.
I don't think they have an answer though. If they can get the Purge upgrade onto the human, they don't really have an answer.
Yeah.
Because they're just going to get instantly bursted down here. Maybe they're going to look for an angle in. Byung is going to have that stun. Perhaps there it is, and Yumin is just going to instantly fall.
Fair.
They find the angle in, and that is going to be it. I don't think he can do enough damage here. Wait a second, he's gonna go on in with the electrostatic surge, and yeah, that's gonna be it. Nikki can just solo that Aiden. That is what I was talking about. They just have to look for that angle onto the human. They have no answer for it, even through the Helitack stat from that itself. Is just way too much damage to really deal with.
That is true. Well, Rump Rebels, they're going to try a different hand. They're going to go down into, I would have to assume, yeah, Chapel to try fighting this one out. That is a really awkward Hyperloop right inside of the Chapel building. Wako does get full information on this, but with the temporary zones popping and Rump Rebels with not that much time, they're going to have to try brute forcing a fight one way or another.
They're going to be the Fate Weavers. Who are they going to go on here? Looks like they're actually just going to go onto Team Always in Chun, but they're just going to let them just completely die to the other team as well. And there is a huge Alex Hall going to be able to land onto the members of Team Always in Chun, but a great kite back from Luminal. He's able to deal so much damage and able to find his way into this bush as well. And it's going to be Team Always in Chun gonna be the one to come out on top. Luminal playing phenomenally on this Theodore.
Yeah, I don't even know how many people that auto attack and the sparkling started chaining on, but this guy with the energy blast field, that was a perfect one. I think it tagged everybody inside of that Chapel final zone. Look at the direction that they're all facing to. They all died running away from Luminal.
Oh, it's Insider again. It's Insider. This time they're gonna come down while they're buying.
I think they're gonna get for the Lennox. It's looking dangerous. They're buying.
Oh wait a second. Always in Chun and Insider, but this time Always in Chun is not going to be on that Shofuchi comp. So we're going to have a run back, and it's going to be a completely new run back this time. I like that cyber skill from Luminal. Going to be able to scout out and see Insider pushing on up here. Always in Chun. They fought Insider so many times. They know how aggressive Team Insider can get. So looks like they're going to look for something here. Seraphine going to have that spell shield, able to just walk up safely here, as looks like we're gonna have Team Always Incheon pushing up from the bottom side.
Yeah, they'll have to be more safer than usual though, because this is not the classic Always Incheon comp that they're used to fighting Insider up against. And there's a lot of blind spots in Cemetery if you just don't cover all of the entrances. So Always Incheon cameras are going to be important. Recon drones are going to be even more important.
Going on the sewer
They do
here.
end up getting a pull
Sewer
over
force
onto Yona,
to
but
blink.
the blink out is going to be invested. That's actually kind of huge, right? Because
Yeah.
it's even more of a safety net up against the Sua. They will end up sending the energy blast field on, but the safety of Team Insider is looking pretty solid. Oh, it's
no, needs to get away.
Oh,
No!
no!
He's
he
dead.
walks up to the Nikki. He thought the guard reverse was going to take Byung further away, but the quarter check works out in favor of Team Insider, and once again, Insider will 1 over Team Always Incheon. 13 kills strong, first place, 23 points going into our final game. They have set themselves a wonderful foundation to keep that miracle run alive.
Yeah, you cannot push up as a theater like that when you don't really know the full positioning of Team Insider. They just completely triangulated them, and it was just a really easy Nikki ultimates with that Spirit Uppercut, and then just a full combo there from the side of Team Insider. And once the theater is down, your team doesn't really have that much damage left. I mean, the Sua was there as well, but I think the Sua also ended up getting comboed with that Adela. So yeah, just a really nice nice combo there coming out for the side of Team Insider.
Absolutely terrifying. But now that Team Always Incheon knows this is probably not the comp to run up against Team Insider, will they change things around? All things considered, it was still a really successful game from Team Always Incheon, but we're now in that, funny enough, similar situation as knockout stage number 5. Second place again for Team Always Incheon. Not an unfamiliar situation they put themselves in tonight, but still, I would be hard pressed for them to try this composition again unless they're really confident in making sure. Because I don't necessarily think, even with this performance, they're still 100% safe from making it through. We saw what happened earlier in game number 4 for knockout stage number 5. There's nothing that says it can't happen here. So Incheon might want to consider just going back to their original comp, securing their spot in the finals, and then mess around maybe further down the road.
Yeah, I don't know if Always Incheon is secured yet, right? They had a pretty bad game number 2. They did just end up getting into second place with 10 kills, so still a lot of points for them, but I mean, this lobby was pretty close aside from, a couple of teams running away here. I don't really know exactly what the scoreboard is going to look like here, but this is going to be our final game coming very shortly for the knockout stages. So we are going to go down to our finals for game number 1 after today.
Yep, that's the fun one that we're going to be looking at, right? That checkpoint system. Oh, baby. With the new point matrix, with the day 1, night 1 resing, auto reses, I should say. Oh, I feel like they might have to increase it. Don't you think? The number of kills, the number of points these teams have been amassing in such a short amount of time, that 70 points genuinely might not be enough.
Yeah, I mean, I think we could definitely see a 4-round series again if these teams are going to be team fighting that much that we saw at least in the last knockout stage, right? We saw almost 20 to 30 kills every game. In game number 3 and 4, just these teams just trading and running it back in over and over and over again in Cemetery. We saw the bloodbath in Cemetery.
Yep.
If that happens in the finals, we could definitely see a pretty short series, I would say.
Yeah, because consider the following as well, right? The teams that are playing in the finals are absurdly aggressive. Those guys were able to navigate through the day 1 and day 2 full fights to make sure they were able to get out in the get out of the group stages in that first place spot. So it's insane. But would you look at that? The top 4 is defined.
It's pretty close, yeah. I mean, in the top 4, but yeah, look at the difference between 4th and 5th place. It's a 14-point gap, so it's gonna be really hard for these bottom teams to make it in here. But I mean, we've seen those pop-off games. We've seen those 20-point bombs, 15+ points, 15+ kill bombs that any of these teams can definitely come out with here. If they just play aggressive in that early game, get enough kills, and then close out the series, we could definitely still see them coming in to the finals. Same thing with Slasher and Team William Yaman. They're all in contention. Unfortunately, I think Team R1 Fighters a little far away. I think that's about 28 points from 4th place. That might be a little, I think they might be a little cooked there.
Yeah. You kind of hate to say it, but with the team composition that Arirang Fighters do end up running, it's probably not going to happen. So yeah, I'm a little bit worried about him, but still, I just want to see that Tazia, Priya, and Charlotte comp working out at least one more time tonight, right? We saw it during the group stages. It was a lot of fun just watching it because they were able to turn fights that really didn't seem like it was in their favor. I just want to see one. Right, one good fight coming out from Arirang Fighters, whether they win the game or lose the game, make it out into tomorrow for the finals or not. I just want to see one good fight. Today just has not been their day. It's the only knockout stage performance we've really seen from them because they haven't showed up in any previous stages. Just one, please. I want to see that fight.
One, yeah, 100%. But I mean, still such a good performance from them, right? They made it into knockout stage 6, so that means they're already guaranteed walking away here with something, circuit points and prizing both respectively for probably going to be that 12th place spot, but maybe they could squeeze in a couple more placements here.
Yeah, all right, let's see what we got on our table. Oh, okay, so they just said screw the comp, we're just going to go with something else. Okay, well, we got Big Hook on the Elena. Is that D? What is that DD? Well, I can't tell what those letters are.
Might be an OO.
Maybe. Dio, I'm not entirely sure where it is, but Eva and the Laura for Soe. I guess I'm not seeing that Tazian Cup, unfortunately. It's a little bit more aggressive, I will definitely admit, but you have an Eva on your team. I don't think this team
is going
to be able to get it.
I think Laura and Alina pair really well with each other because, you know, it's really easy for the Laura to follow up on the Alina freeze. We're going to see that exact same team comp as well from Team Wade and Meowman, but it is going to be that Eva versus that Alex, so two pretty similar team comps. We will have 3 Mai's again because Mai's going to be back on the table, but it is our last game for the day, so there's going to be no ban coming forth as we are going to be jumping into our final game here. So these teams, they got to fight tooth and nail if they want to make it to the finals.
Yes, sir. For Team Insider, this is the game that will decide whether or not they make that miracle run into the finals. How many games have they played so far? 24? 28 almost now, if you include the group stages. These guys have played an insane number of games during phase number 1, but they're still holding strong. The consistency coming out from this team is absolutely bonkers. Same thing for Always Incha. They've played a numerous amount of games as well, is keeping up to what Team Insider has been able to do. Funny enough, the entirety of phase 1 can pretty much be summed up by Insiders versus Always Incheon. These guys are just constantly duking it out in the final zones over and over and over again. Will that be the case, or can other teams flip that story around? Here we go, ladies and gentlemen, the last game of the night, the last game of this morning, the last game of the knockout stages, round 4 to go.
Who's gonna make it out of here? Who wants it more? It's gonna be quite the mountain to climb for these bottom 4 teams here, because we saw the point difference. The 4 teams are already cemented. They have a lot of points and a pretty big point buffer, I would say, from the bottom 4 here. So it's going to be up to these teams to have that pop-off game that they need to make it out here.
Where are we going to see the fiestas? Are these teams desperate enough to see what we saw in knockout stage number 5, or are we just going to have a casual game like we saw for pretty much like every other knockout stages, right? You can't really put into comparison what ended up happening in knockout stage number 5, game 4.
Yeah, I'm also surprised that Jiwik isn't playing today. I don't know if maybe just not available, because usually Jiwik's going to be the one that's on that lead up. Yeah, wait a minute. They're still in contention here. They got to get, I think, about 16 points to tie with the 4th place and a couple more to make it on out of there. Jino getting a lot of great damage there. Great taunt there coming out from Ing9, but Nikki's actually going to be able to get away right through the cracks of that wall there, and looks like the T is going to be able to get away as well. And fortunately, all the kills are just slipping away from the hands of Team KNA.
They're trying to run their mainstay composition as well, bringing out the haze that we haven't seen in such a long time. Serlo going to be falling down. Arirang Fighters looking pretty strong at the beginning of the game. They have a long way to go, but that is a great start. Eurojin trying to get something done. Ing9 was just cracking the entire time. Nimrod Kaden on towards the backside, but this does put that PO in a devastating location. Unfortunately, I don't know, that bullseye doesn't end up getting anything. These health bars are so low. Anonymous, get the kill, get the scrolls. He's missing everything. He lands the totem onto Ing9. That's 1, but Izuka, that was the one in trouble. Jinho is going to try to get him.
They're down.
Get it. Zerojin over-aggressing. They're looking for these kills a little too much, but will get themselves wiped out instead.
Yeah, that was just such a treat to watch. Nezuko just playing that Piolo so well, able to get so much value and so much damage in, popping the totem at the perfect time to keep him alive for a little longer, and actually able to escape it as well with the ultimate. That was just so nicely played by Nezuko, and is able to pick up 4 kills for Slashing. That's exactly what they need. You can see they are down in 6th place here, so getting those early game kills is definitely gonna get them on back up. And unfortunately, Always Inchan getting third party. There's just so many teams here. Team MOBA is gonna be able to pick up 2 from Team Always Inchan, and now R1 Fire is gonna be able to get a lot of damage in return. Eva getting so much value, but it's gonna be the one to be. It's gonna blink on forward, and it's gonna follow up on that freeze. And it looks like the Alina is gonna be forced to back on out of there. R1 Fire is gonna be able to pick up 2.
They are able to make up the amount of kill differences between Wei Meowmint and Arirang Fighters. Again, this is a great start for Arirang Fighters. The fact that they were able to find kills at this stage in the game with an Eva and a Laura. I guess the changes to Eva for a little bit more of that early game damage is definitely coming into play, but the initiation is going to come back in. Luminal about to get taken down, but he's dodging everything. Exclusive about to save him as well.
Huge exclusive, able to keep him alive.
What was that? Luminal.
And yeah, looks like Luminal does end up going down, but they already got all the value they wanted. 2 kills for the side of Team Always Inchan. Nicely played by Team Always Inchan. Luminal just able to just weave in and out, and a huge exclusive just to keep Luminal alive just a bit longer. And that just gave Luminal the answer to just finish off their combo and get enough damage, and all the damage that they ended up needing there.
Yeah, he is doing this multiple times, right? We saw earlier how he was able to just completely break ankles, and he does it once again. Once is a happenstance, second time it might be a coincidence, but third time around it's
huge.
insane. Meggle gets taken down. It's a 2-for-0 in favor of Kyunggi. They're also looking for these kills. Team Insider looking for a little bit more, but Seiko's going to join the fray. Who are they going to target down? That's the Queen landing. The Night Fork lands as well. Gino's trying to fly around all over the place, but it's going to be the Night Fork to finish off in the Zero Jin about to get taken down. Down he goes. King 9 running away, but a third party coming in. Zoe trying to get a kill onto Byung, but he ends up missing the Sly Step, and I don't know if this Laura has what it takes to kill all 3 by themselves.
Oh,
Everybody
wait a second.
From Team Arirang
I might wipe
be
here.
joining the fray, but Arirang, wait a second, they start dying.
Okay.
It was a night 1 death.
Yeah,
the timers are going to start proccing, but what?
No, they all died on day 2, I'm pretty sure. So the Alina actually could have wiped there, but was able to get out just in time there. It looks like Rump Rebels is going to be able to get a kill from the side of Team Insider. Yeah, I don't know what's going on with Team King Innate. They're Jino getting caught by the Queen once again. Just not able to dodge out. Seiko just able to just completely read these backliners today. He's playing out of his mind, and it looks like the game is going to slow down a little bit here. King Innate is going to group up, or Jino is going to just start split farming, able to TB into a zone that was completely for free, and was able to get a couple bears here. Gonna be able to wait for these wolves, but Team Dayu Guardians, I think they are there to intercept them. A great beta on that parry. Byung is gonna be forced to use that parry jump and that Amtron to try to get on out of there, but isn't gonna be able to get any farther as the White Elite is going to be denied.
Wait a minute, also trying to keep their tournament lives intact. 8 kills. They're actually making a really good run towards that top 4. Always Inchan also making it difficult for some of these teams to actually get there, right? But the problem is top 4 is so close.
Top 4 is
right
really
now.
close,
Yeah, so
all these teams need to do good, or they're going to open up their spot for any of these teams on the bottom side here if they have that pop-off game. But you could see Rump Rebels already on 4. Guardians already on 3. Insider already on, looks like 5, and Always Inchan on 6. So
they're not
every single team here has over 3 kills, which is wow, that is kind of surprising.
It's good pacing for a lot of these guys. None of these teams are making it easy for anybody else to knock them out. GTL gets tanked down to half HP. The EMP barrage is really good response, but X-Boy is already out. The damage return is pretty good. Surlo is going to be able to find the kill onto X-Boy with the Twilight Heist. Down goes the Piolo on top of it. Kwangju Slasher. They are struggling, man. Despite the performance they showed us in Knockout Stage number 5, Knockout Stage 6 just seems to be where their kryptonite is.
Yeah, he's not able to find anything here. Ignite gonna be able to dodge out on that Queen. Think Galen, they want to take team fights. They know they need the points to qualify here. They need to be more aggressive. They need to look for these kills, or else they're just not gonna have enough points and not enough kill points to qualify.
Is this a comp they can be aggressive with? Like Kyunggi and A, yeah, you have damage, but you got a haze. Haze is just Haze nowadays. She's not the Haze that she was back in Season 5, Season 4. One of the reasons why we aren't seeing this character as much as we did back then. Not a ban-worthy character anymore, but they're just going back to it because it's their bread and butter. right? They're so comfortable with running a composition like this that they're kind of saying to hell with whatever we need to do. Let's just play our comfort picks as much as possible, make things work, just brute force it. But that brute force is just not paying off its dividends at all right now.
Yeah, I mean, obviously they're picking that Lucina because Lucina was really strong in the meta, but maybe Zerojin just isn't as comfortable on that Lucina just yet. We know how prominent he is on this Haze, so surely it's gonna be the decider here for Team Gagani to get back into it. But they're only standing on 3 kills. All these other teams already have 3+ kills, so they're gonna be pretty far behind here. So it looks like Yona is gonna be caught by Team Guardians. His Guardians is gonna be able to pick up one.
You know, now that I think about it, you know what I would have actually preferred for Zerojin, as Nizuka's probably dead. Yep, there we go. Okay. You know what I would have actually preferred for Zerojin, even over Haze, if you were to really start looking for another character to play?
Adriana? I think he played that before.
He has played it before, but there is another signature Zerojin pick.
I'm not sure.
I will give you a hint. The first letter of their name start with the same letter.
Zahir. Oh,
yes.
we did see them play the Zahir, but maybe Zahir just isn't in the meta right now, because we actually haven't seen any Zahirs in phase 1.
Well, yeah, but Zahir to begin with is never a really commonly played character, but Zerojin Zahir hits different. Like originally,
that's true. That's true. We did see him pull it out in one of the phases, and it did look really strong, but
he originally made his name using Zahir to begin with. He was doing it ever since back in like the duos ERM days. He plays Zahir as a mainstay.
Yeah, I mean, his Zahir is pretty crazy, but I think just because of the fast tempo games, you know, it is kind of hard, I would say, for the Zahir, and also just because I guess Lucina is just so much better right now. I think Lucina is definitely the premier mage. But after the changes, I mean, maybe not, because we haven't really seen that much success on that character. Maybe we'll see it tomorrow in the finals from Team Autoworms, the one that team who did end up instantly making it to the finals.
Hopefully, right? But regardless of what you keep thinking could happen, right? The big what ifs. This is not the universe to talk about that. So back to reality, Haze and the Nadine. It's a great comp, right? It's an amazing comp that has a lot of damage potential, but when it comes to overall kill counts of this thing, unless you're brute forcing things, it's just not going to happen. They're trying to do it, but the results have been very mixed at best. Plunger Slashers, nice crowd control immunity from Nizuka to dodge away from that blue-yellow combination, but Team Daegu Guardians are not looking to let up on this. Nice positioning from Char and Jingy. They're keeping track of Anonymous's cooldown on Unleash Power really well right now. Look at their positioning. Yeah, they're never getting caught out.
And they're just waiting as well. They're trying to find an angle, trying to wait until Slasher missteps, and there it is. Nizuka going to be forced to use the totem, but it looks like the dice is going to be there to deny.
No.
And here's a third party. R1 Fighters is going to be able to catch an on. Is going to be able to use the Nimrod's Gate to get them out of there, and it looks like Slasher is actually going to be okay.
X-Boy's stuck though. He can't jump over the wall unless there's a target for him to dash towards. Here's another fight inside a stream. Wako trying to lock down Jino and Gyeonggi and 8. They're trying to do it. Jino is stuck in a corner. He needs to get the execution bonus and get the hell out of here.
Trying to get some damage. No, I think that's it. Oh, wait a second. Jino's going to be able to get out of there, so Gaganate's tournament lives are going to be alive here, but minus 400 is definitely not what you want to see. Great engage there from X-Boy, gonna be able to lock up that Laura. And looks like R1 Fighters now gonna be the one on the back foot here, as it is going to be an Eva as well. Can Eva get on out of here? Does have that racing suit, maybe giving the movement speed to get on out, and looks like they're gonna be okay.
Yeah, I know some people in chat were talking about this earlier, but I'm still, there's a part of me that's kind of happy that racing suits, what is it? Racing suit Eva is still a thing. Plunger Slasher,
yeah, we did see it. We did see in a previous season as well, where you know these Evas are running racing suit, giving them that movement speed, you know, to kind of weave in and out of these team fights. But obviously, you are going to be stacking a lot of that damage on that Eva, and this time they're not going to be on, they're not going to have that support to give them the extra damage that they need from, you know, the Elftress and that healing factor, because they were playing it with the Charlotte. Since the Charlotte is going to be changed into that Laura or into that Alina, I guess they just. Yeah, I don't think that Eva is going to be providing that much damage for that team.
Not that much right now. For, I mean, Yeah. They have a lot of credits. It's about to be invested very soon, right? It's night number 3. We have 407 credits on the Laura, 421 on the Eva. They should, within the maybe next minute or so, assuming that their farming is going to be pretty consistent, get that Eva to the point where it's going to be almost irrecoverable for a lot of other teams to play into. Right? The moment you go in, that Eva will just shred you to pieces. If you do it wrong, then you will just die before you can get out. For now, let's take a look at the fight inside a cemetery.
Oh my god.
The dice combos are nuts. Surlo just has no chance to live whatsoever. Wait a moment. Oh, wait, GTL actually ends up fighting down Anonymous. So Alex gets out, but it's a 1-for-2 trade, and the res onto the Arda comes on through.
Mizika just always find these angles in on this Piolo. The great double knockup, perfect setup for his team. Just double knockup into that dice, and then just completely locking down the side of Team Wait Meowment there. And just so much AoE damage on top of it as well from Team Slasher. Just really, really nicely played.
But this time it was mainly, I think, the double cube and the dice combo that came out from Anonymous that actually kept everybody in place, because it allowed the Fiora to actually get Fenty hits with the outer ring multiple times across from the wall. Even flashes landed, so that lockdown from Arda really worked out in their favor. I love to see it. Gwangju Slasher, they're still trying to fight for their tournament lives as well right now. 7 kills, 34 points for these players. It's not bad, but there's still a long way to go.
Xenophian gonna look for an angle in, gets a nice trumpet. Is gonna be able to lock up Luminal. Or sorry, Anonymous is gonna just go down instantly, try to use the Nimrod's Gate to get out of there, but just gets caught. Luminal they're able to get that damage with that Rootless, and there's really not much an Arda can do. Gets caught by that trumpet into the spring trap, and then the perfect taunt to follow up on it. The Arda is going to be in CC for about 3 seconds and isn't going to be able to respond.
Yeah, that tournament life that I was talking about that was alive, or trying to keep it alive, it tripped and lost a limb. There we go. Brought back. The hospital trip was pretty worth it, but that's minus 200. It cost quite a bit. Expo, he will be able to make it in, but 2 seconds of timer, and you're at a corner of the map where nobody else is. You can't really get any kills for the next few moments. Oh, Gwangju Slasher, their window is closing. Yeah,
and I don't want to see it, but I think the window is closing for these other teams as well. Gayagene, our young fighters only on 4 kills.
They're trying.
Each. Here comes Engage. There's a double Twilight Heist from the Laura, but it looks like the Fiora is actually just, or the Alex is just going to be able to use the Tornado to get it out of there, and the Lena is going to be able to get out as well. So nothing really going to come out of that for Team R1 fighters.
The 4 score being bought, I don't know who was able to pick it up actually. It was Audio Fighters, not sure who bought it. There was a high possibility the Alex may have bought it, because I'm looking at his credit count right now. It's not good at all. So Wait a Meowment may have just lost a really big resource to get themselves back into this game. And that's going to suck, but for Audio Fighters, it doesn't end up picking up a kill, but the 4 score is in their hands, and the red shoes built up for the Eva. That could be something that works in their favor. Let's see how this goes. Soe taking down about 2/3 of their HP. Zero Gem pumping out the rockets, and it's making really good contact. But where is the follow-up, right? That's what I talked about earlier. There is just no follow-up.
There 4 for 4, but there is a third party. That's going to be Team Slasher. Going to be able to get one of the kills in our young fighters. I think that is going to be it for their tournament run here. They are going to be able to find and just tuck themselves into the corner, so they're going to be okay. Slasher gonna look for an angle onto Team King and needs to find angle once again. Hits a knockup onto Zerujin, and here's the engage as well from the Fiora Connect. But the X-Mark hits the stun, and Zerujin goes down in a huge double dice as well. And that is it. That is it. Gonna be it for Team Gang I don't actually. They should be able to get out here because it is a Mai, but there's so many teams in the zone, so many third parties. Surge, I think Ing9 gonna go down very shortly. Serio gonna find them, and Ing9 gonna die. One of our top, ERM teams going down in 8th place, and they're gonna be out for the count for phase number 1.
There's the execution onto Yejun as well. Rump Rebels, they are pumping, bro. Oh my god, they want to go into the finals. But for I will say, Gyeonggi it's so tough, right? We are living in a world where Gyeonggi Innate are getting knocked out over and over again before they're able to make it to finals. Is this it? Right? You really have to start thinking about it now for Gyeonggi Innate. No, that's not where you want to jump to.
Disaster
but
for
they are
Guardians.
I don't know how
Wow, I'm
they're out.
surprised. I'm surprised they got out, but there's just not any hard CC for the side of Team R1 Fighters. The only hard CC is that lower, but the lower just wasn't in range yet, and it looks like they are going to use another VLS system. Hopefully, they don't land on another team again, but I think they are going straight into the hands of... No, it looks like they're okay.
Okay, just threading the needle in between what Team Gwangju Slasher as well as Team Rump Rebels. Oh, Wait-A-Moment is starting to sit inside of a corner too. They have 42 points right now, and just looking at kills alone, it's not bad, but they still have a lot of work to do, especially because, as we were talking about earlier, or I guess you were talking about earlier, the top 4 teams, they got a lot of points just from kills alone too. You gotta make up those one way or another, so... What are your choices right now as Team Wait-A-Moment? But the damage is insane. Jangy is not even going to be able to resist against that. Third party is in, trying to stay alive, not going to be able to find it.
Oh my god, the AoE damage!
Just right! The DPS is a new one! Oh my god, that was some of the cleanest flashes I've seen in my life. Daegu Guardians will take the fall. 4 points on their side. That's risky now.
That was so satisfying to watch. X-Boy just hitting the flashes and just able to rotate that Fury combo onto 2 members of the side of Team R1 Fighters, and that's going to be it. I don't think R1 Fighters is going to have enough points, so you can see they are in 8th place. The Alina going to be forced to rat it out here. That is going to be it, I think, for that team. A little unfortunate. Team Always Enchant, they have the Wick buff. They're going to try looking here. Ooh, Wait-A-Moment tucking themselves in this corner here, but they are going to get spotted out by that camera. They're going to be forced to walk up, but... I think Team Always Enchant, they know there's another team nearby, they don't want to send it just yet.
Yeah, these guys need to press tab though. I think they need to be playing a little bit more aggressive than this. They need the kills, man. Yeah, you're fighting up against some of the more scarier teams that are left in this game, but putting yourself into a corner like this is never going to work because there's too many people. Alex has to blow the blink. He has the Ghostfire procced on them. They are stuck.
Wait up, get out of there. Get out of there.
Their dreams are slowly being shattered as 2 teams are just pumping damage in. They're trying to force their way out through, but of course it's just not gonna happen. GTL's gonna fall, Surlo's gonna fall. They put themselves in that corner, man. What is this? What is that White Lily?
The White Lily is gonna force Team Slasher in. And yeah, but it looks like all members are going to be out here. It looks like they're going to be okay. And I think we're going to have our 4 teams making it forward here. I think all 4 of these teams are going to... Actually, no. Slasher is in 6th place. So Guardians might actually get dethroned here if Slasher can actually pull out a win.
Gwangju Slasher, it's all on them now. This is the only team that we can really look at to try finding their way out of their predicament. Young Fighters,
Nizika gonna go in here.
A little bit longer. Yeah, I don't know if that's the right choice from Nizika. He will take the Nimrod's gate out, but there's somebody right behind him.
Oh, third party. Oh, no.
Anonymous. No. Down he goes. Can they somehow get a third party off on Team Insider? No, because Rough Rebels are also in shambles. Team Insider.
Wait, they're in the rest.
They can get the rest for this.
Oh, no, he gets caught.
Out. He has the parry for it, and that's a beautiful Dyson cube combo. Okay,
they're all okay here, but now they have to go into the and fight Team Insider. Team Insider is looking really strong. Rump Rebels just gonna finish off Bear here on the top side. It's gonna go down to our final 3 teams. Slasher, I think they have to get at least a 2nd place here or something. They need a couple more points because they are pretty far behind. Maybe even a win here. He's getting chunked down to half HP. Let's say the side of Team Slasher. Just going to be forced to reset here. The timers on Team Insider not looking too good. Only 10 seconds piece. So if they can try to stall out here and get in the zone, maybe they can force Team Insider to all blow up.
Yeah, but does Gwangju Slasher know that, right? It's going to be question marks for these guys. If they can outlast the 10 seconds, maybe. But does Gwangju Slasher even want to try it at the moment? All cooldowns should be up now for Gwangju Slasher. The item on X-Boy is looking really solid.
Oh, great. Engage, Zico.
Damage over on Zico is really good, but Nizika just gets wiped and they can't even kill Zico. X-Boy's going to be on cooldown for a second, but the shields, the Curious Case just denies everything, and X-Boy misses everything on his end. 6 seconds left for X-Boy. That might be it. The tournament life for Gwangju Slashers comes to an end as Anonymous will take the fall. Insider and Always Enchant again!
Oh my god. Is it Tail as old as time? And this time, Always Enchant is going to be on their main comp. So we're going to have to see if Team Insider is going to be able to get it. Does Slasher have enough points? Slasher got 13 plus 5. That is 18. I don't think so. I think Team Guardians should have enough to outscore them there. So a little unfortunate. That's gonna be it for Team Slasher, but Yeah, we are going to come down to our 3v3 here. Who wants it more? Can Team Always Incheon end it on a win here? They have been our second place warriors for this evening, but they did end up getting a win here. So it's gonna have to see if Team Insider have learned. Maybe they could try baiting out to the exclusive here. Luminal gonna get poked down already. Nothing really gonna come out of that.
That's a Night Fork landing over onto Kyungkwae, but that's just the tank. Frailty has been popped though, right? That's gonna be an important cooldown.
Yeah,
Seekos
that's huge.
still trying to push on in. We know Insider is probably not going to be aiming for Kyungkwae. It's going to be Luminal that they're all looking out for. Who is going to have the last lap for the last time in the knockout stages? They'll see each other during the finals, but for now, knockout stages, this game is just a formality. Trying to target down.
Oh, wait, they pulled him back in.
Right. Hold on a second. Well, that's a lot of utility.
Luminal do it? Oh my god!
Doesn't even fall. They hesitated again. The target over onto the ledge was perfect.
Yeah.
But
Wait,
it's
Luminal?
just in the end, it does not matter. There's the dagger. He should have a dash in just a moment. And that does it. It looked good for a second for Team Insider, but they were too hard focused on Luminal.
They just had to pull the trigger on this anything there. They had the angle in, but once you don't, if you don't pull the trigger into this team, they just have so much to say. They have that protocol, they have that heal wind, just so much HP, instantly gonna be used and instantly gonna be put down onto the Xenophine, able to get him back up relatively easily and relatively fast as well. You saw Xenophine getting chunked down to about 10% HP, then protocol, heal wind, pop, already back up to 30-40%.
Yeah, and it's the moment of hesitation again, right? Let's be real here. If it was the old Team Ultimate composition running this, as soon as they found an angle onto Xenophine, they would have instantly shot everything at her. But because it's Team Insider, they're still a little bit too tunnel visioned on trying to kill Luminal. And I'll say this again. Yes, it's the right idea, but you cut out Xenophine for the first time ever between these two teams' rivalries, I think, throughout the entire knockout stages. I have never seen Xenophine be the first one caught out, but they didn't go for her.
And that was a really bad exclusive, right? The exclusive pulled Xenophine back into the checkmates because Xenophine was just about to jump away and Xenophine would have been fine. Exclusive pulled them back, but just wasn't able to finish off that Lenny there. A little unfortunate, but that did end up costing them that fight. And looks like it's going to be Always Incheon coming out on top once again.
Oh boy. Insider, they're going to have a lot of things to look over.
They're going to have nightmares on this Luminal Shoichi. I don't know. That is like, I think they're like 5-1 or 1-5 into Team Always Incheon there. They did end up getting one win.
But it was one win over
Theo. No. They had one into
with the Shoichi.
The Shoichi team comp as well because Seiko found that perfect queen.
Yes.
Into Luminal. I think it was in that forest final zone. But yeah, they are still 1-5 into the Shoichi team comp.
Yeah. Overall, I am going to say it one last time just to be able to summarize it. I need to see this tomorrow. Otherwise, Team Insider, regardless of whichever team they fight, they're going to struggle because tomorrow we have a lot more mainstay team rosters that are going to be running that front to back. If you tunnel vision onto backliners up against a team like FN Sejong, you will get
FN Sejong, Team Auto Arms. Team Auto Arms looks so dominant in the group stages. I don't know if you guys did end up watching the group stages. If not, feel free, to go back into the VODs. But Auto Arms playing that Justina, Kadia, and it's Leon.
Yeah, Leon Tegan was on it
perfectly. Basically, I'm pretty sure they were the ones who probably created that comp and basically forced these other teams to try to adapt and try to copy them. But they just played so well. I think they were the only team that ended up getting 100 points in the group stages. So very excited to see how they match up into a team like FN Sejong and all these other teams that are going to be qualifying into the finals here, like Team Always Incheon. Going to be able to win it out in 68th place. Rump Rebels with 63, Insider with 62, so really close between our top three. And then Guardians with 50. Unfortunately, Slasher, William Yaomint, Gayang Innate, and Team R1 Fighters, we are not going to see them for tomorrow, but that is going to be it. Our top 8 teams are going to be decided. Our finals are going to be secured for tomorrow, and it is going to be Team Insider making the miracle run all the way to the finals.
Yes.
From Knockout Stage 1.
It didn't even look shaky. Well, for a moment it did. I think during Knockout Stage 1 because they were originally playing
they weren't on. They weren't on the Nikki Adela Suo team comp. But once they swapped to it, we saw how well they did in last season. I'm surprised they decided to not stick with it, but I think maybe they want to try something new. Maybe they want to see if they can play some other team comps. But yeah, just sticking with their bread and butter is definitely the way to go.
Yeah, 100%. I genuinely think that at this point, most of the teams are going to be locked in with which team compositions we'll be seeing over in the finals. I'm kind of I need to remember this again. Which teams came up from the knockout stages? What was the split for the teams that were in knockout stage 6 from the group stages, and how many made it out from there? Was it 1 or 2? Because we know Always Incheon made it.
Always Incheon and Insider. And then actually Rum Rebels made it too, right? So
Rum
maybe
Rebels
3.
did make it, so 3. That means teams that ended up in second place during the group stages, it was just not their day today. The 25% pass rate on teams that were in knockout stage 2, that's not good. Right, but it really goes to show you that the teams that made it up from the bottom has been working their way and practicing how to adapt their compositions against any team rosters. Insider, we've seen constant improvements from them. Always Incheon, it's just a luminal show. This man has risen his coin pricing by like 3,000% this entire phase at this point.
I really want to see him come out and perform in the finals as well. But once we get to the finals, you have team like AutoArms, you have team like Evan Sejong, who are really familiar and who are probably going to be able to counter, and play that front to back perfectly. It's going to be a little tough for Team Always Incheon going into the finals here.
Yeah, but it's going to be a lot of fun for us to be able to watch something like this because, guys, that is going to be it. I didn't realize they were going to do this, but the KR side is doing an interview. We probably won't be watching it because those things take a lot longer than I would anticipate. I'm just trying to find the teams that are going to be playing tomorrow so I could give you guys a little bit more of that overall environment of the things that we're seeing. So let's see. Okay. So we had Always Incheon making it through. Rum Rebels also made it through. Insider made it through as well. And then Daegu Guardians was the last team to make it online. So those 4 teams will be going up against FN Sejong, Daydream, Daejeon AutoArms, and Golden Light. So I know Such was in the chat earlier. You will be able to see Sanhan tomorrow. I do remember him playing, if I remember correctly, as well, right? I think it was...
No, he didn't play.
Oh, it was just Loken? Okay.
It was Loken, yeah.
There is a possibility Sahan might be playing tomorrow, so make sure you guys show up at 4 a.m. Eastern Time. 4 a.m. Eastern Time. I actually do have the thing for
it is going to be our Phase 1 finals, so make sure you guys come out for it because it's going to be quite the spectacle to watch. We are also going to be having Eternal Return Challenger Series, so ERCS for the NA side, going to be happening tonight as well at 7 p.m. EST. So if you guys want to cheer on our NA teams, come out and watch as well. And then tomorrow will be the finals for ERM Phase 1, and then we're also going to have ERCS tomorrow as well.
Yeah, today, this entire weekend actually as a whole is just going to be full of Eternal Returns, so make sure you guys do show up to these events. It's going to be fun, but other than that, I know a lot of you guys in chat are addicted to drops. Of course you are. You get Event and Fee for free and A coins. Dude, I am struggling on A coins right now, so these drops have been an absolute godsend. But yeah, that is going to be it from us. Once again, thank you guys so much for joining here for the knockout stages. Hope you guys had fun. I think that's the one thing that I always want to. One thing I always want to make sure I hope you guys are having is a lot of fun. It's competitive. It's fun. It's tournaments. It's serious. But the thing that we're here for is just darn good games of Eternal Return.
Yeah, exactly.
I can say we got a lot of those during knockout stage 5 and 6, and that's not going to disappear just because we're going into the final stage. So do be excited for tomorrow.
It's going to get even better. It's going to get even better.
Exactly. So be excited for that. ERCS, as Superior said, going to be tonight at 7 p.m. Eastern Time. I know Wisu was in here a couple days ago saying it was 8 p.m. This guy better show up on time.
It's 7 p.m. Scrims are at 8.
Yeah, isn't it 8 p.m. Eastern Time?
ERCS is at 7, and then we are going to have ERCS tomorrow as well at the same time at 7 p.m. and then ERM at 4 a.m. If you guys are interested. So make sure you guys come out for the finals. It is going to be quite the treat to watch.
Yeah, the only people that are going to have a little bit of awkward timing is EU. They can kind of watch ERM and ERCS at the same time if they decide to kind of mess up their sleep schedule a little bit. But for everybody on the NA side of things, or if you're watching from Korea, Hello. Yeah, please show up. It's going to be a lot of fun this weekend. A bunch of competitive things going on. So if you guys are bored or if you guys just want things to watch, we'll be here to yap. So yes, please join us for all of that. But other than that, guys, that's going to be it from us. Thank you so much once again for coming out to the knockout stages. We'll see you guys tomorrow for the finals. As we're not going to be casting ERCS. That's not our job. We will have two amazing casters for that one. So be excited for us. We'll see you guys tomorrow. Worm out, and Superior as well. I didn't want to count you as a Worm, right?
It's okay. I also love you as a Worm, Shubi.
Oh, heck yeah, dude. See you guys. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.